secrets. Strictly under the carpet.
Put all the porn away. That's it.
Invoke NDAs.
Yeah. Okay.
Oi! Kent! Get your hairy ass into my office now!
Yes, ma'am.
I quite like that one. I'm glad you
Yeah,
felt
I
that.
did like it.
Yeah. It's because it's Hannah Waddingham, and if Hannah Waddingham came in and shouted at me like that, she could call me anything she bloody liked. I'd get my hairy ass into her office anytime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Filth.
We sort of bit of that. Oh, dear me.
She's got a Christmas special, hasn't she, on Apple TV?
Oh yeah.
And yeah, looks quite good. I might even put my normal Christmas humbug away to watch that one.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I got some great news today, by the way.
Go on.
Well, there's two great. One was great. One is not so great. The not so great one is that despite me doubling my diabetes medication to combat my slowly increasing blood sugar levels.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Oh, go on then. Sorry, my son's just requesting again. I went for a blood test. Look at that, it's gone brown and nasty.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I went for my blood test, which was 3 months after they upped my medication, and that was supposed to show that they had dropped.
Yeah.
But they've gone up.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And the thing is, I haven't changed anything. I mean, it's not like I'm stuffing myself with all the wrong foods.
Yeah, but that is the definition of fluctuation, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they were checking for fluctuations, and they got one.
Just the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So now they're putting me on. I can't even pronounce it.
Okay.
But what it does do, apparently, is it gets rid of your blood sugars through your wee-wee.
I see.
So it helps you lose weight, which is good. It gets rid of your excess blood sugars through your piss. But the problem is because you're now pissing very sugary piss,
Yeah.
you are much more susceptible to fungal infections and urinary tract infections. Yay! So I have to drink loads of water to dilute that.
Yeah.
Which means I'm going to be. I mean, the drug makes you wee more. The extra water will make me wee more. So I might as well just get
a
catheter. Yeah, do something like that. Just plumb myself, because the toilet's literally the other side of this wall. I could just plumb it in, and there'll just be this slow, steady trickle.
Does this medication give you anything else?
No, apparently it's very good for people with heart disease. Thankfully, I haven't got heart disease. I've just got a heart condition. But everywhere I keep reading, and when I spoke to the pharmacist today, she said, just make sure you drink lots and dilute it, because it could get nasty.
Yeah.
But because we also spoke about was it Wegovy, the weight loss drug?
Yeah.
Because a certain sort of mutual friend of ours, what I spoke to, he was on that, and my God, does he look great! I saw him at Synthfest, and he was literally half the man he used to be.
Okay.
But I spoke to her, and she said, yes, that would be something we would recommend, but currently we cannot get any, and we don't expect to get any until next year. So.
Well, I mean, ideally, what you want is medication with one of the side effects is it gives you a hard on like a fence post. That's
well, there is medication for that, isn't there?
Yeah, no, but as well as rather than to do that.
Yeah, it makes you more attractive to the opposite sex. Makes you look 30 years younger.
It makes you look like a big bar of chocolate.
Yeah,
and a glass of wine.
Oh dear. See, that's it. Because I mean, we talked about diet and everything, and I thought I was doing some good things. Apparently, maybe not. So, yeah, it's going to be some pretty drastic changes.
I see.
Because it can't go on like this. Because if it carries on going up, then we get into
We're getting to silly territory then.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I already have to have my feet checked because apparently that's one of the first things.
Yeah.
Thankfully, my feet are for feet. I mean, I hate feet anyway, but they're pretty good feet. So there we go. Such is life. But the other piece of good news is my next podcast, which is due out in exactly 2 weeks' time, got the okay from the editor with no edits.
Ooh. Excellent.
So that's gone off for mastering because it's a long one. That's all I'll say. It's a long one. And I sent it to him. And normally, in the early days when I sent him podcasts, he would just send them back and saying, I'm not going to listen to this until you've cut it down to at least whatever it is. So now I've got used to doing that. That's fine. But then, of course, I sent him this one. And this one is maybe 2.5 to 3 times longer than the normal ones, but there's a very good reason for that. So I was fully expecting to get that email, and he said no.
I think Ixord's wife is perplexed by us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm perplexed by us.
Yeah, I don't know why we're doing this yet again. Oh, man.
It's
Well-
the definition of insanity, isn't it?
Well,
Doing the same
yeah.
thing, expecting a different outcome. Here we are again.
Well, I've got a slightly different outcome, I must admit. Like I say, the mic is working better now.
The mic sounds very good. Yeah.
What else has been going on? I've been connecting things that were otherwise not connected before.
Uh-oh.
I must admit, though, the one thing I ran into a problem with was the finger drum.
All right.
Getting it to send the audio. He's going, no. Oh, okay. Gone through the menu. So I got the manual and I read it. That's how bad it got.
Yeah.
And it was like, nope. Because you turn it on and it goes, oh, no audio device. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Very odd.
So I was even going to see if I could fire up the Behringer 55 as well.
Dun, dun, dun.
So just as long as I don't run out of cables. So yeah, gave the floor a hoover, tidied up a bit. It's all
Nice.
It's all quite nice actually in here now. It's very, very pleasant. So unfortunately, it has a downside because there's a lot of room on the floor. I'm sitting here having because Fiona brought up while I was tidying up, she brought up a baked potato with some of her chili on it.
Okay.
That she'd just done with some melted cheese and everything. It's wonderful. So I'm on the floor on my knees as usual, munching away at this. I got Ceres head here, and I got Charlie the Husky here. And it's like, there he is. You little fucker.
It turned up then.
Yes. I tell you what, the card is absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Because I said, Fiona, and she went, what? I said, look. She went, what? And I was holding it. I said, brace yourself. Like that. She went, okay, like that. And I showed it to her like that, and she looked at it, and she went, what fucker did that?
Lovely.
Who did that? Sorry, dear.
That was Luke's idea.
That was brilliant.
I was sitting there, I just said, it's Kent's birthday's coming up. And I told him the story about what Fiona had done. And he said, you got to make a card of that, Dad. It was like, oh, fuck, right. Yeah. So,
We'll have to. I'll get it later, and we'll bring it up and get everybody else can be in on the joke. Because at the moment, there's about 20 people going, huh?
yeah.
Huh? What are they talking about? And the mug, love it.
Well, had to be done. Had to be done.
Oh, mate. Well, thank you for that. It was really good.
You're welcome.
Had a right old laugh this morning over that.
Good.
So yeah, because we were decorating this morning. Oh God, supposed to be finishing the stairs, which Fiona started in April. No, March.
I thought you were going to say like 1908.
yeah, like 18. Yeah, so it's just been going on and on and on and on. So, and she's continued with her space theme.
As you do.
As you do. So there's a beautiful oil painting of a Star Destroyer descending out of the clouds on the landing. And all this sort of stuff. And there's an airlock. I don't know if she's done it, but there's an airlock. And and doors are silver and like that. God, it's like she's 9. And her parents have said, all right, you can decorate your room any way you want.
Bless. Did you see there was a meme that went round? Have you seen Doctor Who from the weekend just gone?
I saw a tinge of it.
So I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone when I say that they crash into this spaceship.
Yeah.
And it's a very, 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 very long spaceship. And they emerge into this very long passage. And the quip was that for 60 years Doctor Who has made its thing by running around corridors, which is very cheap and effective, and now they get a Disney budget because that's what they've got. They've got a whole ton of money from Disney. They just have one fuck off long corridor.
Yeah.
But they're still in corridors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I saw that, I went, oh, hello. They've landed on the Event Horizon. This should be fun.
It was actually a really good episode. And I'm just like, I'm thinking, thank God somebody's writing something decent for the bloody thing. If it had been Jodie Whittaker, I'd have been quite happy with that story. It was such a good, simple story.
Well, you see, Jodie Whittaker's a very good actress, but she got some really dire fucking scripts to work with.
Yeah. She did the best with what she was given, but...
Yeah, bless her.
No, it's and of course Catherine Tate is. I mean, A, yes, I would, and B, she's hilarious. And it was just them really for the most of the show, and they carried it off perfectly. And then, of course, the bit at the very end makes everybody because it was happy and sad at the same time. But that was wonderful.
Yeah, so I turned everything on anyway this evening, and nothing exploded or
nothing
caught
got
fire.
bang.
So I class that as a yeah, there is the yet element, isn't there?
Yes.
But I don't know. It's weird. Everything seems to sound a little clearer, a little
Well, you
brighter,
definitely do.
Yeah, this is definitely working better. Like before, I had to get up to it right like this.
Well, it is designed for that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes, and anybody caught holding one use it as a hand mic. It's going to fucking slap. But yeah,
I've taken its condom off.
oh no, it'll get pregnant. Put it back on.
I've got the big.
Don't let Longest do it.
Yeah. I've got the big one somewhere, but it just gets. Yeah, it's a bit too much in your face.
Yeah, that's it. And now on Radio 2.
Yeah. Well, hello.
Oh, I switched to Juno on.
Yeah.
Not happy.
What's wrong?
Well, it's a Juno.
The
Sorry,
sound-
it's an Alpha
sound is
Juno.
alright, but the display is worse, and I keep picking up every now and again some sort of background noise. Not happy.
That might be the display doing that.
I've got to pull it all apart again.
Uh-oh.
And you should have just left it.
I should. Yes, that's exactly what I've been sitting here thinking. You fucking idiot! It was working perfectly.
Yeah. However, you've got to admit it does fall into the category of useful advice you don't want to hear.
Never
Till,
learned
like,
it.
you go, yes, thank you for that.
Right on the fucking day you retired, you bastard.
Yeah, I tell you what, I mean, it's not retired as in retired. You know, I'm not getting an allotment. It's I'm still going to be working on sense. You know what I mean? It's,
Yeah.
I still
When-
got some to finish.
Think of it this way, Matt. Think of it this way. It could get worse. Okay, you could actually get it working.
You bitch. You bitch. And I'm being so nice about DXs, you fucker, right?
They're inanimate objects. I don't really take offence.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
yeah.
Not like a
Apart from-
Genos lover.
No. A Genos is a small innocent child, apparently,
Really?
and it would be wrong to mock it.
Okay.
So all these people fiddling about with their Genoses then.
Well, that video I sent you the other day. I mean,
Did you see that? Is that what I sent back? Oh dear, it's a shame we couldn't put that on here.
can we not?
Well, yeah.
Hang
Well,
on.
you're Mr. Technical. You could probably.
Mr. Technicals is a guy who's been fixing synths for fucking 30 years.
Yeah, but it's sense, not computers, mate.
Oh, they're easy. Fucking hell.
Oh dear. Hang on. There's a YouTube thing, isn't it?
Yes, I think the links were.
So
Did Jimmy Savile and a Genos?
let's see if I can get this queued up.
Yeah, a really unhappy one.
So somebody posted this, a very reputable person, and look, for what it does, he's done a reasonable job. Except this just proves the point about why do Genos 2s or Genoses or keyboard arrangers exist.
So this is what he sends me in Messenger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, it's just okay. And then what Kent sends back.
Because I put, no, this is what I hear when I hear an arranger. Bearing in mind I own two. All right?
Oh, adverts. Hang on, let me get through the adverts.
Oh, yeah, get rid of the adverts.
Come on. Honestly, YouTube have really uplifted their advert game, haven't they?
Oh, and then some.
Literally unavoidable. And most of them are unskippable now.
Yeah. Going, go on, go for that subscription. Go on, you know you want to. Even though it's really expensive, really.
Right. Here we go.
Just in the title.
Everyone's every parent's Christmas nightmare, isn't it?
Copyright strike that, you fuckers.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ian.
Hello, gentlemen
Oh.
and ladies. Hang on, I need a hat.
Oh, bollocks. Is it that top? Right. Hang
Yeah.
on.
Hat time.
I had one, but it got taken away.
Oh.
So
This is what Jantabba's a bit like. Yeah, if I sign in.
Come on, Robbie.
Whoa.
Get the program.
I haven't got one.
I'll send
look
you
at
one.
Fuck, where's the button? There we
Oh.
go.
I like that.
Wait a minute, it's woolly hat and
I
a
like that,
torch.
Mark.
Oh, that's a new combination.
This is a Stetson,
Oh.
which
Take
is
your word
I'd
for
say, the most expensive hat I ever bought.
I saw you coming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I had binoculars. It sounds like the music on funeral ceremony for a failed porn star. You know what I said about getting an allotment?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna grow strawberries. And plums.
Actually, that's a really good hat. I like that hat.
Yeah, I nicked this off Fiona.
No shit.
I said, can I borrow this? Because just in case Ian comes on.
I'd be slightly worried if it was yours.
Yeah, true enough, I suppose, yeah. It's very sort of dapper. Yeah. It's good, but it don't fit. She's got a little head.
There's got to be a joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, she says I have and all. Made in China. Is there anything that isn't made in China now?
This hat.
Oh, where was
Made
that
in
made?
USA.
Oh, no wonder you couldn't afford it.
From cows grown in China.
Yeah,
From cows grown in China. Yeah. and it was shipped to the UK via China.
I'm sure it was. Yeah. I've cancelled my order for the teenage engineering KO2.
A lot of people have, I think, haven't they?
Yeah. It was due to be here next week, and I thought, I can't be doing with that sort of crap. You know, faulty speakers, faulty sliders.
Oh dear.
Somebody's just tried to hack my Instagram account.
I wish
You
it
should
would
have let
happen.
them. You should have let them. They get in there and go, well, it wasn't worth it, was it?
See, when you're famous, Rob, like you are, people will hack your Instagram account.
Infamous.
Infamous account.
It is an infamous Instagram. Yes.
I never go on Instagram. Very, very rarely. Although I have joined Blue Sky. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, I joined that, but then didn't really. It's like that. What else did I join? That, Threads, and
I didn't join Thread.
something else. And you'd sort of go on there, and I use them as much as I use Twitter or X or what it's called, which is not a lot.
Well, I used to use Twitter quite a lot. I've got some periods when I of inactivity, but generally I use it fairly. You know, I'd look at it fairly regularly. And I've still got the Twitter account. I won't call it X because it's not. You know. But
Tang.
Elon Musk wank sock.
yeah. But I just don't. The only thing I post on there is like, you know, for promotional point of view. I don't have a dialogue with anybody on there. But it's actually interesting on Blue Sky. It was my mate who invited me. I've had some really good conversations already. So what will probably happen is, like, what?
Genos owner hacking Rob's account.
Probably.
Well, probably.
What will happen eventually with like all these things, Blue Sky, is once they open it out to everybody, because for the moment there's about 2 million people and 2 million on the waiting list because it's by invitation or only. Once they open it out, then it will just become like Twitter. You know. But
Yeah,
what?
the platform
I've-
isn't the problem; it's the concept.
No, it's not. It's the people to some extent. you
Yeah.
know. What happens at the moment with it is people, because they're trying to build up their account. I mean, I've been on it 2 weeks and I've got 80 odd followers.
Mm.
So people are more inclined to follow back, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
What's
Who's
the
on there?
Master? Oh, right, yeah.
Battery operated orchestra joined last weekend.
Mastodon is another one that I joined, which
Oh God, I didn't even know. I haven't not heard of that.
it's all federated, so you have smaller server groups, and you can join any one of them, but you can join ones that are more aligned with things that you want to see, do, talk about,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. So at the end of the day, I just think the whole concept is flawed and has caused more aggro than
all
anything
of
else
it.
could. Because like every morning, I get my Twitter I see that I've got notifications on Twitter,
Yeah, I get that.
and I just think, oh well, there might be something, and it's
Yeah.
not. All I get fed is stuff. Like this morning, I saw a video purported to be from Israel, showing Hamas fighters, and then the next thing I know, I'm looking at dead bodies with blood oozing out of them. And whilst that doesn't disturb me, it's not really what you want to see just after you wake up.
No.
And why am I getting fed this? I mean, I know what's going on. I don't need.
That's the thing. You're getting fed this.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So, but like you say, I keep thinking, I'll just delete the whole bloody lot. But then,
Well,
I'd still need to have one for ProSynth Network and
yeah, I mean,
just promotional. But
I'll use Twitter more when I'm doing Edinburgh, because
yeah.
lots of people then will retweet you and all that sort of thing, so
Yeah,
people
yeah.
will see the videos more. But I don't use it that much outside of that now. But you're right; they're all toxic to some extent. Even Facebook, I don't do much on Facebook. I look at PSN. I look at one or two other things. Whereas there was a time I'd be on Facebook literally 2 or 3 times every day.
Mm. I don't know what it is about Facebook.
Well, the kids don't like it.
The kids don't like it, and maybe that's why.
Because it's for pensioners. Apparently.
Yeah, maybe that's why I like it. But, no, I mean, I don't like
Fresh meat.
I don't love it. But I can
No, I
tolerate
don't.
it.
Yeah.
And there are times, and I know that it's just down to whoever's having a bad day that day, that you then get to see a whole bunch of stuff. You think, really, fuck off, grow up, stop posting your dramas on Facebook, fucking vague booking, And
There are people out there that actually, they clearly live their life on Facebook. Like everything, everything that goes on in their life gets posted to Facebook.
Yeah. I've got a friend, I say friend, she's more of an acquaintance. Went to school with my sister, but I sort of know her because we used to work together. So, we followed each other on Facebook many, many years ago, and she's forever having relationship dramas. I mean, always. And it's all posted on. And I even went into Tesco once, and I was walking around the corner, and there were 2 ladies just chatting away, and they one of them said to the other, "Did you see what this person posted on Facebook?" And they were just nattering on. Oh, really? It's just too much.
I find messages okay because it's a one-to-one usually.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I keep Facebook purely to use Messenger. I don't know if you use.
You can have a Facebook
without-
account, and you can have a separate the Messenger app separately on your phone and on the desktop.
Right, okay.
But
Hiya, Biscuit.
it's
Biscuit.
poisonous places a lot of the time.
That was Tom, wasn't it? Wasn't it Tom who called him?
I don't remember. It.
I think it came from Tom. Originally.
Yeah, I think called him half biscuit. Yeah.
Half biscuit.
Half man,
half
half
man, half
biscuit,
biscuit. Yeah, it stuck.
Yeah.
In the nicest possible way.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh.
So what else is new?
Not right.
In here mostly. been
You've been buying more stuff.
no, fuck no. Do you know what? You know what I said about I had that Behringer X32 mixer and the left-hand channel went and
Yes.
I opened the cupboard yesterday when I was doing some tidying up, and I went, yeah, isn't it weird? Why have they called this new mixer X32 as well? Surely that would raise confusion. And when I opened the cupboard and I looked at the mixer, and I went, oh, it's because it's not called a 32X at all. My mistake. It's a 24-4SX. Similar.
Close
Well,
enough.
the X's, yeah.
Yeah. So it's Islamic because I was talking about this 32X and be able to put all the keyboards onto assign them to their own channels, and it all links directly to the computer, etc., etc. And I'm looking at it going, yeah, because that'd be good, because I was trying to figure out a way of getting Jamtipper to work where if you were like running a pub, Jamtipper could run and you could hear it, but the pub could continue, you could still keep talking and all the rest of it.
Mm.
And then I was looking at getting another Focusrite, and then I changed 2 cables, and I think I sorted it without having to buy anything, which is probably just as well, because if I got the iPad down and going, oh, like that. She goes, what are you buying? Nothing. Look. Just looking at something. That's all.
There's obviously an expression on your face that she just picks up on.
Yeah, that's sort of like beads of sweat forming on the brow. So gotta buy something. So yeah, because I've got to I've got to be a good boy for a little while, because there's a delay with the GS1 payment. So sort of like stop. So, and I tend not to look at my bank account. It just scares me all the time, so I don't look. And so Fiona she's got access to. I mean, when Robbie sends me a message on Messenger, it comes up on her iPad as well. Right? all the emails come up.
Oh,
Dick pics.
hell.
Honestly.
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
That's
All-
not good.
All the emails, everything also appears on hers, because she has to have access to my email because she does all the office work. So she's got my credit card, she's got everything, right? And what I have to do if I buy something like I don't know, let's say I bought this when I bought this, and you get the email back from Anderson's going, thank you for your order, and you go, bin. Very, immediately afterwards, bin. There you go, right? And the little Moo, she says to me the next day, she goes, what have you bought from Anderson's?
Yeah.
I went, how do you know I bought anything from Anderson's? She goes, I looked in the bin. I go, what are you doing going through my bin?
I bet she
Goes-
goes through your internet history to look at your porn sites you've been on.
Oh, God. I hope so. Give her a rough idea what I want. I might get it for Christmas, you never know. So, but yeah, no, I can't fart without her knowing about it. So, and that's fine by me. I don't mind that at all. You go, well, that's a bit oppressive in a relationship, isn't it? It's like, well, if you've got nothing to hide, no, it's not. It's fine. I don't mind. Although
Well-
she still forgot to take the fucking Chrysler for its MOT.
Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, you see, I had that problem for years where I used to just buy things and I'd make sure that it was delivered when Jane was out.
Mm.
So literally,
Yeah.
I've had this for years, darling.
Yeah.
I don't,
But
to be fair,
Buying
I don't really-
buying a Christmas presents is a fucking nightmare.
fair, actually, yeah.
Benefits of living alone, gentlemen. Benefits of
Yeah, when it's like I wait until she's fallen asleep, and then I have to come downstairs and go, right, get her this and get her that, and blah 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 blah. And then all the subsequent emails come back going, oh, thank you for your order. Yeah, fuck off. And then go to the bin and empty it.
Yeah.
Because I know now, you empty the bin. And to try and remove all record of anything occurring. but I still can't hide it in the banking app. So there you go.
Jane, she doesn't use social media at all, and she doesn't do online banking. So, I'm the only person that can actually She gets it. Obviously, when we get a statement at the end of each month, personal statement, she does go through and checks. And occasionally she'll say, "What's this you bought?" But it's usually like £3.50 for a coffee somewhere, rather than £600 for a piece of music technology. I've just bought.
Jane would shit herself if she saw my one. She was going,
yeah.
"What the £4,000? Fucking what have we bought now?"
I have bought that Pigtronic pedal. The what everybody was talking about. The Cosmosis. Is it?
Cosmosis.
Yeah,
Oh, the Cosmos.
Cosmos, yeah.
Yeah, the
reverb
Soma.
pedal.
The Soma
No,
pedal.
no.
Oh, sorry.
No. What the hell? Let me find the invoice. Pigtronic Cosmosis, yeah, that's it. It's a reverb.
Oh, it's
pedal.
Cosmos. Oh, okay.
Because it was on Sonic State a few weeks ago. Ty was on, and he'd ordered it straight away, and he got it, but they were out of stock. And I would have bought it then, but literally they've just come back into stock. Well, it's sadly it's Tillman. I couldn't find anybody in the UK who actually had it.
Oh, that's why I thought it was a Soma, because you had a Cosmosis and
yeah,
a Cosmos on at the same time. Yeah, that's because I've still got that Cosmos sitting in the bog, unclaimed. What the hell am I going to do with that?
We'll sell it.
Yeah, do you know what? As soon as I sell it, they'll turn up.
You don't know whose it is.
No, it was kind of sent blank, as it were. It's really hard. How do you
There's
explain
a
it?
period of time that you can, because you have to legally you have to try and locate them as much as possible. Well, if you don't know who the hell it is, you've got no chance.
Yeah.
And you have to keep it. I think it was for 6 months, and after 6 months, you can legitimately dispose of it.
Well, yeah, you can, but the law states that if you, i.e., sell it, you must put that money into account, but can't touch it ever.
In case they turn up for it.
Yeah, and you just have to hold on to it, and there isn't a time period. You just have to hold on to it, and that I think would annoy me more than having a Cosmos sitting in the bog.
Oh, I don't know. You want space, yeah?
Every now and again. The Windows computer goes USB disconnected sound, and there's about 700,000 USBs connected to it, and I wonder which one it is.
You sure it's not you've got too many things connected and it's just trying to draw too much power from something?
No, because
I've
I
had
use
that
it.
before.
I've got a lot of the whatnots.
Powered hubs.
But
Yeah.
even with powered hubs, it's not a
Charged.
great powered hub.
But one that isn't even a hub, it's just a charger unit. So the data runs through it, but it puts extra 5 volt on the line. So it's like a booster, if you like. But no, there's something that keeps going. No, good night.
Got it.
Oh, Nick Bat had a problem with his osmosis today.
Did he?
Yeah. I told him about pull the thing out the bottom and go and put it back in. Because it's got all these little pink rubbery things, and that's your aftertouch springs, if you like. And if they don't sit right, when you turn the Osmos on and it calibrates the keyboard, it will detect it as a non-working key and literally turn it off. So you play it and then you've got notes that don't work. But if you even sometimes you can just play the keys and just go like that and then turn it on again and it's fine. But it's I'll tell you what it's like. I'll tell you exactly what it's like. One of those puppies.
Oh yeah.
It's a little rubber penis sheath, and it goes in there.
I'm not even going to ask.
That gives you the springiness.
Well, that was the other thing
That was the two share.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I know somebody was using this as a foot pedal for ages. And I said, you use it with your hand. Oh, I thought you used it with your foot. No, use it with your hand, mate. And you see, there's another one underneath.
Yeah.
It's too big for me, but it's all right. It works. But there you go.
Is it any good? I mean, I know people rate that. I mean, I never bothered about it because I've got an instrument, so.
It's all right, but it's that classic thing of to use it, you have to take one of your hands off the keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And they go, hang on a minute, I'm gaining control but losing 50% of the other control.
Yeah.
This is why Poly Aftertouch is, good. So as opposed to it not being there, but
I think if I was ever going to add one more piece of hardware to what I've got next door, it would have to be something with Poly AT.
Yes. Get yourself a Hydrosynth.
Well, that was the consideration. It was either that or this fucking Korg controller that they've released. No.
Well, I don't know. I haven't touched it. So, but if it was me, I mean, the price difference isn't that great, is it? 'Cause it's quite expensive, the Korg thing. Get yourself in a rig.
700 quid, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
700
so
for the 60 one.
I know it's a bit more expensive, but get.
Because you can get the Hydra 49 for
Because that's what I've got, 49.
about 950, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, I mean it was 1200 when I bought it.
Yeah, they've come down, haven't they?
I mean, there's it's got so much going for it really, and I've only touched the surface of it yet. I don't spend enough time on it, and I want to spend more time on it.
Yeah.
But it's like a lot of things, you've got trying to learn bloody.
well, it depends on. Do you want Aftertouch or do you want another sense and Aftertouch?
Well, that's the point.
Yeah.
Because there's
If you're just
plenty of
looking for a controller
controllers.
for everything else, then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking for a controller, I'd hang on because somebody else will be bringing out a controller that's that's got Poly Aftertouch, but probably half the price.
Oh, by the way, I tried that experiment again today. I made the Osmos a remote control.
So, cup of tea.
Cup of tea, yeah. Plugged it into Cubase 12. Beautiful, works a treat. Plugged it into Cubase 13. Nothing.
Oh.
You should send in a bug report, Kent.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah, it's getting long and distinguished, this bug report, mate. I tell you.
Hey, real quick, you guys were talking about Twitter. Did you guys see recently Elon got pissed off because people still calling them tweets, even though they've been trained to call them tweets? He goes, "You must call them posts." No
Call
more
them a
tweets.
fucking
This
like
is
you.
X.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what you can do with your posts?
Well, that's like what he told his advertisers. They can
Yeah, I
go
love that,
fuck
yeah.
themselves, yeah.
Do you know
That's a
what?
big shot. Yeah.
I'm quite a genial kind of chap, I think, at best of times. But when I hear people say, "Oh, did you hear about Elon Musk?" and they're going, "Found dead in a skip," but it never is.
We never
So
get
that's
our
one-
wishes, Kent.
One of the reasons why I stick around with Twitter is, when you see something on fire, you kind of want to just sit there and admire it, and that's kind of
Well,
why I want to
if you
stick
follow
around.
the trend, he wants it to fail.
Yeah,
yeah.
he clearly wants it to fail. I mean,
Yeah.
I stick around with it because I was a really early adopter of Twitter, and that's why I got Ian J. Cole. And I'm not really. I mean, what I'm hoping for is somebody else. He screws it up to such an extent that somebody else buys it for peanuts, and then it starts to rebuild.
Yeah.
I mean, that FU speech was done. He was blaming. He goes, "Well, let's see how Earth responds. You want advertisers to make the company fail? The advertisers will be to blame, not me." It's like, that's not how companies work.
Yeah, exactly.
But for like the last year or so, as they've been like, lost half their valuation, then they lost like way more. They're so, compared to what he paid for it, they're worth like crap, right?
Yeah.
So he wants it to fail.
It must be affecting these other companies like Tesla and that as well. Because
Oh, sure.
Because there was a time when I quite, not that I could afford one, but I quite fancied having a Tesla. But I wouldn't touch one with a bath ball now.
Well,
You could just
especially
buy
after that whistleblower that came out today.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see that.
A whistleblower has said it's only a matter of time before the self-driving systems will be killing people
Yeah.
and a whole bunch of other stuff. He's
You already
Skynet.
have crashes killing people when they explode, so why not have self-driving do it and just make it work?
crash and explode.
It's like the guy down the road's got one, and obviously it went wrong because the cape that turned up blocked the whole. Because we're in a cul-de-sac, so they blocked the whole street trying to put it on the back of a low loader. Because obviously they couldn't fix it there; it had to go, and you couldn't drive it anywhere with it being faulty.
It's much cheaper to buy an incinerator and just sit that on the drive.
I've seen my third Cybertruck in a week. Those things are so god awful.
I've got a Cybertruck.
Oh, I know you're more sensible than that.
This was made by my youngest. It's even got the broken window. You won't be able to see it. But it's got
Oh.
when he launched it and he broke the smashed the window.
Yeah, the window.
yeah.
Yeah, it's even got great door stuff. I love it. It's absolutely fantastic.
Like it will survive riots and zombie apocalypse, but throw a rock at it and there goes
Yeah.
the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just
Well,
ugly machines. I mean, they want to see some pinnacle of machinery. It's like, I'd rather have something out of Demolition Man. At least it looked a little cooler.
I must admit, the Cybertruck does look like when you get one of those very, very cheap budget early 1980s sci-fi films and
Yeah.
they want something to look futuristic.
1999. Cars in 1999.
Mm. Yeah, mate.
It
Well,
looks like a reject from Tron, like the master programmer or whatever the hell it's called in Tron. Said, "This is shit. We're not putting this on the grid." Yeah.
I met the woman who actually wrote the original screenplay for
Yeah?
Tron.
Tron.
Yeah.
Right.
You see, you do move in those circles, Rob, don't you?
no wonder you get hacked.
Yeah.
No, it's funny because we're sat talking and our mutual friend said, "Oh, this is Bonnie. Bonnie wrote the original script for Tron." I'm like, "No fucking way." She goes, "Yeah." They took it and then they messed it up. She still got a credit for it, but hers was a little more dark, I think.
Too dark for Disney.
Yeah, Disney had to make it nicer. So
Her husband is, you'll know him, Andy. And I'm just trying to find out what his name is. He's that famous. Alan Kay,
sounds familiar.
who is the man who came up with the term PC or personal computer. That was he coined that phrase, and he's a massive kind of computer scientist. And he actually appeared in Tron as well, I think.
Oh, really?
A little, he's a computer scientist. Worked at Xerox PARC. So yeah, but
My
yeah,
favorite thing about
she,
Tron is that most of the movie is like supposed to be computer graphics, and it's like the most low tech movie ever made.
oh yeah,
As far as like animation cells, multiple passes, just a little bit of 3D. If you count up all the actual 3D in the movie, there's not that much. Because it took the render time back then was a nightmare. Can you
Yeah.
imagine that, Kent? So,
yeah, I could imagine. My God.
but she now writes the Sherlock Holmes novels,
What?
the modern show, and she lives just off Baker Street.
Oh, brilliant.
She's brilliant. Yeah, she's a fascinating woman. But yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Yes, that killed the conversation.
As the tumbleweed rolls across the screen. Yes.
it's the uber nerd section of the chat. start talking about Cybertruck again. Let's see what happens.
Oi! Kent!
What?
Get your hairy ass into my office now!
All right, man. We'll just go. Nah. Nah.
Okay, I still haven't placed it. What's that from?
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
Oh, I haven't
Lasso.
seen Ted Lasso. All right.
It's a lady ship.
I haven't either. But it come up in one of you know those little TikToky videos sometimes that come up on Facebook. And there was that. And I went, excuse me, did she say Ken? Yes, she
Is it one of those
did.
shows that's consistently good, or is it just good in parts?
No, it's consistently good.
Consistently
Yeah.
good.
It's
It's
consistent.
consistently brilliant.
I'll
Yeah.
check it out.
It is. It's
Yeah, I
really, really
watched a
good.
few clips of it afterwards just to educate myself on what this was and where it was coming from. And it was like, it looked bleeding hilarious.
It was brilliant.
Huh?
You're talking to yourself again.
Yeah.
Fiona!
Don't lean on that. Don't. No, it does. It's not. It won't take the weight. I'll give you such a
Domestic,
fucking
domestic.
slap, woman.
Fiona!
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Ooh,
Fiona!
Robbie's calling you.
Hiya, Robbie.
Your hair looks lovely.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Oh, she didn't do it this time.
No. It's working, you see, it's working.
It's weird. I still
Just
can't get
chip
my head
away.
around that.
See, look, doesn't her hair look smashing?
Wait, when I was talking to him on Messenger, and he saw you, and you stood in front of the camera, and he saw your hair, and he went, "Oh, I love your hair, Fiona," and you went, "Fuck off." They went, "Thank you," like that. Is that? How does that?
That's because we'd already told him that it cost 160 quid. And you
It
said
cost
you don't.
what?
How much?
You paid for it.
160 quid. Was it a fucking wig?
Yeah.
1, 2.
160 quid.
You need to buy more since then, Ken.
Yeah, I've got,
Matt's in hospital now.
what?
He's got the hospital device. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's,
Oh, he's back again.
oh, wait.
Make your mind up.
Changing computers.
So it looks like you're in hospital. You got the old dividing thing
Because I
behind
don't
you.
want you seeing what's going on behind.
Well, now I
I
want
need-
to see. I didn't care before. Now I want
no,
to see.
No. We don't need to see. We can imagine,
Well, yeah.
and it's much better.
Oh, yes.
Well, it is for me.
Hey, Matt, did I hear your repair didn't work?
The display's being a fucking arsehole.
Oh, no. Was it easy to put in?
Oh, yeah, it was easy enough to do. It's just obviously not gone in right. So,
Is that easy? Yeah.
it's 2 wires. It was 2 solder joints on the display.
Oh, really?
The backlight, yeah.
Oh.
It's all got to come apart and be looked at.
So the original was totally toast or just not great?
Oh, it was dim as fuck, but it was the original. It was.
Is that
Did you?
trick
No,
cam
wait a
on
minute.
some of the things where you can
Did you
iron them?
put? Did you put
that
a
thing
new
where you can iron them?
backlight in it or a new display in it?
Backlight,
Just a backlight.
Or EL strip.
just an EL strip.
Yeah, but that won't make the display fuck up.
So maybe the display was fucked up already, and all you've done is actually.
The display was fine.
Okay.
Fuck.
I go over those plugs again, my friend.
Okay.
Kent, there's supposed to be a trick of either Kurzweil or rolling with a hot iron on the edge to bring it back to life. Is that true?
It depends on if it's broken there.
So what model is that? Is anything like that, or is it certain models that you have to do that with? Iron it somewhere.
I imagine that backlight would be kind of the same, but in terms of heating it up to make it work better, nah, I can't see it.
Right.
I can't see it. But I know sometimes they can, where the metal contact goes to the carbon strip inside the backlight, you can put heat there to rebond it if it's loose.
Right.
That's probably what that
Okay.
is.
Right.
Yeah. But no, I'd look at your connectors,
Okay.
Fred.
And the famous whine that comes from some of the displays, is that the backlight or the display itself?
That's the strip.
Yeah, that's the little unit. What they call God, that unit. Oh, mate.
I
a
read this
little
stuff
black,
years ago and I
like
forgot
a
all
relay, little black doobry whatnot.
this. Okay.
As far as I know, on I used to know the name of it. My God, I retired a few days ago and I've forgotten everything.
You just offloaded. It's great.
What's the synth? What do they do?
Ken, I've just found something that'd be right. The Montage M Essential Knowledge Guide,
Okay.
free from Yamaha.
Oh, free from your mouth.
Has anyone had a go at that new Moog thing yet?
No,
Not thing.
but Steve Elbow says it's MPE, so that can't be bad.
They've released a new software bass VST, haven't they?
Mariana.
Mariana, the bass synth.
Ah, okay.
Who
I
was?
saw the name. What is it? which unit is it representing, or is it something new?
It's very
This is-
similar. Very similar in looks to the Minitor, isn't it?
We're
But is
talking
it-
Moog. Moog.
Moog.
Mug.
Moog.
So it's some
Well-
kind of a Taurus thing.
No, there's a mug for you.
What's that one?
Pro synth.
I thought he was pointing his own face for a minute.
Is that the mug?
I bought the Alpha Juno. So I'm not gonna.
Fuck off!
Oh,
Ouch.
oh,
Oh, you bitch!
Meow.
be doorbells at dawn.
Doorbells at door.
The claws are out and the fur is flying.
Yep.
Ah dear.
Reverse polarity doohickey. Pretty much, yeah. And it budges like a bitch.
Have you put the picture of the card up yet, Ken?
No, I'm going to get the card. And I'm going to get myself another coffee, so get the mug as well.
Now, you leave Fiona out of this.
Nah. Yeah. Ponder it a moment. No.
Bloody hell. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. I'll send you.
These aren't the
These-
joys you're looking for.
Yeah, I'll send you these because I'll stick it in the our little private ProSynth Network chat because obviously you and Andrew will benefit from both of these.
Okay. Ka-ting.
I won't because I don't have a Montage M.
Yet.
Oh. Although I did have this interesting conversation today with someone, and they suggested that because of something I've done, I should be rewarded by Yamaha.
What, with a whole one?
Okay, give me one of them.
You think that's going to happen?
No, of course it isn't. This is Yamaha.
I know. They don't tend to do that sort of thing, do they?
Well, Yamaha UK don't. There's not
No.
enough people.
No.
Yeah. Well, there's only about, 2 people left.
Something like that.
And one of them just holds the door open.
Yeah. And the other one sweeps the floor.
Yeah. Because,
Oh,
what's her
that's
name?
nasty.
What was her name? Doreen. Was it Doreen? Worked on the desk.
I can't remember.
She's gone. Dusty's gone.
That's why they had to somebody to sweep the floor.
I mean, they moved to Milton Keynes with Yamaha
Yeah.
back in the day.
That they did.
Still have nightmares about it, saying about throwing all that CS80 stuff in the skip.
Well, you guys are going to kick out of this. I got a funny notification today. Well, not so funny, but there's a Kickstarter for a thing called Jamstack 2. I've been on for about 3 years, maybe more. Finally shipped this week to a lot of places. And it's coming from China, and it's basically a battery-powered amp that bolts onto the end of your guitar so you can, like, busk with it.
Uh-huh.
It has built-in effects and stuff. It's pretty cool. Anyway, they finally shipped it after people thought it was a scam. And now it's held in China by DHL for dangerous goods.
Oh, Christ.
It's like a
Probably
fucking
just a-
battery. So what?
Yeah, it's
Right?
battery. Yeah.
Yeah, but my friend already got his. He lives in Arizona. So why did he get his? I didn't get mine. It's the same thing from the same company, the same shipping, everything. Why is mine go for dangerous goods?
Random checking.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
quite possible.
Sounds like it.
it's annoying. I was looking forward to get it today too.
Something to do with the bags of uncut heroin packed inside the case.
Yeah, they have to quickly swap out all this stuff and make it legit again.
Yeah.
Anyway, it looks kind of cool. It's an app. You control with your app. You have different effects on board, and you don't have to use it with the guitar. You can use it with the synth, obviously, but it's meant to bolt onto the end strap lug of the guitar. You bolt it on there, and it's totally mobile, battery operated amp. It's kind of cool.
Robbie,
Yes.
what's a guitar?
6-string synth.
Ah. Oh,
With
yeah,
one
no,
with one voice.
Oh, those flat violins. I know. Yeah,
Yeah.
seen them before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Single patch, 6-note polyphonic.
yeah.
that's right.
Uneditable.
Got good after touch though.
Oh dear.
It's a Genos with no strings attached.
Jesus with those strings.
And you almost have the five Ds of touch. You have hammer on, pull off. You know, you can bend the strings. You can.
Don't need a guitar to get pulled off.
That's right. Well, I mean, a lot of people call guitar players tossers, so there you go.
Hey,
Whee!
there we go.
We got there.
Not only have we insulted the Genos owners of the rest of the world, we've now insulted guitarists.
We're doing
Next.
drummers next.
Yeah, say next up drummers, yeah. Or bass
Yeah.
players. Bass
Yeah.
players.
Bass
We've already
players first, then
already
drummers.
upset the Alpha Juno 1 owners. all three
one
of
of
them.
Only one left, don't I?
Yeah.
Well, everybody needs a good hoover every now and again, so.
Well,
Dog bark. Good old dog bark.
You just need Funny Cat. That's the ultimate patch. Roland's best patch ever. Funny Cat.
Right, I'm going to get this card and me mug. So, unless Fiona's using it. Right. There we go.
apparently Crashhead's a guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer. Whoops, here we go.
And a groove boxer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have lots of guitars, but don't practice them enough to call myself a guitarist. So.
I've got 3 and I can't fucking play them at all.
I can do basic tabs and stuff, but I haven't done it consistently for a while, so I pretty much suck.
I have 7 guitars.
There you go.
Do you play them all at once?
Yeah, every day.
You put them in stands and strum them with your feet, and
Yeah,
while you're playing
and
that.
a short scale bass. No, Steve, I didn't. I've cancelled it.
I actually bought one of those little. It was a Gibson replica mini guitar they were selling for a while. And it's obviously a much shorter neck. It's basically the size of a ukulele almost. But I got to put on proper tuning machines and strings. A luthier actually did some work
Oh,
on
I've
it.
seen one. I've set up one. I've serviced one of these.
Yeah, and when you get it the
Yeah,
right
yeah.
strings and the right machines, and everything, it plays
it's
very,
fine.
very well.
Yeah.
Um,
Does need the
and I-
tuners changed though, because you won't stay in tune otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. But I have to. It was fun because I was learning guitar back then on a business trip back east, and it was so small I could actually play it on the plane seat with a little Pandora's box with headphones.
Yeah.
God,
Well,
I'm glad I
like-
never get sat next to you on a plane.
Well, all you can hear is a little bit of bing, bing, bing because it's not amplified, right? So
Kind of-
it's-
Yeah.
but hey, I was armed, man. I had an axe in my hand. So people start some shit. I'm ready.
Oh dear.
Steve Smith. It's a Gibson. The headstock will break.
Ooh.
But it's funny because the Gibson neck is already crowded for me already. I like the Stratocaster longer neck.
Yeah,
So this
I
little
mean,
thing
I've-
is really crowded. So,
I always found the Gibsons too heavy. to play for a whole gig. I like to Strat or I prefer that where the switches are of a Telecaster.
Yeah.
So I have a
Telecaster is very heavy though.
Sorry.
The Telecaster body is very heavy.
Yeah, that's why I've got one of the hollow-bodied Telecasters.
Oh, okay.
You know, not that I stand up and play for 2 hours on a night anymore, but you know. But if I was gigging, which I have done occasionally.
Apparently, Gretsch are about to release a Martin Gore signature guitar.
We used to stock Gretsch guitars, and surprisingly, some of the quality control on some of the Gretsch's was much poorer than I thought it should have been.
Depends when. When was that? What was
It was. We sold the shop just before the pandemic, so probably about 4 or 5 years ago. Not all of them. I mean, not all of them, but some of them. When they came in, probably half of the stock I had to work on and put them right before I could sell them.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really say much. Mine's fucking 20 years old, so that's a Korean one.
I think at the time it was about where they were having them made, because they weren't always made in America.
No, I mean, a lot of them are Korean now.
Yeah, and I think it was some of the Korean. Maybe they went through a blip with the factory, but I mean, we did tell them about it, and you know.
Do they have Chinese knockoffs like Stratocasters do?
Gretsch's, I don't know.
No, I don't
Are they
think
big
so.
enough that people want to copy them? Is it?
I don't think so. I mean, everybody wants a Fender, don't they? Or a Fender or a Gibson. Let's face it, the two top brands are Fender and Gibson. So if you're going to walk into a music shop and buy your kid the first guitar, and money's no option, that's what you're going to buy. And you know, no matter what anybody. So that's why it became an issue when lots of manufacturers were copying the headstock of Fenders and Gibsons. You know, and that's why you had those court cases.
Okay.
Yeah, the last guitar I got, a friend sold me really cheap. It's a Brian Moore iGuitar. They're like normally like $2,500, and I got it for $400. It's a really nice MIDI guitar.
All right.
Yeah, 13-pin cables and all that stuff.
Kent's birthday present.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Cool.
Yeah. Look.
Oh,
But it's the card.
you look like Gandalf there.
Ready?
Sorry.
No, it's excellent. Anyone know a panel beater? Mind you, even the picture on the back is quite amusing. Oh, mate.
So, Kent, did you have to work on cars where you have to put those holes in it, pull it out, and then Bondo it?
I know that's if it's like, close to a, if it's a rigid part of the panel.
Yeah.
You could weld a plate on and then you put the damage dozer on it and put the chain on and clamp it and pull that bit out.
Pull it out, yeah.
Could use a reversible hammer as well.
Well, that's the thing they always say when you go buy a used car, especially like a 70s car or whatever. Bring a magnet with you to check for Bondo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
This car's perfectly fine. Never had an accident.
but you used to have a shrinking hammer. There he is.
Hello. Hello.
Will it get smaller the more you used it?
Yeah, it shrinks the panels.
Oh, I meant the hammer was shrinking.
I demonstrated my shrinking hammer to an ex-girlfriend. She wouldn't believe me. She wouldn't believe me. Honest to God. She goes, how can you make something smaller by hitting it? I said, with a shrinking hammer. She's like, what? So basically what it is, it's like a curved file. So you've got like, if you imagine, close up, it's a load of pyramids on the surface of a flat piece of metal. And the idea is that when you put the flat weight behind the panel and you hit it, these things push into the metal and very, very slightly pull it tight. So you whack it a few times. So like for instance, when you got a door skin's been hit and it's popped in, when you pop it out, it's now bows out slightly. So you used to go across it with a shrinking hammer to make it taut again, so it didn't go boop, 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 boop. It actually meant it was tight. So, yeah. Because I wouldn't believe it. She wouldn't believe it because there's no such thing as a shrinking hammer. You're pulling my leg.
That was the less successful Beatles song, Maxwell's Shrinking Hammer.
Yeah. So, what's the chances of the Behringer working under MIDI?
Have you not tried it yet?
No. I've been trying to set it up. That's a busy man. It's like, I don't get 5 minutes to bloody rub together half the time.
She tried to do it, but he had that bad module,
like,
right?
mate.
Hmm?
That's why you should never retire, because you're busier than ever. You retire. That's why you need to get back working.
Yeah, but I tell you what, it was easier. It was easier. So, yeah, but there was a load of things over here that weren't really doing what they ought to. Poor little thing. That's working. No more crackling. That's clear. Okay.
Well, it won't crackle till you actually try to do something with it. Then it'll start crackling. So.
Ah, yeah. That's what tends to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then when you go to use it in anger, and then it starts bits falling off it also. This thing will not stay tight. So what else has been going on in the world?
Well, I picked that up
Oh, yeah.
Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Good
Brilliant.
album.
I love it.
We've got it, Rob, haven't we?
Aye, we've been having
Have you
it since
have you
January.
bought the vinyl? Have you bought the vinyl?
No, I bought the box set
Yeah.
that doesn't arrive till March, I think.
Yeah, I think it's March.
But I've got all the, obviously got the inside, sorry, the dark side and the bright side, and the insides, and of course all the subscriber stuff as well, which is
But it's
rather
not like we don't know the songs because you've been dropping them every month. So,
exactly, yeah.
you know.
And then he played pretty much the entire thing at the concert, so
Yeah.
that was really good. No, it's a cracking album. It's getting all the plaudits it deserves.
Yeah, so this is the Dark Side mix. It sounds brilliant on vinyl.
Yeah, it's a good pressing as well.
Oh yeah, it is.
Had these come through the other day.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's the Atmos mix. I've also got the 98 track box set, which is incredible value for money. Wow. And then that came through as well.
Oh, right.
Which, unlike those crappy orchestral version things that he was doing, is actually reimagining classic songs. So you've got "Owner of a Lonely Heart" featuring Rick Astley. "Love is a Battlefield" featuring Mark Armand.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good to listen to.
Yeah, "Personal Jesus" with Iggy Pop.
Oh, right.
And Toya Wilcox and Robert Fripp doing "Relax." And Andrea Corr does "White Wedding." Yeah. But if you watch one film this Christmas, make it that one.
Yeah, you're a big fan of The Darkness, aren't you?
I'm going to see them on Friday.
I know you are. I mean, they're
Yeah.
not. I have to say, Rob, they're not my thing. They
No,
really aren't.
Ah,
No,
great
I
fun.
never-
They are absolutely fantastic. But that film is really good. It's quite eye-opening. Because obviously Justin struggled for some years,
Yeah.
and I didn't realise his brother Dan had testicular cancer. And then they kept doing Spinal Tap with their drummers. They kept losing their drummers.
Yeah.
Because the film starts with Emily Dolan Davis, who was their drummer for... Oh, which album was it? I can't remember what it was now. And she did like one or two gigs with them and then just left. But then they got Rufus. He's very good.
I went to see the Pete Doherty documentary the other night.
Oh, yeah.
The new one.
Mm.
Although I missed the first 20 minutes because we bought tickets and it wasn't cheap because it was 13 quid and it was obviously filmed. It was shown in the local theatre.
Mm.
And then Jane went, "Oh bloody hell, we've missed it." I said, "What? We bought tickets for that thing tonight." Well, luckily we only lived 2 minutes from the corner, so we only
right.
released the Libertines bit. Really good documentary, actually.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Never
filmed
been a
at
massive
the height
fan.
of his heroin addiction.
Mm.
But considering the guy was filling, pretty much filling stadiums, he didn't have to live in a shithole. Typical junkie
Yeah.
lifestyle, really.
No, I never really got into Libertines or...
I loved
Or
Libertines.
No.
I wasn't so keen on Baby Shambles, but
Mm.
I really liked Libertines. The sort of anarchic element of the fact they're playing somebody's kitchen, which I always quite liked.
Is it... Sorry, to interrupt. Is it me or does everyone else hear something in their right ear?
Static-ish. Yeah, yeah.
Thank God it's not me then.
I
Some-
can hear
some-
something, but
That's what I was just checking just then, whether
Yeah.
it was me.
Every now and again,
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again.
I'm
I
getting
thought
something
somebody
in...
tapping on the keyboard.
There's a little squeak.
don't know what it is.
I don't hear anything, but then again, I'm half deaf anyway.
Oh well, as long as it's not me.
I remember, Kent, you had that random squeak that one time. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah. There was that thing that you had the other day, wasn't it, Rob? With the
Yeah, that was my...
sample rate or something. Isn't it?
Oh, the sample rate thing, yeah. No, hopefully, I think I know what that was. It's because I had something else open that I think was forcing, or it was downsampling, or upsampling. I can't remember. I need to figure out my my media player. It's because I was looking for something that wasn't iTunes, because I got fed up of doing the whole iTunes syncing across because it was just taking up. So I wanted something that was based here, connected to my NAS drive, and I invested in a thing called Media Center by a company called J River, and it came highly recommended, and it can play pretty much anything you throw at it, from multi-channel surround sound, high resolution, standard, right all the way down to MP3s, and do videos and photos and all sorts of things. And it's only about £30-something for a master license, which allows you to put it on Windows, Mac, or I think there's a Linux version. And then they do an update every year, and then you just, if you want to update to the new version, you just pay like a bump up little price, you get a discount. But it's not a big corporation, it's like a bunch of code nerds that, so it's pretty good. But because I just put the new computer on, or put it on the new computer, messing around with the audio settings, trying to get those right, and I think that's what was occurring. Yeah, I can hear some popping now as well.
I've just
Right.
bought Mariana,
Oh yeah, how much did it set you back?
$49.
So what's that in real money?
I will tell you. Let me look at my bank account.
Right, I'm just going to go through and mute everyone one by one, because I'm going to try and isolate who's popped. Andy, don't worry, because he's already muted. Right. Hang on, so... I think we found our culprit straight away.
Who is it?
Kent. Is it Kent?
Yeah.
What?
It's you. You're pulsing.
40 quid UK.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Oh yeah, hang on.
Something's pulsing, and
Crackle.
there's a
I like the
crackle as
crackle.
well.
Mm.
Hang on.
And again.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a bowl of Rice Krispies.
Yeah, crackle stop once you eat. So it's you.
Okay.
There. Oh,
Oof.
It's a special plugin that adds non-vintage noise to things.
yeah.
What's the ticking though?
It's not. You say you got your modular on.
Yeah, it
but
could be.
no more than it ever is.
Hang on, look at the sequencer.
Your sequencer's running.
Yeah.
But it seems to be every first pulse. Or every now and again it seems to be
Oh,
spitting that
there
out.
you go. That just came.
Right, so it's something plugged into this one. Wonder if it's gunk in one of the sliders.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Is there some sort of regular?
Now it's regular, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there some sort of regularity to it?
It's like
Sort
a weak
of.
kick drum almost.
Yeah.
Hang on then.
It's like
TR8's
an
not
Alpha
running,
Juno.
is it?
It's like an Alpha Juno kick drum.
TR8's not running, is it? I'm fucking ignoring you, Rob.
Clearly, you're not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's something's definitely running, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. The modal seems to have crashed, but it's not doing it. It's not doing it. Okay.
It's getting faster.
Some kind of metronome deal.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And crackling.
Blow it up. That always works.
Oh, it's this bloody power supply on this Osmos again. There is something else going on.
It definitely sounds like a drum or a metronome of some kind.
Hmm.
This is like the alien thumper thing. That's like they're coming. They're coming through the wall.
Hmm. 1 second.
What the hell is
It's
that?
like that
going?
Edgar Allan Poe, isn't it? The
Telltale Heart.
Telltale Heart. Yeah.
That was that
Oh, there you go. Paul just said the
That was
same.
brutal.
No. Let me just make sure it is him again. Let me just mute you again.
There isn't any delay turned on.
Yeah, it's definitely Kent.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey Kent, is your mixer fully virtual, or do you have a physical mixer? You can just start turning stuff down.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do.
Yeah. Mute stuff one by one.
on my knees again.
Probably not the first time.
Not the first time. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that.
That.
Ah, that.
Whatever it was that.
Yeah,
And that's
it-
back.
Oh, that-
Now it's got some reverb.
it's,
Yeah, throw that into the page R sequencer.
that's where the mixer passes to the next mixer.
Yeah.
So a mixer with nothing turned on is making the thump noise. Great. Wasn't doing it before though.
That's weird. It sounds intentional.
That's some clock signal or anything, is it?
Got nothing like that going into it. And the volumes are all completely turned down. So why would it?
Did the government bug your studio, Kent?
It's done something, mate.
It stopped.
Yeah,
It stopped.
Yeah, I've turned it down.
All right. Oh, now it's clicking.
Don't worry, don't worry.
It's the sound of a dying Genos.
What?
Sure, the sound of a giant Genos 2 is beautiful.
You never know.
Percussive maintenance, yeah.
I've retired. I don't touch screwdrivers anymore.
It's the caveman method. Arrgh, you just hit
It's
it.
stereo as well.
Which you bloody well hope so. But there's nothing turned on. That's mad. Right, they're all turned down. What the? The click appears on this mixer.
It'd be great if there's a montage M.
All to the left. All
Yeah.
to the right. But everything going into that mixer is off. But it's still doing it. Wow. Try turning it off. The mixer's now turned off.
So it can't be that.
But that's what it.
So the one you turn down is a mixer uplink, or is it just a separate channel on the mixer for
It's just
instrument?
XLRs across to the next one.
Hmm.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a second. Where are you going to? You're. Oh no, it's going to the third mixer. Hang on. It's the same coloured XLRs. Right, let's put this one back on. We'll get there in a minute.
Oh, I love this.
It's like stacking power strips.
Really turn it up now. There you go.
I only ever had to stack mixers once.
Right.
And that was like 20 years ago.
It ain't coming from there.
I mean, my studio has a bunch of submixers going to a main mixer, but they never go more than one hop.
Right. I've only ever done it with two, and it was two old Behringer 16 channels. It was like 8 mono channels and 4 stereo. And to link them together, you just take the main out of one into one of the stereo channels, obviously. But
Yeah, this was great by XLR. You'd run some long ass cables and have it go anywhere. So.
right. No, I've done that with recording too, where I've got an XR18 that's only got 16 ends, but if I've got, like, say 12 or 13 keyboards, modules, all running stereo, I'll use a submixer for that. Just have everything going in.
Oh,
Tempo's
No, it's-
increased.
Now it's beat metal.
if you can get it in
And now it's gone.
1916, you'll
Now
get
it's
Dream
gone.
Theater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So was it the Behringer?
It's all in one channel as well. It's all in the right ear, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the fucking Behringer.
It was the Behringer. But when I adjusted the pitch on it before, it didn't do anything. But how is it bypassing the mix? What the hell? 1, 2, 3.
It's using the force.
So how can we get into this?
Well, he titled the show right, testing stuff.
Well, yeah.
Why the flipping... Oh. G'day.
G'day, you bastard.
Hey.
Hi, Steve.
I just woke up. There was this thumping, incessant thumping in my room. I couldn't work out where it was coming from. It sounded like a TR8 on steroids, but it was not quite right. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that feeling, mate.
Wasn't it a kangaroo outside?
It could be. How are we all?
Good, thank you.
Doing well.
Yeah.
Look,
Okay.
I just chimed in. There was also the smell of birthday cake, so I had to say g'day to Kent and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Is it today?
No, it's on Sunday.
Sunday.
But
Sunday.
I was going to say, thank you. I was getting
that
worried
when
for a minute.
I
That's
may
what the
not be
quiz is,
awake
isn't it?
then. I may not be awake by then.
I just had to make sure that it was all there for Sunday.
Yeah.
And he fucking opened it. You knew it was coming.
I'll tell you what, you want to see some of the questions Fiona's come up for this bloody
God.
quiz for Sunday.
I was trying to get Jane to come on. With me. But she's decided to go away for the weekend.
Bit over the top, innit?
It's a
She could just stay in the other room, surely.
Yeah. She's going to the other end of the country.
Oh. Yeah, that's really pushing it, yeah.
Yeah, she's
No,
coming down
no,
here to
she's
give
got-
me a hand to help me on the quiz. That's what that is.
Yeah, she's not going quite as far as Devon, but she's going to Southampton.
Nice.
Okay. Keep going. That's doing nothing.
So, Kent, when we ask if you use your modular lately, we know the answer. So,
Yeah, pretty much. See, I've got to move the MIDI cable, and it means having to move the Osmos, which means it might take another hour for it to turn on again.
Kent is very careful in cabling. He's cabling colour coding all the leads. The only issue he's come across so far is that he's colour blind.
Yeah, it's sort of, they're all black, all of them, but different shades of black. You see, that's,
Sounds like whispering Ted Lowe.
For those of you in black and white, pink is behind the brown or whatever it fucking was.
yeah.
That used to amuse me that as a kid we used to watch him commentating on Pop Black, and we all had black and white TVs, and it was kind of hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's the same now with cooking shows where you can't actually taste or see the smell of food,
Yeah.
and we're just repeating that whole experience.
unless you have synesthesia, right? So,
Yeah.
taste the colors.
Dear.
Shittles, taste the rainbow of fruit flavours.
Rob, Manny's put something in the chat.
Thank you very much, sir. Or shall I go?
That's the point. Does it work on here? Can it do it?
Are you?
What,
Are
you-
you
Oh
on
no, I'm not.
Breathe in the air.
I'm not on Sonoma in here, am I? No.
Yeah, I'm on an iPad and it won't work on an iPad. I just texted support for StreamYard.
Somebody just killed their breakfast.
It works on some version of iPad. That's what the documentation said. But
It works on a Mac and an iPhone, but not an iPad.
oh, really? I thought it was iPad too.
Yeah,
Anything iOS.
I
But will
just
it
checked.
work on Ventura?
No, it's not. This is what I'm on here. Am
On
I?
Ventura, it won't work
I'm
on
on-
Ventura. So I need to upgrade. I'm not going to update it just for that.
No.
Stuff that for Game of Soldiers.
Yeah, I'm on
Halfway through
Ventura.
already.
Yeah, the studio's on Ventura. I'm not fucking around with that until I know everything's straight. You know what I mean?
I'm halfway through a project. So the last thing I want to do is screw that up.
Oh, I'm working on this orchestra bit, and I don't want to be ballsing that up.
Nope.
Yeah, this is what I mean about Behringer
Yeah.
and calibrating stuff, right?
They don't, do they?
Oh yeah, that's pretty bad.
That's just like my Model D when I got it.
I just calibrated
Miles
my
out.
Model D last week.
But they're all
Yeah,
like
miles
it.
out.
Every single one of them.
Do you have the vintage knob turned all the way up?
Yeah,
Yeah, try turning that down.
I got it turned up all the way to RA.
It's calibrated perfectly for 43
It says-
degrees. That's it.
It
43
says,
degrees, it'll sound perfectly in pitch.
Right. Another yellow one. Yellow. Right, that goes into.
Okay.
Mhm.
Into there.
All right, I got to go pull an E and run a couple errands. I'll catch you guys later.
See you in a bit,
See you
buddy.
Bye, buddy.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, Andy. Cheers, mate. Here we are.
It's nice to be famous, you know. Pulling an Ian.
15 minutes and all that, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have the T-shirt made. No.
No, you got to start doing a range of PSN stuff like that, haven't we? You know, I'm pulling an Ian.
Yeah, hey, I tell you what, I'll buy one of them.
No, probably
buy
not
one.
that one. Not that one.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can't have I'm doing an Ian, because that'd be even worse, wouldn't it?
Doing an Ian, yeah.
Try that.
2 minutes. Medication time.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Last octave.
it's a little out.
yeah, the scale needs. What is it that I do over here that sets this off? Oh, shut it down, man. You little shit.
It runs on 17.4 volts. You need to have exactly 17.4 volts into it to get it to behave.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh. Oh, there we go. Just won't go. I think I'll just leave the Osmos alone.
Well, I know it's doing its own thing at the moment.
Oh, mate, now what?
I think for Kent's birthday this year, we should all send him our broken synthesizers.
Yeah.
Bonfire, anybody?
Yeah. Everyone that doesn't quite work, you know, the K2000 that doesn't quite hold its settings, or all the other frustrating things. Rev,
Oh, they'll
Rev
sledge
3
if it
profits.
snows.
Yeah, well, yeah.
O1W Pro X with a missing joystick.
Juno one with a fuck display.
Not
Up
saying.
Quadro with the water test.
Oh.
What is, who is doing that?
You.
Yeah, I know me. I'm talking about whom within the studio is guffing.
Is your modular still on? Oh, there you go. There's something connected to your desk.
Yeah.
It's the latex underwear.
It's my desk amp.
Latex underwear sounds like that.
Yeah.
I can attest to that.
It's those piezo drum pads, isn't it? That's what it is.
I think it's this Osmos. I think I'm going to have to take it downstairs into the little workshop and
Shoot it in the face.
yeah, or do the water test. You know,
Let's try to find the most arcane piece of gear to send you for your birthday, Kent. and I think it might be a Roland Pad 5.
That'll hold the door open on a warm day.
No, that's you.
Still has its use.
I can see you doing bongos.
I
with the
got
Pad
you.
5.
Did you see Alison's post yesterday? Where she
Kent,
was
Kent, Wagyu says, you do know the DC barrel for the Osmos twists to lock in position.
Yes.
Right, it's just Wagyu was saying. Check that. Sorry.
Yeah. No, cool. No, it's locked in position and it's still twitchy and noisy.
Yeah. I better go get the Pad 5 out of the garage. Hey, I'll be back.
Yeah, she put up a post of the up quadra she's restoring.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
And I said,
Yeah, the water test.
have you done the water test? Drag her in.
What is going on here?
Justin, Azio's asking what that was you just held up. You're muted.
There we go. Yamaha QY10.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Fun little thing. I've just never. It was just given to me years ago, and I forgot that I had it. Now I got to learn how to use it.
Robbie, over to you.
What's that?
QY10.
I never touched one. Never touched one. The only little Yamaha form factor, like that I ever had was an SU10. Which I sold like a fool.
Well, we've all done that.
How'd you sell it like a fool?
Just do it like me.
Okay. Here you go, £5. Oh.
I got more than I paid for it because it was boxed and it had the CD and the manual and everything.
I see.
Yeah. I'm getting a bunch of since I moved.
Thingies. Testicles.
Yeah, since I moved from that to this Mac,
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of old UVI libraries are saying that they're not authorised. Oh, there you go. That's Pad 5.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Case catalogue Dream Synth.
It has lovely things on it like slow rock, funk, rap. You can do rap with it. You can just see me sort of.
That's not a drum machine. That's a drum machine.
DD10.
Oh.
My first drum machine.
Mine was a DD5.
I've even got the guitar strap.
I had the guitar strap as well. My God.
Yeah. And
But I like the way that it's called a handy pad. I mean, as if you're going to use anything else on it.
Well, you never know.
It does say cha-cha, samba, waltz, all the desirable 1980s rhythms.
The DD5 had all of those.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
And a pair of sticks, if I remember rightly.
And yeah.
I think I'm going to go and get a battery-powered amp
and
and try and get this going. I think, gents, this is a good idea. It's still got rechargeable Duracells in it from about 1984, so that's.
I still win. I still win.
There you go.
Okay.
Mattel Synsonics
Wow.
from 1981.
They had a MIDI adapter for that, didn't they? Someone did a hack to actually
Oh,
put
right.
MIDI into it.
I know you've got there's there is a jack plug in here, a 5-pin jack plug, but it's not MIDI. I think it's, it's an accessory jack, so it's like
you could rejig it. I'm pretty sure if you look online, someone will find a link to say the Synsonic stuff could be midified. I'm not sure in or out, but yeah. What am I going to do with this? Let's see.
I remember seeing that advertised in, I think, I don't know, it was 1981, so it's probably like electronic. What was before Sound on Sound? Was it EMM?
Electronics and Music Maker
That's it,
magazine.
yeah, it was either that. There you go. Yeah,
That's
Or,
that's the 86 version.
Alana Curry.
Yeah. All right. Calm down.
Steady down now.
She has another use for a handy pad nowadays.
What she? No, hang on. There's Joe Leeway of the Thompson Twins is now a qualified hypnotherapist or something.
Is he?
But nobody's told him. Nobody's told him.
I saw the original Thompson Twins when they were 7p.
Well, the 7p. Oh, I'd love to have
They
seen
were
that.
brilliant.
Yeah. Those first two albums,
Absolutely.
Product of
Yeah.
and Set,
Yeah,
were
no,
they're
Set,
really good
yeah.
albums. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I bought Set. I've been seeing them. Yeah.
Check the contours on the base of that.
Somebody designed that with their ass.
That's it. Someone
Somebody
sat
sat
in
on the fucking phone, didn't they? When they were,
Yeah. Designed with comfort in mind.
you know, they're about 75 quid still. Those things.
What's that?
No, they're not.
Fucking are. I'm looking at one on eBay right now. 75 quid.
Not in Australia, they're not.
No, in Australia we feed them to small marsupials.
And sometimes big marsupials.
Well, yeah. 125 kilo marsupials. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. But,
Big red.
no, it's interesting. I could probably go around my storage lockers and find 1,000 of these old drum machines and devices that no longer have any value, and I should ship them straight to Kent. I think that's the way it's going to happen.
Yeah.
If you hang on to one of Steve, they will have value.
That's what I said 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Having paid for 4 storage lockers for the last 12 years, it's no longer a viable solution. But I think I might do a roll and retrospective with the PE 1000s and the PE 2000 and the little mini Korg and all of the really hip stuff for 1977.
I'd fucking buy one of those rolling things just for the laugh.
Well, it's like that. The what was it? The MPC Octadrum
Oh,
that I was trying to fix for a geezer, and he said, "I'd like to
love
get
those.
He said, "I'd like to get the same money back on it that I paid for it."
Yeah, I
I said,
bet.
have you considered crashing it into a tree and claiming on the insurance?
It was I used to lust over the Mattel Sonics, that, and there was another one which had round. It was called the Kit or something. It was like you could buy like a single unit which had 5 discs on it, and then you could buy extra bits that you bolted on the side that had extra 1 or 2 discs. What was that?
Someone will
called?
remember.
oh. Well, give me.
Was it in television or something early in the 80s?
I'll find it in a minute. Let me find this. Because the thing is, you never see it in any of these kind of classic drum machines of the because it wasn't. It's probably horrible and terrible performing. Where the fuck?
Like me.
Yeah. And because I think it's got such a generic name, if you just type it into Google, you get everything but. Oh no, there you go. I found it. Yeah, it was made by MPC Electronics, the same people who did the Octopad thing. See if I can find.
I'm tempted to go get some batteries and fire this up. Since I'll be back in a moment. This will be cathartic, if nothing else.
Well, it is a test pub.
It is. So I'll test the patience of the readership.
Okay.
Is it just called the Kit?
Yeah.
I had one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you got one.
I did have one, yeah. It was okay. It was all analog and whatever. One of the hi-hat buttons fell off, so I replaced it with blue tack. And
That's it.
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, it sounded all right. It's very very analog sounding. I think I paid like
remember that
50 quid
at
for it when
all.
I got it.
That's a
And
cheap
you
right
could
knobs.
And you could get extra units, like
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
stick them, add them to the side, like
Yeah.
a clapper or something.
You had an auto thing. You can have like a hi-hat running in the background. You didn't have to play the hi-hat all the time.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Synsonics. You could have a
Yes.
kick drum running all the time.
Yeah.
Or use the buttons at the bottom.
Did you ever have the Yamaha MR10?
No, I didn't. No, because they did a whole little suite of things, didn't they? There was the MR10, there was a little mixer, wasn't there, as well? And this, of course, the CS01. Yeah,
MR10
that'd
was pretty good. For its time, you know what I mean? For a finger drum, pretty good. Yeah, the kit was it was okay. Didn't sound as good as the Yamaha, so it went.
Is that you, Nels?
Yeah, smells.
But it was the other thing, the big Octopad thing, that was like crazy at the time. I was like, whoa. It wasn't cheap either, I don't think.
No.
But it looked cool, apart from it being brown.
Well, yeah, all their stuff was brown, wasn't it?
Yeah, brown and white and black. It was a
You're brown, aren't you?
70s sort of thing.
Smells.
In the 80s.
Hello, Smells.
There you go.
Oh, there's the other one. Look.
Right, so
my first drum machine was the Dr. Rhythm.
The DR55?
Yeah.
No, the 220.
Oh, right.
The analog one.
Mine was do you remember one called the Amdek? It was an Amdek something of it. It was a Dr. Rhythm clone. I think Amdek was also owned by Roland or something. It's weird. But I got that, and then I got a Dr. Rhythm 55 afterwards. Very similar.
I did
Not
loads of gigs in the duo in the 80s using having programmed the bloody Dr. Rhythm.
Yeah, I think DR55 was my very first drum kit.
Yeah, that's my second one, yeah. 199 quid they were, no?
Yeah.
I got mine.
The guitarist gave me his.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine was that DD5, but then proper drum machine got in high school was an RX 120.
My first proper big drum machine was an RX 11. Oh yeah, that's amazing. Isn't it?
Wow.
I love one of them. I love one of them. That looks like a teenage engineering device, doesn't it? If you look at it now.
Yeah.
It does.
Apart from it doesn't have a fader that's broken.
Exactly. have you ordered one, Steve?
Nope.
I'm going to wait until January. I'm going to wait until batch 2. Hopefully they fix it.
Well, batch 2 is coming next week. I'd wait a bit longer.
Well, yeah, the Andertons one say January, so I'm going to wait till January.
Yeah.
Let's see what they have to say about it.
I mean, the fact that Teenage Engineering have said nothing about it stinks.
No, they have. No, there's an electric. Yeah, there's one of their forums had a quick conversation the other day. They're all sorting stuff out. So there's no date and no absolute on stuff. There's a firmware coming as well to address some of the shortcomings that people have highlighted, like you can't resample on and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know about the way you can't resample, but I mean, sort out the bloody fader really.
I think that's a boxing. That's a packaging issue.
Well, it's not just a packaging. It's two things, isn't it? It's a packaging issue because obviously, in transport, people are finding it's broken when they open it before they even fit the.
Yeah, I don't think it's breaking in transport. I think it's breaking in the factory when they stack it. If you stack like 20 of them, if you've got the one on the bottom, then it's probably going to be broken. If you got the one halfway up or near the top, it'll be fine. That's what I'm looking at, how things are.
The package is a problem, and they need to fit. They need to fit the knob.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a stupid design choice. It's like a self-assembly thing. It shouldn't be, should it?
No.
You should just take it out and things start playing. You shouldn't like trying to put it together. It's a bit dumb.
So I'll wait. I'm not in a rush for it. I'll wait till they've sorted it all out.
Yeah, it looks fun. So
it does look fun. I agree.
It's got a lot of potential. You just need to, like I say, iron a couple of things out, and it'll be brilliant.
Yeah. And like I said, on Ramsey's show, I think they're going to do a whole load of them, different ones.
Yeah.
Take the pocket operators and turn them down.
Yeah. I reckon the Tonic might be next, which is like a synthesizer one. We'll see. But yeah, it looks price is good. Just like I say, teething issues on the first part.
Yeah, I just thought I can't be asked with the idea of do I have to be that careful with the bloody fader?
I've seen a load of people who get them and then don't put the fader knob on because they're just so frightened they're going to kill it.
I know.
Yeah, right.
So I really can't be asked with that. You can wait for the money.
Yeah. This is the drum machine I want.
Oh my, yeah. Isn't that what Vince Clarke had?
Eurythmics.
Oh, Eurythmics, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they started on that one, which is the first one.
The movement, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and then that was movement. That was the movement 2, or the number 2.
It'd probably be absolutely disgusting to use, but it does
Yeah.
look cool.
Thompson Twins used that all over Quick Step and Sidekick and Into the Gap, and I forever thought it was a Lindrum or an Oberheim, and it was one of them.
Wow.
And they had all their samples customized and put on, because each board had 2 sounds on it.
Oh,
And
by
they
the
did
way,
the whole-
am I really loud or not? 'Cause I just want to make
No,
sure.
Oh, you're right.
Nice.
No, you're good.
Fine.
Yeah, I'd love one of those.
There's somebody trying to remanufacture or redo those.
Well, there was a guy synthesized in Cambridge who has, because that was based on a really rare British like homebrew computer at the time, so 8081. And he told me that he could, if he could get hold of the Movements programs, he could put it up and run it, because he's kind of emulated it. But you can't. There's so few of those around, and those that exist are pretty shitty.
Yeah.
There's one guy apparently, because I did a bit of research. I was hoping that somebody might have done a sample pack, and it led me down this little Google rabbit hole, and eventually found someone who basically went onto a forum and said, "Hey everyone, look what I've got. Look at the size of my dick." And then people going, "Oh yeah, movement. Oh, that'd be. Have you ever thought, maybe doing a sample pack? Why should I do a sample pack? If you want the sounds, you find one and buy one yourself." I fucking hate that sort of gatekeeping.
I bet he paid a lot of money for it.
Oh, he
doesn't
probably
Right?
did,
Yeah.
and he could make that back if he did a decent sample pack, stuck it online for 20 quid. Loads of people would buy that.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
So
That's all that old bollocks of I've got one and you're not fucking playing.
I used to get it
It's my
like
ball.
I don't know, 20 years ago when I was, sort of teetering on the internet and doing Fairlight research and never thinking for a moment that I'd ever get to bloody have one in my studio. And I remember I did the same. I went onto a forum and, there was, I think it actually wasn't a forum, it was the Fairlight Yahoo user group, the news group things. And I just put on there, I said, "Oh, does anybody know of anywhere I can get some decent Fairlight samples of like the factory libraries and stuff?" And just got basically told by a whole bunch of snobs, "If you want the sounds, buy a Fairlight."
One's not worthy.
Yes.
Bastards.
Oh, and
Yeah,
we
but
sold
you didn't
one.
They didn't know who they were talking to, Rob.
You sold a Fairlight.
Sold the one that's been sat in the back of my garage. We have a buyer, and he's in the UK, and he's a friend, so it should all go nice and smoothly.
Nice one.
Yeah.
For the
Well,
asking
well
price.
I don't know.
Ah.
I don't know, because Peter deals with all the
okay.
the money side of things.
Yeah.
So, but I got an email today saying that our mutual friend is going. I won't say who it is just yet because he might not want me to say. He's already got 2 or 3 of the fucking things, and he's bought another one. But he's. I was going to say he's instrumental. That would have been a pun, wouldn't it? No, he used to work for Psychosystems and knows this thing inside out. So loves using it, and he's got a big project lined up at Real World next year. So he's trying to gather up as many systems as he can. No, it's not Simon. Simon's got enough already. Honestly, you walk through Simon's house, you look in the living room, there's a Fairlight. You look in his studio, there's 2 Fairlights. You look in the cupboard, there's another Fairlight. It's like my garage.
People are probably saying the same thing about you, Rob.
There's one out of the way, and I'm just glad to be rid. To be honest, it's just sat there in its cases doing nothing.
Well, it's the flight case, isn't it?
Well, this is the thing. The buyer doesn't want the flight cases.
Tough.
No. Well, no. The thing is, this Series 2 that's sat in here, which is missing all of its voice cards, is no good to man nor beast at the moment. So I've said, look, if he doesn't want the flight cases, I'll hang on to them. Because we tried to flog them because we almost had a buyer that again didn't want the cases, and we tried to flog them, and we couldn't get anybody to buy them because they are custom. So they're only interested, the only people that are interested are Fairlight owners
Who want a gig with one?
who don't want to gig with one. You see, that's the thing. None of them want to gig with it.
Yeah.
So I said to Peter, no, I'll hang on to them because then I'll take this 2X, and that can go. Because it's not doing anything, it just sits there gathering dust and taking up space. And then I can put something else over there, and that will clear out a whole bunch of space. And
You bring your drums in.
well, no, I don't think there's any way I could configure this room unless I took all of my drawers of cables and stuff and put those on the shelves in the garage, which are full of junk at the moment. We really need to get in there.
Get yourself one of them Yamaha finger drum kits. You'll love it.
Definitely.
No, I need to get my proper kit out again.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I was looking. Millennium, the Thoman's own brand.
Yeah.
They do this thing called the MPS 1000, which is full size shells,
Right.
and it looks pretty good. It's not Roland VAD, but it's €999, so it's like 800 and something quid for a.
What have you got at the minute then?
I've got an Elise's Crimson mesh,
Okay, yeah.
which is great. It's fine, but I kind of like having a drum kit that actually looks like a proper drum kit. I kind of.
Yeah.
Although saying that, the fact that I can put my entire drum kit into a big carry bag, not necessarily carry it on my shoulder, but just put it on its wheels and away you go. It's quite nice. But no, I was looking at that Millennium kit and thinking,
There's mine.
very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
It is a early to mid 80s Pearl Export.
Oh, nice.
Full export, good. Reliable.
All Evans coated, G2s on the top, G1s on the bottom, and I love that kit. I actually, believe it or not, I do have the second bass drum. It's a 9-piece double bass, and I traded a cheap Alesis Nitro kit for it. I guess the guy wanted it out of his basement, but no, it's...
The one I want is the Yamaha 9000 in that bright red finish. Benj has got one. It's just the absolute dog's leathery bits. Because when I was in a band in the 80s, my kit was a Tama Swing Star that I expanded with Rototoms.
Yeah. Mm.
I loved my Rototoms.
Very
I need to get a set of those.
They're good things, yeah. My brother had a Yamaha kit. I've recently parted with a Yamaha maple kit and had a brass snare as an option. So again in gold. So the whole thing was sort of the beach colour, which is light gold anyway. And I'll just move that on to somebody hopefully who's getting that for Christmas. So
nice.
So, and the good thing about the Handypad Pad 5 is it has no audio output. There is no audio out. There's no volume. There's no speakers. It is designed for the Australian drummer in mind.
I was like, how does it sound? Bloody terrible.
Thank you. Yeah. So I shall
Right,
connect
smart.
that. I shall connect that to a general MIDI device later on and annoy the neighbours.
So it's just a controller.
It is just a controller, but it's got cha-cha and waltz and other beats built into it, which is
Well,
quite
of course
funny.
it does. Yeah.
Because General MIDI was intended to be used that
Yeah.
way. I just like these products that don't.
That or a Genos 2.
Yeah, that.
You could actually control a Genos 2 from this.
I bet you could.
Without the neighbours knowing, and that's the
Use it
important
as a
part.
hammer.
I can wake up at 3 a.m. to the sound of the cha-cha coming from the living room with nobody playing their Genos. This is a source of surprise.
Do you remember the Yamaha drum kit, Rob? The first electronic one, the green and black with the little.
Yes.
That looks. I so wanted.
Oh,
that.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's probably awful to play, but it looked amazing. Looked really cool as
Roland did some really weird looking ones, didn't they? They were hexagonal, but like
Yeah.
two of the sides were really long and the others were.
They still work.
Yeah.
Gravestone.
Yeah,
Hard as rock. I mean, I think they used Riot Shield plastic for the surface.
Yeah, the Simmons, they're terrible. They were terrible for that.
Same with the rollers was like.
Yeah.
Occasional hits are okay, but don't lean on it.
Yeah.
What is Kent doing?
No idea.
What am I not doing?
I don't know. Okay, what are you not doing? List it.
Done.
I'm just thinking Genos 2.
Yeah, not playing the Genos 2. I haven't ordered 2 of them yet. Give me an hour. I'll order 2.
I'm wondering why now I've got so many things actually working and doing the sort of things they're supposed to be doing, that what was working isn't working properly. Which is my expression pedal. It's all over the bloody shop now.
Right,
That's
have to go
it.
do it again. See you later,
That's
guys.
in. See you later. Mate.
See you in a minute.
See you around, man.
See ya.
I know what I'll do.
Unplug it and plug one of your other 6 expression pedals in.
Correct.
Yeah, try one of the spares. You've got a couple.
Yeah.
I actually run my entire studio without any digital whatsoever. So only the recording stage is digital into a little Zoom device, but the rest of it is all analog. So I've got 32 channels into a Spec X mixer, which is a balanced line input mixer for 32 channels. And it does simplify things greatly. For a moron like me, who seems to get pops, clicks as feedback and other problems with MIDI, I just take all of the digital stuff out of the sequence, and it's far simpler.
Denny Lane has died.
Oh no!
Who?
Denny Lane.
Guitarist with Wings.
Wings. Yeah.
All right.
And Moody Blues.
Moody Blues, yeah.
Moody Blues. Yep.
Oh well, we'll be playing the harp from now on.
But he was a very good sideman. He was, a good vocalist,
Oh, yeah.
and good keys and good guitar, and was just reliable. He always hit his mark. You never hear a bad performance by him, even into his 70s, still playing beautifully.
It's not sweet.
He's getting mugged by the dog.
I'm just telling you, it's just a plastic bag. There's nothing in it.
There's no Tim Tams.
No Tim Tams, nothing like that. Right then. Let's replace the expensive £60 pedal for the £9 one.
Kent may have retired, but he's back on his knees again.
I'm never not on my knees, mate. It's what comes from being married to Fiona. Get used to it. Oh, sorry about that, madam. Oh.
On his knees with his tongue out. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if only I had hair around it, I'd find it easy. There we go. Right, let's try that. Nothing. Nothing at all. What the hell have I plugged it into then? Oh, I know what it is. Yeah.
You've got a very curious auto camera that's stalking you.
I know it does that, doesn't it? Ah, here we go. Oh, look at that. Smooth action.
Smooth as chunky peanuts. So have you broke a foot pedal then?
No, it probably just needs cleaning out.
Oh.
There's probably dog hair all over the bulb.
That's what I said to my wife.
Yeah. She didn't appreciate it as much as you thought she would, though, did she? That's the problem.
And we don't have a dog.
Why?
Genos. Okay, that works.
I think we should come up with 157 different ads for the Genos now. I think that'd be quite funny. In varying guises, different celebrities, different concepts.
Have you been hurt by an arranger that wasn't your fault?
No, but
Yeah.
I worked with Lionel Bart. That was close.
It's a shame he unfriended you.
Who, Lionel Bart?
No, matey
I worked
boy.
with
Who unfriended me?
Matey boy.
Your
Over the Genos.
stalker.
Stalker.
Oh yeah. No, he didn't unfriend me. I never accepted him as a
Oh,
friend.
so because you could have decided to go, oh, go and watch this show. They're talking really nicely about the Genos.
Oh dear.
We could do series like how to turn your stylophone into a Genos, or
Yeah.
Just a big hammer going.
keyboards I have replaced with a Genos. Lots of different themes we could do. Famous celebrities who never have seen a Genos.
That list will be a mile long.
Oh shit.
Simulating a drum machine with a Genos.
Well, playing a set of drums with a Genos.
Simulating somebody falling downstairs with the Genos.
Now, are they actually holding the Genos while they're falling downstairs?
yeah.
Is that Spitfire?
That's Spitfire's
That's a Messerschmitt.
augmented. Yeah, strings 109.
Okay.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Yes. No, I've got to be careful. He's in the country.
Oh, yes. Oh, wasn't he supposed to come over today?
Not today. No.
Oh, okay.
It's at some point this week.
It's a fluid arrangement.
Mm.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
You're probably thinking it. This is really annoying. I've just fired up Falcon
Yeah.
and a bunch of, albeit old, libraries.
Yeah.
And ones that I probably haven't ever used, but it annoys me that it's doing it.
Go on.
Are coming up once it's done because it does a scan of the libraries. It's coming up as saying no license was found.
What?
Please run iLock License Manager and ensure an activation is available on your system or an iLock key. So I've got an iLock key and it's all showing up in there, but those licenses seem to have.
You're
Right,
having
guys.
what I had on Saturday.
The thing is, the only license, or the only ones in there that I'm really sort of concerned about, there's a Fazioli Grand in there that's all of a sudden missing, and all of my Mac 5.3 stuff.
Can I make a suggestion?
What?
Download the iLock software again and just reinstall.
Okay.
As mental as it sounds, because I couldn't get half the stuff. Anything related to iLock, it just wouldn't work properly. So I did that, and everything's
thing is-
been hunky smunky since.
All of my iLock licenses are on my iLock stick.
Yeah. So just put the iLock software on again.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Don't even bother unplugging the iLock.
Yeah, because I've done that about twice. Right, okay, iLock License Manager. There we go.
Oh, can't remember that one either.
Saltando, crescendo.
It's such a lovely thing.
I had one of those, but the wheel fell off.
That's right, yeah. The Lancia Beta Coupe had the same gearbox.
Yeah, and those little C-clips to hold the doors on.
Isn't it good how Lancia, for all its technology, managed to make every gearbox feel like a hockey stick in a bag of marbles?
Do you know there was a rumour once that they were coming back on sale in the UK, and then they just didn't.
Have you seen those bunch of videos that they have on YouTube where they got something like some car, whatever it may be, and it's like it's got the bonnet open, it's making this awful rattling noise, and he goes up to it with the hammer, like that, and as he gets right up to the engine, it stops making the noise. He's going like this at it, and then it switches to the Volkswagen emblem and goes, "Das Auto." And then another one, you got this guy going around the corner really fast, and the fucking passenger door just flies off and goes into the bloody shop window, sort of thing. "Das Auto."
There are some very good ones. I like the Volvo ones that aren't really proper Volvo ones, like the family headbanging in the Volvo to some English lyrics they don't understand.
Did you ever? I don't know if the website is still going, but there used to be a website. I'm just saying, sniffpetrol.com. Yeah, it's still there. Sniffpetrol.com was
one of my favourite pastimes.
It's got. I know, like people like James May write for it, and it's just taking the piss out of motor and journalism type site. But they used to have these things called not adverts that were really, decent photoshops and of actual car adverts. I don't think they've got them anymore. It's their some of their reporters' names: Roy Lanchester, Troy Queef, and Carcoat Dampans. I bet they're not there anymore, are they? They were so funny.
That's one you don't want to share.
No, that's not right. Oh God, I got so much practicing I've got to do. I can't remember a single thing I used to play. Or the first bit of it, and then go and fall over. Oh, man alive.
Right, let's see if that worked, shall we?
No. Go on.
Sign in.
That seems to work.
And fire up Falcon.
Oh no, not the Falcon.
That's right.
Nope, didn't fix it.
If the iLock codes are 23 years out of date, it's because you've got a Millennium Falcon.
Oi! Kent! Get your hairy ass into my office now!
All right, dear.
This is why I bought Robbie a 1010 black box. So he could actually have touchpads with all of the obscene ones and just keep lining them up through the show.
This is really annoying.
You can remember that one, it's okay. Not complete right off then.
That's it, I'm going to sell a Selena now. That sounds much better.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, kind of.
The bucket brigade's not quite as noisy, I must admit.
Yeah.
Waveframe sound collection. There it is.
Should go into a Jamtaba room and start playing that. See what happens.
The bandwidth would improve.
Somebody like comes in just does a sort of like a thrash lead over the top of it on his guitar. Oh.
Oh, I'm not one.
What is Wagyu? Now I'm just thinking of Sean Connery's nipples. What?
Aren't we all?
We are now.
It's a shade for short eyes.
Right.
Or something like that.
And then some wanker start singing Millennium.
Who'd what? It's the Genos again.
I can see you doing a segment each week, Robbie, called the Genos Spot.
Yes.
Because nobody can find it.
Yes. Do you have a Genos too? No.
I never looked.
I bought one, but it's around here somewhere.
Hello.
Oh man, now I'm gonna have to.
The jokes write themselves. It's
Yeah,
just gonna
certainly
be
do.
fantastic.
There we go.
I think it'd be funny to actually do advertisements for the Genos by other manufacturers, like the
Behringer.
Nissan Genos, or the BMW Genos 2, or
the teenage engineering one.
Kia Genos.
Then
Yeah.
instead of being
Yeah.
6
The new
grand, it'd be
Genos
60
2.
grand.
Yeah, the new Genos 2. It's around this. It's in one of my pockets. Hang on.
Batteries not included.
Yeah. Dusseldorf.
Oh, well, it's not that.
I wonder what the Genos 2 sounds like through a Boss Katana. I think that would be a wonderful. You're talking about amplifiers that are small and light and wonderful. This is quite good.
This is why there are noise pollution laws.
This is why it's not plugged in and the batteries have been removed. Nurse.
Yeah.
You're on the metformin again, Rob.
Oh, mate. I got some bad news today.
Go on.
They doubled my metformin dosage and my blood sugar levels have gone up. So I'm now starting tomorrow. What is it called? I can't even bloody pronounce it. In addition to the metformin, I've been prescribed yet another pill, which is called dapagliflozin.
That's the noise it makes when your arsehole goes off. Yeah.
Well, no, this one makes you wee. It basically gets rid of your blood sugars through your wee.
So including PSN, there's 2 sugary streams a week.
Indeed. So, yeah.
Oh, fuck off!
The good thing about that drug, Robbie, is that it comes under the generic name.
Comes under the what? Sorry.
Agoplazin, but no, the marketing names for that drug are Forxiga
Yep.
and Farxiga. So I can see you in the chemist sort of picking these up across the counter and little old ladies looking at scans.
Well, luckily it all comes in brown paper bag, pre-packed.
Sounds like my father.
Yeah. So yeah, the booze will be gone at the end of the year.
What?
I'm not giving up booze just before Christmas,
But then you are.
but then I am.
Not a bad thing, mate. Not a bad.
No,
thing.
it's a fucking terrible thing.
Yeah.
No, it's
Robbie,
not.
Robbie,
Well,
honestly, if you did water and no carbohydrates whatsoever for 2 weeks, you would reduce your insulin dependency straight away. It's just a simple, do the Ironman
2 weeks of
sort
just
thing.
drinking water.
Water and carbs out.
Well, no,
And,
she told me to cut the carbs.
That's right. Your carbs are out of your diet
Yeah.
completely is what you need.
Yeah.
It's just your body is so used to producing, sort of processing the sugar that it needs to be weaned off that for a while. They just go for meat and veggies. It sounds boring, but you can do it.
No, I'm sure. No, I'm doing a whole bunch of things we discussed today, so yeah, I can't have that because it was just like I was went for a blood test on it was last week, and I was thinking yes, we'll start a downward trajectory, and it went. I thought even if it just stayed the same, I was like okay, but no, it went up drastically, and I haven't changed anything else. That's the thing. It's not like I've started shoveling shit down my throat or bonkers. There you go. Another pill to go through. I've now literally got one of those weekly things. It's on a Sunday morning. The first thing I do is I divvy out all my drugs for the week.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now that-
I think at my worst I was on 18 a day.
Yeah. Well, this one will put me on 15 a day. Yeah. For various different ailments.
Yeah.
Bastards. I need to find out how much sugar there is in grappa.
I don't think we talk about this software often enough.
What's that? Oh, the harmonic. Oh, yeah. It's a good one.
That's clever. You can just hear the articulations. It's
Yeah.
clever. If you listen closely, you can hear the cello player wiggling on her seat.
That is beautiful, isn't it?
In it? And you don't have to do any switching, no pedals, no farting around and blah, 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 blah. Just does it. No.
No.
No stairway to heaven.
Denied.
What?
Alright, when did that come out? Rolling Cloud update.
There's one recently.
Missed it.
Still waiting for the firmware update for the Varios.
Oh, where's my fucking... Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. Where are you fecking?
Oh, if I had an account with Motu prior to July 2019, that shows the last time I went into my Motu account. Do not remember the email address into your case. I'm not a robot.
You sure?
Apparently.
Have you done the Turing test?
Oh, good man.
Ralph Hutter always struggles with that.
What? The
Are you a
Turing
robot?
test. Yeah. Oh, is that SY99 still on eBay for 227 at the moment?
I just bought an RX-17 for $80.
It was the only reason I sent you that little Yamaha, was it Rev 5 or whatever, R5 or whatever it was the other day?
Oh, the R100.
Yeah, it's just because it was a Yami bit and I didn't know if you know.
Yeah, it's just a standard reverb unit.
20 quid though, it's just like, oh, fuck, you know.
Yeah. Well, if anybody wants a Yamaha TX816 that's currently on eBay, it belongs to a friend of mine, is in reasonably good condition. It seems all the modules are working, and it's currently at 350 quid. Although that will go up. I even thought about buying it for spares, but seeing as I've got another one already lined up from America, I better not.
I've got one of those in the mixer and an extra TF1 card, so if you need any bits, I haven't fired it up at all for years.
Well,
it only cost me 700 Australian dollars, so that's like 300 GBP. Back in the day, it was like nothing. I had a choice between that and the Synclavier. The Synclavier was the size of a fridge, and I couldn't get it out of into the car. It wouldn't have fitted. But the Yamaha,
whatever that is, can you shoot it?
They're the crows.
Oh, that's a crow, is it?
It is.
It's got an accent.
That's a crow with an Australian accent.
That's it.
Isn't
That's
it?
what it is.
G'day. Fuck off.
Fried down
Here
shrimp
they
and
go.
barbie.
Because here they go sort of like,
No, they do the famous crow call. There was a guy on Australian TV in the 1960s called Graham Kennedy, and Graham was banned from television for doing crow calls on the evening show. Fuck.
Now, is it a black crow or is it a counting crow?
No, it's a black crow. They don't count here. Australians don't count. What are you talking about?
Case-sensitive-motu.com login ID. Fuck knows what that is.
places. No.
Maybe that's what it is.
What?
Well, a bunch of the libraries that seem to be having a problem with their iLocks are Motu libraries.
Well, I've just fired up Vulkan and I've got no C7.
Let me try it here.
UVS 3200 is here. Even Augmented Orchestra is here. But the C7 Grand Piano, no.
You need to go and you can get the license back from that from acousticsamples.com. Very odd.
Don't know why it's
But
lost it.
it's interesting. We used to complain about hardware being difficult. It lasts about 40 years before you need to service it.
Yeah.
The basic interoperability between operating systems and iLocks and licensing and software gives you an average shelf life for software of about 7 years. So you've got to basically do your sums on 7 years before some clown removes your ability to use it.
Yeah, true enough.
That's really weird.
Now, how do I
It works great for me.
It really did turn into a testing stuff show, didn't it?
It is.
Let's see.
Get your display out, Robbie.
Excuse me?
Matt, get your display out.
I've got to go and fire the thing up.
Yeah, no, Wags, he doesn't want to post it. It's too flipping heavy. Do I like
Yeah,
the new
works.
FM synth in Cubase 13? I haven't tried it. I don't have Cubase, although I've been told. I think Ben was saying that it was quite good. But, no, I wouldn't know.
Correct, Paul Tyler.
Grappa is normally unsweetened and has very little natural sugar. As a result, one shot includes only 85 calories and less than 2 grams of carbs. Yes!
Also
Same
beats
as like-
the daylights out of your liver and kidneys, so it may
Fuck
be a
that
consideration.
shit.
Really?
Wow, no, that's cool. What about gin?
Gin's normally pretty good, actually.
Yeah, and 0 sugar in gin.
Hence, I drink a lot of it.
Yeah.
What's my drink of choice if I don't have anything else? Like coffee.
It's the tonic water that kills it, unless you go for the low cal. I just need to check my options. I'm not alcoholic or anything, but I do like a snifter. Oh, that's... Oh, nice. Oh, fuck.
It's such a nice VP330 on that. I think it was a little standalone one. I can't even remember where I got it from.
Oh, hang on a shitting minute.
What you done, lad? Keep doing that, I'll have to fire up the 80.
Rob, you may find that alcohol still spikes your blood sugar even though it doesn't directly convert into sugar in the bloodstream. It does trigger the response.
Right.
So just be aware of that as you drink your 5th litre of grappa.
Also,
And your
£45 a bottle at the moment. It's not cheap.
Nothing's cheap.
No.
Tell me about it.
And we're supposed to be going forward in civilization, and yet the cost of alcohol is increasing.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
No,
Goes
there's
against,
something.
goes against the grain.
The natural order. It goes against the grape, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Kent, is a JD800 with red glue issues and a broken end panel worth 450 quid?
No.
Is it all that's wrong with it?
Well, it depends what the glue's done, doesn't it?
No, not a problem. Even if it's destroyed the membrane, I have new membranes. Had new ones made up.
Oh, there you
I've
go,
got
Brom.
I've got a D50 that's got some dicky contacts, and I dare say it's a red glue problem.
What's the matter, girls? Hello, Smelly Nelly.
Yeah. I'll have
Yeah,
to figure
too
that
sweet.
one out later. I'm too fucking tired. Don't worry about that.
Is 9 a.m. too early to start up with the gin and tonics?
Well, as long as it doesn't
It's-
wake the neighbours.
It's past the alarm somewhere in the world, isn't it? So.
Well, yeah.
Part of me is just feeling like making today a blur.
Bring the strings down more.
Okay, so serious question for a moment, Robbie. What do you recommend as a DX7 editor?
What software editor on what
Yeah.
platform?
Windows preferably, but
I would say
A couple of them.
I did that without moving my lips. I would say it would probably be chiptune OPS 7. It's a bit for bit replica of the DX7, but you can send and receive patches and edit in the software and then send your edits. So DexEd will do that as well, but its interface is a little more confusing, whereas the OPS 7 interface is much more obvious and nice and big. There's none of these tiny little things. Yeah, I would say that. And plus you get a really decent DX7 plugin, which is way better than DexEd, because DexEd is not all there. It's not the same.
No, the young lad who's got the trombone and the DX7 CD.
Oh, yeah.
Is just looking for a way to address things, and hopefully on a patch-by-patch basis from a broader library, and not just a bank at a time, which seems to be the default.
Yeah, you can zip things backwards and forwards, but it's what's it, 50 quid, I think?
Yeah, $49.95 US dollars.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
But the difference is the quality of the interface. The on-screen interface on OPS 7 is just so much better. It's clear. You can see everything.
Yeah. So it's a question of just the interface and the feedback and the being able to see what's going on quickly. Yeah.
But it means if budget is an issue, DexEd will do the trick. It's just a little clunkier.
Yeah.
It's cluttered, I would say.
Because I was thinking of writing one in HTML. So in other words, just having a web page you could go to and having all the code in the web page and maybe 150 patches, and just have it talk sysx out the USB port on any platform.
Yeah.
Do it via Java, which a Java widget would talk to the HTML. But again, it's just a question of what the easiest way to do it is. By the time I do it for one DX, I'll find another DX that has a slightly different requirement or has different buttons to press to enable the interaction and stuff like that.
I'm just trying to get where is it? Oh, fucking hell! Still trying to find where I've put things on this new computer.
Azio Heads asked, "Did you see the DX7 on a USB stick?"
Yeah.
Is this a joke? Is this a joke, Azio Head? Is one of these? Is there a punchline for this that we're all going to roll over?
No, it's related to that mini Dext that is doing the rounds. It's yeah.
I think I saw something like that.
It's just it's a single USB thing.
I don't do much software, but for editing a DX7, it's probably a good idea,
Yeah.
I think I commented on that, didn't I?
Did you?
Something about developed by Mrs. Jackie P.
Yeah.
To encourage her husband Robbie to sell all his sins.
So this is the OPS 7 interface.
It looks great.
So,
Nice. I've got the URL up. I've just given it to my friend.
Nice and big. And the thing is, the operator layouts are exactly the same as you find on the DX1. It's the same, layout. So you get
Portrayal, yeah.
So you can see what's going. You can see 4, 5, and 6 are modulating 3, and 2's modulating 1, and 2 has the feedback loop on it. And then if you click on an operator in the top right there, you get all the settings come up, and you can see all your envelopes. It's just nice and clear. And then if you go into like the classic sysx mode over here, you can wait for my banks to load, because there's about 600 of banks in there somewhere. Oh, unless I haven't pointed it.
You can drag and drop, can you, individual patches into slots?
Yeah.
Oh, that says Xenos Classic, not Genos.
No, it could be a Genos Classic though.
Let's just make sure those download. So here we go. I just had, there you go. So these are all my various folders, and then you find a bank. Let's just go for the standard. Doing there. We've got.
Quick question to Ken. Someone in chat's asking you, are you still doing repairs or not?
Nope.
Not really, no.
Not really. Okay.
No.
We're on about getting some synths that might need a repair, but if you're not around, then
Well, there are other techs.
Oh yeah,
better than me. I mean, don't worry about it. It's still a thing you can do, but yeah, no. Because once the
That's great, Rob. That's fantastic.
once the R&D workshop is all set up, I won't have time, basically.
Yeah. That's Prometheus UK was on about it.
Ah.
But yeah, you can then send things. You can audition both files. So it makes for a great manager outside of the.
That is superb. No, that's the sort of concept that I think will help my friend address his machine and get some sounds he likes in it.
And then you switch your hardware librarian on here, and you can say send a layer to the hardware, or an OPS7 patch to the hardware, and tell it where you're sending it to. So, yeah.
No, that looks to be the bee's knees. That will be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, if I didn't just buy an RX-17, I'd be getting this.
Oh, Jesus, yeah. So I'm just remembering all the things that I haven't moved over from the old computer.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah, there you go. So that's what you want.
Thank you.
Because when you compare it to...
Oh dear. Oh, hello, Shorty.
Where
See
is
you
it?
down there. Come on, come and see your mate. Come on then. Come on. Come on.
Noah.
Come on, Nose. Come all the way up the stairs a little bit. Come on. Oh, ready?
That's quite...
There you go.
That's quite confronting.
Yeah.
Quite busy looking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like throw everything at the floor and there you go.
It's horses for courses, really. I mean, give DexEd a try because it's free,
No, I suggested that originally, but I think that does that load one patch at a time or a whole bank?
You can do a whole bank.
Yeah, you can do a whole bank.
It's a one patch at a time thing. Well, I suppose you'll get used to that. But again, my experience goes back to the mid '80s with DXs, and then not much use thereafter. And that's just my experience set. It's not align the tools. However, I may wire the front doorbell into a sequencer to play a full Carol set behind the front door, all with DXs. I think I might do that for Christmas. So you could probably get a reasonable sound out of the...
Do it with micro tuning just to confuse them.
Well, no, the good thing about, and I found this on the DX7 2FD, sorry, the 2D, was that you could have two patches at once and slightly detune them, and with the micro tuning and other options in it, it does actually give you a lot more richness and thickness to the layers. It's not like the old brown DX that was a bit limited.
Yeah.
Where do you... Oh, Jack, it's been so long since I used it. I can't even remember where you set the default folder.
I'm still after one of them Yamaha TQ5s, just because they look so weird.
Yeah, they look cool.
The square ones, yeah.
Everything that's like off angle looks
with
amazing.
the oblique panel, yeah.
Yeah. It looks cool. Even the LCDs on an angle, and it's that's just.
There was one of those going cheap on eBay about 2 months ago. I drew Rob's attention to it. I said, "If you got one," but it was. They're interesting looking devices. I'm not sure they'd be very friendly to the user, but you know.
No, yeah. Well, they just look cool. Is my stuff, you know. Yeah. I think it's got reverb in it as well, I think. It's got reverb or something in it.
Oh my God, fathers.
Possibly. It might have done, because they, like on...
I think it's the same engine as the YS200.
Right. Because I know that when they did things like the TX81Z and the DX11 and the DX21, it said it got chorus and reverb, but actually what it is, it's a MIDI effect rather than actual audio DSP.
Yeah.
So it kind of eats up your notes. But
Do you
I think
remember the
above-
Akai rack-mounted MIDI delay? Do you remember that? I had one of them.
rack-mounted MIDI delay?
Yeah, it was a MIDI unit that replayed whatever notes you had slightly after you played them.
Ah, right.
MIDI delay.
The DEP4 did that, I think.
The
MEP.
MEP4. I've got an MEP4,
Right.
which is the MIDI effects processor. Yeah,
I've got one of those too,
Yeah.
sitting around somewhere.
Yeah, the
Maybe I shouldn't
MEP4
have
did
it.
that.
Yeah, cool. Well, it's cool as long as you've got enough notes.
Well, yeah.
Mm.
It was clever though,
Go on,
because it was
Noah.
just it was clever stuff.
Say hello to your mate.
Hello, doggy.
Noah. No. Got to say it in Spanish. Noah.
Hola. Hola.
Hola.
Hola.
Hola.
Bless.
Hola, amigos.
Is he all right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's coming up the stairs by himself, you know,
Good.
which he couldn't do before. But this new tablets, which are, it's not homeopathic, it's just that it's natural
Yeah, natural remedy.
stuff as opposed to the other gear, which apparently is not good for the liver. So you're doing all right, aren't you, fruit bat? Eh?
Well, all drugs and all anti-inflammatories are along those lines that they
Yeah.
tend to hammer the liver. And the only ones that don't are the ones that have capsaicin and other compounds derived from red peppers.
Well, where you, you want to go for? Oh, look, your bed's over there. Your cushion. No. What? I don't know. What time is it? Hang on. It's a bit early. No, it's a bit early. It's a bit early. No, it's a bit early, mate. Really? I'm getting pressurised here.
I'll go get the Tim Tams.
Well, this is it. He normally has a little biscuity treat round about 11 o'clock.
Yes, I'm about to get mine out of the car.
Well, it's 10:15, actually. No.
He knows
No.
you're talking about it too.
Yeah. No.
I'll be back in a second.
Don't give me the cute look. It looks like none of my Arturia plugins are working. No. Well, they appear to load up, but then there's no graphical display for them,
Let me try.
and they don't make any noise.
Were they working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, the last time I fired them up, they were working. So I don't know what's happened in the meantime, which is quite weird.
Could be a licensing thing, couldn't it? Just to make sure you're still there.
Yeah, I mean the downloader.
Have you run the Arturia Service Center?
I'm running it now, and it says it's there.
Open it up and then go to the synchronize button on the left hand side and just do a synchronize. And then give it a go.
Okay, let me select it again. Where'd he go? Synchronizing.
This is a thing with digital content, isn't it?
Yeah, mine
Yeah.
works.
Alright, I'll load the track again.
Is that Timberwolf?
No.
Oh,
Goes in, no UI.
It's odd.
Yeah, it is a bit. In fact, the UI is greyed out. And oh no, mustn't hit the desk too hard.
Yeah, don't hit the desk.
I've got to figure out what that is. There's about 9,000 bloody cables running across this desk.
That's not even counting the ones that go to the modular.
Oh, hello. upset somebody now. Is that the new one? Shh. Sorry. What do you mean? Shh. You're playing it.
I know, but
La 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 la. Not listening, not listening. Okay, so that's not working. Well, that's just dandy.
Mine works fine.
Audio fuse control center. Do it more singularly. Yeah. There you go, lad. Bugs fixed. Yeah. No more browsing issues in NKS. You'd think. Feck and arse. Why is it doing that That's mad, man.
made.
It's made.
Made.
It's
It's Right, I am going to get a drink.
Steady now. Oh, it's all there. Okay, so where's the thingy? Oh man.
I'm going to do an Ian. Might be back later.
All right,
In a bit. Cheers.
Same
bye, mate. No, nothing. No, nothing. No. Oh well. Nothing in Arturia 9 loads up properly. Yay!
May have to uninstall and reinstall it.
Oh God.
It's like start with one plugin and see if that does the trick.
Yeah. Oh man, that'll be a long download. What a point, why did it stop working?
You have a different DAW you can try it in?
No. No, I don't actually. Let's try this and see if it works differently. No. Like we thought it would. Nope, 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 nope.
Yeah, we're lucky, Exorb. It is nice. It's really pleasant. This is 9:20 a.m. So it's
Nice out.
I think I'll leave it out.
Are you going to just sit there and stare at me for the next 40 minutes?
Yes.
Yes, I think he is.
No, I am.
Yeah. Don't give me the cute eye bit. It's all like Oh God! All right, okay. All right, I'm doing it. Right, if you come up here at 11 o'clock and start asking for another one, no, smack round the head. Go on then, come on, come on.
Bless you. We've got birds going off in Australia and dogs going off in Surrey.
Mine.
No, mine.
no, it's normally an alarm. They normally do it to alert the other birds that there's a predator or a dog or a cat or something around.
Well, that's probably they could probably hear Kent's dogs barking just coming out of your headphones.
Oh, I'm not that deaf. Are you getting leakage from my headphones, are you?
Could be.
As long as that's all the places leaking from.
No, thank you. No, we've got enough attachments without it. But, yeah, look, I can't wait to plug this Pad 5 into something General MIDI and listen to the rap beat. I think that's going to be important. I need to put something together for Kent's birthday. I think a 3-day challenge to put something suitably worthy might be the go. Play it on Sunday.
Definitely.
Not sure what I would put together. I have to think about something completely off the wall.
$77 doing all right, Justin?
It is.
Yeah.
Like I said, I want to get that floppy emulator that somebody in the YouTube chat was telling me about. I would have gotten it if I hadn't gotten the. If I hadn't just bought an RX-17 off eBay, probably would have gotten the emulator. But for $80, I couldn't go wrong.
Well, no, exactly.
Yeah. No, I'm going to take that out. I got a show in Vermont that I have to play at with one of my other bands. And the SY-77 is going to be part of that. Let's see if I can. Here we go.
What's the guy who does the floppy emulators, Rob?
Chris Poacher.
Chris Poacher, because he does them for everything, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's your best bet. And he ships internationally. I've actually got
So let me see if I can. That's the rig I'm going to take out this weekend.
Nice.
So,
Is that the Mark 1
Yeah.
DX7?
Mark 1, yep.
Nice.
I've got a prototype of Chris's here that I was supposed to fit to a machine. Not sure I can say. Got around to doing
A
it.
machine.
A machine. Well, you can probably figure out what family it belongs to.
Yep. Yes, you're a big Korg artist now, Rob.
That's
I know
the one,
that.
yeah.
It's going in the prophecy, isn't it?
I've got to put them in. I've got to put them
I
in
was
the
going to guess
Triton.
C1. Yeah.
No, Triton's the way to go. Fill up your Triton with floppy disk emulators from Chris.
The one in the my Karma still works.
There's an interesting thought. I wonder if I could get a floppy disk emulator for the Varios. Doesn't have a floppy disk in it. Yeah. Just has those buggered up PCM CIA cards used to go in the front.
Oh, yeah.
Epoxy things, yeah.
VC1 and VC2, and that was it. But I haven't used it. I loaded up some Odyssey sounds into it and got them to play polyphonically, but it didn't sound very good. So I thought, well, no point. That's one of the relics of yesteryear that will never actually be anything but a red stripe in the rack.
Yeah, my Z1's got a PCMCIA slot for its memory storage.
Yeah, but this was one that Roland had reversed pins on and stuff, so you couldn't actually. So you could, so like people wouldn't duplicate the VC1 and VC2 cards then.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting implementation. But they did have, with the Varios, they did have some Jupiter 8 software that came with it, but you've got to load it up on Windows 95. So good luck with that. The stuff we used to do. You wonder why I'm averse to software.
Yeah, but that's why I've got machines that range back. I think the earliest machine I've got that runs is a 98 XP machine. It's a dual boot, so yeah.
But it's a lot of implementation to do to keep 30-year-old hardware going.
Oh yeah.
And have it all working lovingly.
Yeah.
Did I ever show you my emulator laptop?
I bet you say that to all the girls.
The QS, Elisa's QS stuff had PCMCIA.
Oh, fucking hell, weighs a ton.
It doesn't weigh as much as... I've got an eSynth which has a lot of emulator style sounds in it. That's quite nice. Yep.
Matt, you're not even looking, mate.
Sorry,
Matt.
Sorry, I was just typing something. That's
Toshiba, it looks like.
It's a Mac, isn't it?
Dell.
It's a Dell.
Okay.
It's a Dell Latitude.
Wow.
CPI.
I used to have one of those.
And the best bit about it, if I can do this backwards.
Removable drive. Or...
No.
Yeah.
Battery.
Hot swap
battery.
Batteries and drives and shit can be swapped in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I had a CD drive and I had a floppy drive with it.
I've got a regular floppy drive, which that is. I've got CD, DVD writer, the extra battery, an LS120 drive. Don't see many of those these days.
I had a G3 PowerBook with all that crap, and just you could go double battery or CD or floppy or whatever. It's great.
This is ex-BT engineers.
Yeah.
This was standard issue for BT engineers back in the day.
That was my first DAW setup.
And the RAM, you can just it's just a little case, the cover on the top. No dicking around. Hard drive would just pop out from the side.
Mm-hmm.
In Australia, we had the sundials with the daylight saving adapter. That was it.
But I got that for 40 quid with all the drives from an ex-disgruntled BT engineer. He said they sacked me and I kept the laptop and it's been up in the loft. I only just found it. And then, because it hasn't got Wi-Fi built in, luckily, I still had that.
PCMCIA.
Belkin.
Nice. What's that? 802B though, isn't it? That's got to be that old.
802.11G.
Oh, it's G.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
When I worked at Gateway, I got a whole bunch of these cards. It was a brilliant thing because I had a video accelerator card. I had that. I had something else, and then the other one I had was an SD card, stroke MMC card, stroke whatever else adapter in PCMCIA format. So I've now got like 32 gigs of storage on my Z1.
Nice.
Not that I can access it all on there, but I just put an old SD card in there and away I go. But yeah, that's my... What have I got on there? XP, I think, on that one. But for everything else, I hardly use it now because I only got this for the... Here, look at the... portage on the back of that.
Proper port selection that is, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But no, I bought this for the Emacs, and then I got Parallels for the Mac, and I generally tend to use Parallels.
Well, I think I've got a 98-stroke XP machine. I've got a Windows 8.1 machine, a Windows 10 machine. I've got a G4 iMac. I've got a 2011 iMac. I've got the MacBook Air, and I've got this thing. I've got a few.
Hey, back when that Dell laptop was new, they had MPEG-2 cards to watch DVDs on.
Yeah. I think I've still got that as well. I've got a decoder card.
I remember I had to test them to roll out. The CEO had ordered a Dell just to do that with DVD-ROM, and my first test was a Matrix on DVD.
Nice.
That's how long ago it was.
Back when Hugo Weaving had hair.
Mr. Anderson.
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.
It's funny to see that and then watch Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. You know. So.
Yeah.
Well, he's also in. There's a little with Kate Blanchett. He was in a thing called Little Fish, where he was a heroin addict, and that was a clever film. I looked for Little Fish as a title in the video library. It dates from about 2000 or so. Don't quote me on that, but all of the video files will tell me I'm wrong, which is probably the case. So.
No, I remember renting that out back in the day.
There's an actor that sort of looks like him in that movie Bad Boy Bubby. You ever see that?
Well, did I do the soundtrack on that? I can't remember.
No way.
Hang on.
It's a pretty controversial movie. Most people haven't seen it, though. But I forgot the name of that actor.
No,
He looks like Hugo Weaving a little bit.
There was
Graham Tardif did that.
Nicholas Hope, Ralph Cotterill, Sid Brisbane.
Roger Melbourne.
I forgot his name, but
yeah,
David Canberra.
Charles Wagga Wagga.
Chateau Resound Wagga Wagga.
And Lucia Mastrantoni. That's the pizza waitress.
Hey.
As you do.
As you do.
And there was a robbed woman called Uli Berv.
I'll tell you what I watched the other night that was was very good, and I didn't expect anything less, was the latest Kenneth Branagh, Agatha Christie, Haunting in Venice.
Good, isn't it?
Very good. But they're all so good. He's such a good director, and the cast he gets is fantastic. Yeah,
I wasn't going to watch it. I wasn't going to watch it. I was going, no, I'm going to go and do some bits and pieces. Don't feel like watching a film or anything like that. And the music started and got into it, and that was it.
Yeah,
I was
he's
stuck
done
there
them
until
so
the end.
well. Yeah, we went to the cinema to see Murder on the Orient Express, and then Death on the Nile and Haunting in Venice we've watched at home. But they are so very, very good because they're proper classical, sort of like it's almost like it's very much like, when was Death on the Nile? Was that the 77 with Peter Ustinov?
The Peter Ustinov one, yeah.
That was late 70s, and it's done in that kind of classic style, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's really good. Yeah, I like that a lot.
And it had old Michelle in it, didn't it?
Michelle Yeoh,
Michelle,
yeah.
Yep.
Sorry. I love Michelle Yeoh. Yeah, Michelle Yeoh, Tina Fey, Hélène Cot. No, what's her? She's French. She was in Killing Eve. Hélène
Here's a bit of
Cotin.
trivia. Michelle Yeoh was in the Moomba Parade in Melbourne in about 1982, and she was a Singaporean model at that stage, and came to be like the princess of the Moomba Parade, which is done every March here. So she had an Australian connection when she was just a struggling, aspiring actress/model.
Michelle
She
Yeoh
wasn't
can be good, but
successful,
even
yeah.
she can't save Star Trek Discovery.
What?
I think she's a terrible actress, but that's just my opinion.
Who? Michelle Yeoh?
Terrible. Wouldn't, stilted, same delivery. She has two expressions and one of them's blank.
You bitch.
Ah, yeah, take it or leave it. I don't
Have
care.
you seen everything everywhere all at once?
Yeah, I have. It was. Oh. I watched it the other night.
Robbie,
No, thanks.
Robbie,
My style.
Robbie. You go. And there you have it.
And there you have it. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Oh dear. Yeah, I bet Michelle Yeoh plays the Genos too.
Now that was below the
Them's
belt.
fighting words.
That was below the belt.
No, I just wanted to promote them both equally.
She's much better on the Genos one, though.
Well, Michelle Yeoh one wasn't that good.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, that's interesting. So it doesn't work in a door. Not a very useful thing, would you say?
What's that?
For a VST2, it works in standalone, but it won't work in the door.
However,
What works in
Pad
standalone?
5 will work in the door. I'm going to hold my door
Arturia
open.
stuff.
Anything Arturia 9.
Hey, Steve, did you ever see Super Cop? She was good in that.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
Nothing.
Why are you running those on Windows anyway? For fuck's sake!
Don't start doorbell, boy. That's a two-way fucking door, right? Don't you knock my Cubase, all right?
You can. No, I'm not knocking Cubase. I'm knocking Windows. Put your fucking Cubase on your fucking Mac Studio, and put your fucking plugins on that.
I know.
Yeah. Look,
I was going to do that, as you well know, with 13 when it hit, and I'm glad I didn't.
There was a time when you wanted to use VST,
Logic.
you had to use Windows. They didn't have it on the Mac. It was all AU and RTAS.
The thing is, I'll be like a fart in the wind in Logic, as I would be in Pro Tools, Reaper, whatever. Ableton,
Studio
you
One.
name them. Not used to them. I'm so set in my ways.
But there's only one way you can get used to them.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've got more time on my hands.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Time
practical
now to
to
do
do before. Oh no. Fuck.
What's he done?
Shit. Oh, fuck.
You got your knuckles stuck.
I put too many fingers in the handle.
You stupid bastard.
It's not the first time he's got wrong for putting too many fingers in.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Yeah, they don't normally go dink when he pulls them out, though, do they?
Excuse me, I don't think my belly button's supposed to move around like that.
You'd be surprised, Vicar.
Oh, Walker, no matter.
Yeah, Kent, the key to fisting is to point the fingers, not leave it as a fist.
Oh, God. This is where,
And he is talking about the mug.
yeah. Well, we hope. Okay, so it's not working in the. And if you delete it, it doubles up.
Yeah, I can't speak from experience, but I do have some friends that are into that kind of stuff. So
Of course, you're not speaking from experience.
I'm boring in that department. So trust me on that.
Like a glove.
You guys ever heard of FetLife? You know the website FetLife? I have a bunch of friends on there. They're pretty crazy.
Nope, never heard of that.
Of course,
I've
everyone's
seen your
gonna say
profile,
no.
Rob.
How'd you spell it?
Is that .com or .net?
You'd be surprised.
F-E-T-I. Oh, wow. The world's largest BDSM kink fetish and... Oh, blimey.
and loose ladies.
Ooh. Right, that ain't going to work then. Goodbye.
Join for free.
The world's largest collection of fat, unhappy, and sick people.
No, there's lots of beautiful people on there. That's the thing. Is people waste time on dating sites, but from what I've heard, you can go on there and have a lot of fun. So
Things are not as they seem.
It's funny. I heard about the prostitute on this. They called her a fistful of dollars.
Oh, God.
well, it's more of rolled coins. So it's
haven't got me thingy work yet.
As he said, wait, what was the site?
That's it.
That's all.
I thought that was the Euston version.
It's 99.9% free as well. Well, I'll be.
there you go. Learn something new every day.
And bookmark.
I knew it.
I will not accept friend requests from you, Rob. On that.
Oh, all right then. Damn, I'll cancel that search.
Well, you have to have a photo with a ball gag, and then you'll be in there. So
Oh, Jesus.
I think my original profile, I took the question mark and then tilted it so it was dripping downwards.
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh yeah.
that reminded me of the phrase "by hook or by crook." So
To be last in the book.
What's the time? It's only 11:15.
I know.
Awkward silence.
He's still down here staring at me.
Is he?
He had his sausage.
a real sausage?
Another one.
No. It's like
Oh, this like a biscuit thing?
it's a
It's a
little
vegetarian substitute, yeah.
yeah. It's like a little meaty little dog snack thing. It looks like a sausage wrapped in bacon. Little pig in blanket type.
Oh.
And they love them. They love them.
Yeah.
Charlie will stand up on his hind legs for one.
But they have bags of them left over behind the synagogue.
I was say they made of former Behringer owners.
No.
You wish.
Oh.
Willie puts out a hit squad to kill off the people who badmouth it and then leave the company to sell their stuff.
Oh God. Well, that's not a good sign, is it?
What's that?
When you hit restart on your PC and nothing happens at all.
Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh no.
And that was the last time it was seen working, officer.
I can see an insurance claim coming up.
Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, there we go.
You solve all your noise problems, Kent?
It's early days.
The embarrassing little problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. It was one of the quiz questions Fiona had done.
Don't tell me you've looked already. That's not right.
No. She was saying, she goes, no, I'm not going to use this one because it's too difficult. I went, oh, okay. I said, what is it? She goes, it's like in Only Connect, where they do the 3 clues and then you've got to guess what the 4th clue is, right? So she put, if I can remember this, 12 o'clock, 20. 3 o'clock, 6. I think, was it 6? And then 6 o'clock, 3. And then you had to guess what the 4th one was. And so she said this to me, and I'm there going, right. I go, no, I give up. And she goes, it's 9 o'clock, 11. I went, no idea. Like that. And she went, on a dartboard.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. It's like, I go, yeah, you'll have to do easier ones than that. We're musicians.
Yeah, we can only count to 4.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. I got the 3 last night.
Mind you, I have been on Tamda, but some of them can't even do that.
Well, the guitars have the 3 chords, right? So.
Yeah, do you know what? I like the 3 chord song. I must admit, I'm a sucker for it. Right, you go
3
away.
diminished chords. Always good.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens now. Oh, what's wrong there? What's going on there? What? No. Oh, he's doing that to piss me off. Right, here we go. See what happens.
We need to replace the Windows error wave file with Dave, with the PAL going, I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. Right. Let's have a look.
I just can't do it, Captain.
Fingers crossed.
You need the Elon Musk go fuck yourself sound for the.
There's a full library of those.
No. You think you're getting somewhere? God damn it.
Still got those great birds in the background, Steve. I love it.
Still a few of them. I ignore them after a while. We tune out. You don't get it. You know, you just don't hear them.
I'll tell you what we're getting now that we never used to have. When you turn looking at the security camera late at night, all you can hear is crickets. Like, loads of them. We never used to hear crickets here at night at all, ever.
Because I find that when I turn the lights on, there's Jeffrey Boycott at the end of my court pretending to play cricket. He just sits out there and picks his nose, and Mike Gadding standing there going,
God, these are the days.
I guess you could be doing worse things on camera.
The batsman's
Australians
holding.
do. Yeah.
The batsman's holding. The bowler's Willie.
Yeah.
What a classic.
That's the one. So you're not working because bloody blah blah. There's the process setting, yeah, the classic zero noise mode, yeah, blah 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 blah. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah. I get ya. No, that's not there. Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. Can't do anything with that.
So, Kent, did you say the Osmos worked perfectly with Cubase 12, or did it have some issues still?
No, it worked fine with Cubase 12.
All the
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday.
Did you get it working in Falcon?
No, I didn't try it in Falcon. But I'm trying to still, like, for instance, the C7 grand piano in Falcon is missing. Arturia fires up standalone but won't show up in any of the Cubases. What the fuck is going on? See that?
Have you lost the drive mapping?
Yeah, the drive.
Yeah, I looked in the whatnot folder, and all drives are still present, including all the Arturia installation. What is interesting though, it can't find. Well, every controller that's listed here, I don't have. It hasn't listed a single one that I do have in here.
So I got to ask, with all your libraries, how many drives do you have mapped?
Trying to remember. It works. It works out at about something like, what was it, Robbie? Between 18 and 22 terabyte or something, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, across I think 5. Was it 5 drives? Something
Only
like
5
that.
drives? That's good.
Yeah. Or no, it might be. Is it 3 drives? I can't.
How many does Ty have, do you think?
I think he basically bought Google. just to be sure.
Wow.
No, he has some sort of like huge RAID system he has tucked in one of the rooms somewhere.
Sure. And probably a dupe of that as well.
Yeah, I think it's
just in
all
case.
Auto backups and all that sort of thing as well. Just in case, as you say, because he loses a project halfway through an entire orchestra session.
All those 11th hour changes he has to keep doing.
Yeah. He had to do some more today to that same bloody project.
Jesus. And I bet visually it wasn't any better, right? It's just some stupid changes they wanted to make.
Well, if they make a change to the visuals, and then all the hit points in the score don't match up anymore.
Exactly. But I mean,
So-
if you looked at what they changed, it's probably really stupid shit, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Really, really stupid. Especially we've seen it's about the 8th or 9th time they're doing it.
Yeah.
So it's weird. Netflix want all the tracks itemized and named. All the segments within the thing. BBC don't ask for it, but Netflix want it. Maybe they're going to do their own trailers or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they're probably going to go, now we can mine this since we own it now. So
That kind of thing, yeah. Well, I really, really don't know what to do about this now.
Can you try rescanning all your plugins?
Yeah.
Well, that might take a while.
Yeah, they're all there, and they all fire up as long as it's not in Cubase. Maybe I will pull both Cubases and reinstall that. Go that route. Because like I said, that Falcon's not firing up correctly. It fires up, but there's libraries missing. Let's see. Maybe get rid of that little fucker. Where are you? Cubase comes under Staleberg. Where are you? Oh, I've still got Cubase 11 on here. Cubase 11, Cubase 12, and Cubase 13. Okay. Right. Let's go. I think we'll do, if we do this the official way, they won't get pissed off about it.
I just found out where 250 gig of my Mac Studio hard drive space has gone.
Oh yeah.
When I installed Parallels, it just said, "Oh, do you want to install Windows 11?" And I thought, "Oh, well, go on." There you go, 255 gigabytes of virtual drive space.
Yeah.
I haven't even touched it.
Alright, look at this one. Fucking hell. It's on and on and on and on. Yes. Here we go. Cubase 11. This off. Yep. Bye-bye.
Well, my copy of N-Track just started working.
Cubase 12. Au revoir.
At least it's not going trial.
Microsoft Songsmith. Gone. If ever there was an argument against AI, it is Microsoft Songsmith.
Yeah.
The original video for it is the funniest thing ever.
Oh, hilarious.
Bye-bye. Okay, that'll do. No, get down here. Steinberg. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Not the library manager. No. Want to download the assistant. The connection to the server could not be established. End program. That's good. So now I've got no Cubase at all now. Yay! Let's try that again, boys. Oh dear.
I had to.
Oh dear.
I've just gone to the Steinberg site and the Cubase tab, and I found what the problem is. There are two hipsters just photographed there. So no software in perpetuity will ever work.
Unbelievable.
Shape your sound, be unique, like 157,000 other hipsters.
Creativity first. Well, yeah, once you get it working, I suppose.
Yeah. After a long wait, several reinstalls, 15 downloads, 175 terabits of disk, and a USB cable.
Preferably gold.
Gold-tipped USB cable.
Yeah.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Yep. There are 4 of them.
There's an idea for the coming
Keith,
weeks.
Danny, Laurie, which one's the other partridge?
Hey.
Ebenezer.
Ebenezer good. Okay, let's see what we won.
Keith.
Boom. Motherfucker.
No.
No.
Not having it.
Wasn't Cubase then. Quick Cubase. Forever. Ah, man.
There's a free DAW you can try just to make sure like that your plugins are good.
Gosh, I saw that post too. MPE support on a monosynth for the new Moog. Is that the InMusic Moog or is that the leftovers of Moog?
Well, it would have been in development. So. Oh, what the fuck?
So the quest for MPE basically sank Moog music. Is that the way to view it? Is that the lesson?
Right. So how the fuck do you use this?
I've been saying that for 40 years.
Oh, God. Ableton.
What band?
I feel you.
I don't think you. Oh, you got light, have you?
It practically needs something heavy on top of it, stop it from flying out the fucking window. I think it's a 90-day trial. And it will be.
Yeah, followed by sentencing.
Oh, here we go.
Then an appeal.
Oh, here we go. Well, none of these are the ones I own.
They all work perfectly though.
User live. Oh, let's try this. Well, that didn't work. Packs. Not packs. Core library. Can you see anything outside of Logic? No, that's not it. Oh dear.
That's it. 10 a.m. pubs open.
Oh, this just goes on forever.
I shall be back in a second.
Hi, babe. Unpack, electronic import. None of this is. I suppose this might be the limitation of the trial. That you can't use any VSTIs that you already own, or VSTs rather.
What on Ableton Live Lite? No, the only limitation on that is the number of tracks. I think it's 8.
I see, but I can't even find instruments.
So in the far left hand browser, you're looking for a folder called plugins.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
And then click on that, and then you'll see VSTs at audio units.
Nope. Nothing there.
Probably have to scan them.
Oh God. Where's that then?
Unless Ableton auto scans them, like when you start it up.
Didn't seem to do a great deal in that
Probably
regard.
have to do a manual scan.
Let's have a look. didn't find it on its own. Okay. Right, 42, turn that to 48. Yeah, cool. Right, high quality, whatever that means. Blah 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 blah. Libraries. Location of user library. Yeah,
Just set it to locate in the default libraries rather than the user ones.
That only takes us. Yeah, only seems to point at one thing anyway. Plugins. Try a scan. Here we go. Right, so it's now going to scan 22 terabyte.
Well, you don't have 22 terabytes of plugins. It's if you set it, it will.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
It's only going to scan your plugin folders, your system plugin folders.
Yeah. It appears to have done that. Okay, right, so nothing. No. Wonderful. Okay, that's my experience with Ableton sorted. It's like a Schweppes advert. Oh, there you go. Just dropped a frog in it.
Tastes like it. Oh, that's wonderful. That should be mandatory at 10 a.m. every morning.
So I wonder what...
Now, for those gin aficionados, or soon-to-be gin aficionados, 4 Pillars, rare dried gin, Australian gin. Magnificent. I'm just hoping they send me a case of instead of a case of Genos 2s. I can't fit the...
Okay, so I don't know where else. I don't know. I don't know why that suddenly stopped working.
Do you want to see what I've been playing around with?
You've been on FetLife.com, haven't you?
That's why I've been so quiet for so long.
Let your freak flag fly.
Did you find my profile, Rob?
Oh, it won't. Oh, hang on. It won't. Oh, hang on a sec. Hang on. It's not going to show it to me.
No, it won't. You got the kitty lock on.
That was an old Robin Williams stand-up joke. I have something special to show you. Please move back.
My brother's favourite pickup line was "Sit on this and walk towards me."
And did it work?
Yes.
I guess if she's drunk enough, it will work. So.
No, it's Australia. It's a different set of standards, or lack thereof.
Sorry, you have standards?
Yeah.
I said, or lack thereof.
Yeah, but most things fit together.
It's just like Lego in the end, or in the front. Doesn't matter, whichever way you take.
Well, you don't want to let go because.
Well, some people are more like Duplo, so yeah.
Well, for simpletons.
South London, it's more like stickle bricks.
Yes, or Playplex, or
Mega Block.
Yeah. Mind you, the good old days of Meccano.
Or
I
did you
remember
ever
being
see
frustrated by
Playmobil?
Meccano.
Remember Playmobil with like the people really simple looking and it's
Yeah.
for little kids? Yeah.
Yeah.
And when our parents took all of that away, we went out and bought synthesizers.
Well, Donald Trump still plays with Playmobil, so.
Don't go there.
No, well, it's there we go.
There are
No?
too many foreshade
Yeah,
jokes.
show. You fucking bastard.
Oh. What the hell is that? When did I get this?
No.
That works.
Oh, I know why it's not doing it.
Oh.
No, you don't.
Or is it? There you go. This is what I've been playing around with.
Yeah.
No wonder they're on the ground so often. Why would you do that?
Where are you, Heathrow?
Heathrow, yeah.
It was supposed to land in Gatwick. That's why it's at Heathrow.
Yeah, let's spin it round. There you go. T5. A, B, and C. And then over in the distance you got T2, T3. But I haven't got my my yoke connected, so I can't. Well, I can take off, but it'll just be me flying it with a trackpad, which is not very good.
But you remember when you had the XT Turbo and you had a copy of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it was just either cyan or pink or white and black, and they were the
Yeah,
other colours
yeah,
you had on it.
like-
And it would simulate EGA, but badly.
Yeah.
Should we? Come on, let's have a laugh.
Where's the naked hostess?
Where's the naked hostess? So parking brake off.
Inflatable autopilot on.
Yeah.
Handbrake off.
I have never played this with a mouse. Oh, trim. Oh, there we go. There we go. Is it FAT 15 for something like this? There we go.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Do you know, I'm just about to sign up with an online air traffic control system. You actually talk to air traffic controls. You have to do the whole spiel and everything.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
Right, so let's see. I can't remember what's full thrust on the keyboard. Let's just fucking do it by hand.
Have you ever listened to Cabin Pressure?
Why does that sound like a 74 movie? Why does that sound like a disgusting VHS tape that you...
It was a comedy series with Benedict Cumberbatch.
Ah, right, okay.
It's absolutely hilarious.
There she goes. Whoa!
Oi! Yeah, that's a Ryanair.
Pull up, obstacle, obstacle, pull up.
Ground proximity. Ground proximity.
Obstacle, pull up.
The ground
pull up.
is very proximity. Yeah, we can fly from there.
In-flight entertainment.
I've never flown with one of these.
We can see.
To be honest with you, that's not far off what Ryanair does fly like.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard Ryanair.
Yeah.
Yeah. First you shake the left-hand baggage out onto the right-hand side of the vehicle, and then you shake the right-hand baggage out of the left-hand side of the vehicle.
God, listen to all the alarms going.
Yeah.
Yes.
Climb.
Play. Pull up. Stalling.
Yeah.
Stalling.
That was like the old Falcon game on the Mac. Pull up.
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is your pilot
There we
speaking.
go.
Scream if you want to go faster.
I'm getting a...
That's a great track, though. Scream if you want to go faster.
Yeah.
Jerry Halliwell. What a great track.
Whoa. What the fuck? Airspeed low? I'll say... Oh!
Whoa. Like the movie
Loop the
Flight, where
loop
it
in a
goes upside down.
737.
What's it called?
Well, who knew you could do that?
Someone's going to prison.
Yeah.
Is it a bit
That's enough of
choppy, or
that.
is it just the stream doing that?
Oh, it'll be the stream.
Yeah.
Because I'm sharing, so...
Choppy sharing. He's got to keep the 386 SX going at full speed.
That runs like a dream on this thing.
We used to,
386
the Macs,
386
the Macs
SX, yeah.
Back when you
Sorry,
could
what?
put like 3 video cards in a Mac and PCs couldn't. A guy brought a computer over to my place for a nerd party, and it had 3 monitors per FA-18 Hornet. So front, side, and side, and you're like you were in a cockpit. It was really cool.
Mm.
I once had a friend who, I think about 1982, his little brother had a Mac 2E, which was a new thing, or Mac 2C at that stage, very new. And he turned the whole thing into a sampler. He managed to take all 512K of memory and turned it into a sample space and wrote a program to actually work that way. So the Australians were at it in the early 80s and before even.
You see that picture that David put up of Cleo?
On FetLife. Or FET, as it's known amongst the aficionados. It's its nickname.
Hang on, let's find it. Look at that monkey.
Right, why don't you...
You tend not to see much of her. It's always the back of her head or something. Bless.
Learn CC from that. Yeah, okay. Okay. So you work. You're fine. No
That
problem.
patch is called Thelonious.
Yes, something of that nature. Yeah, okay. So you still have to
It's-
do the...
Anyone want to buy a Mellotron?
Okay, so works. So I can pull from file, brilliant. But remove that, bring in Did you crash?
Sorry, no, I turned it off.
Pull up. Pull up.
Your trousers.
No, that's from the FetLife site.
Yeah, got distracted.
Yeah.
Pull up, pull down, side to side.
Squeeze the melon. Alright, let's have a look then. That one.
And it says medium pace, medium pace.
Anything else? What else is RAM intensive?
Ram it into what?
Intensive, darling.
Oh, intensive.
Yeah.
147 gigabytes of RAM now used. Yeah.
Yeah.
We used to call them memory leaks once upon a time. Now they call them applications.
Just anything by Microsoft.
Yeah, well.
So I reckon there's a good case for bringing back simplicity and just having small things that you can actually do in a web browser or something smaller and compact, the least amount of code.
That on there. Turn that off.
By the way, someone mentioned frogs earlier. Check out this hideous sculpture. It's supposed to be playful, and my grandmother used to love. Frogs playing checkers.
Yep, that's pretty appealing.
This is for FetLife.
Well, that's probably suitable. We could probably get a better jamming platform on FetLife than we could on anything else.
It looks like it's being flipped off there. Look at that. The naughty
The finger.
frog.
What's that? Where did that one come from then?
The amount of god awful ceramic stuff that old ladies like to collect.
What's cracking like a bastard?
Jeez.
I've got to do all this again.
And there goes Froggy.
All right, Robbie, what's on your wish list? What's currently taking your eye, apart from the GNOS 2? What
Well,
are you
I don't know.
interested in hardware-wise? Are we all burnt out at the end of a big year, or are we still hankering after something?
Well, I'd love to get a Montage Modi X. Sorry, Montage Modi X. A Montage M8X, but that's not going to happen for a while. I've got my eye on an SY99 on eBay, but that's probably not going to happen either. It's just too big.
It's the size is really daunting. I find just taking them.
That's what my wife says.
Yes, well, she probably
It's
does.
surprisingly heavy too. I couldn't believe it when I got one. I was like, shit.
That's what she said as well. And he's just.
She talks a lot.
She does. She's been on the phone to most of us.
Yeah. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one that looks like that.
What?
That's that's a why.
Oi! Kent!
What?
Get your hairy ass into my office now!
My ass ain't hairy. What we got? Noir. That's pretty big.
Oh, I can't remember how to install the harmonic. You've just reminded me that I don't have it on here yet.
To what?
The harmonic.
It goes in the usual way, doesn't it?
No, you have to. They had a an installer, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
They went because they moved from UVI into a standard, custom platform.
Right.
And I need to find the email. Philharmonic. There we go.
Instant film score, okay. That all went in as well. Brilliante. So we move on to
Pulse. That's it. Pulse.
Or Favi in the Italian.
well,
M1 system. Okay.
cabbage and beans. So, yeah, I suppose.
And is it going to remember everything, or do I have to load in each key manually?
I would have thought so. Try that one.
Why have I got Eric the half bit? Oh no, yeah, I have an email access. Okay. Can I remember what my bloody password is?
No.
You're right.
Ask matey boy that was trying to hack in.
Yeah.
He probably knows.
Yeah.
And is it? Oh, no, that's Pulsar Modular. That's not Pulse. Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm gonna have to hunt for another email with another. Jesus fucking Christ! Pulse downloader. Redemption keys.
Kind of work.
Reset password. There we go.
Does it go right across the... Not really. Rise and leave.
Send recovery. Send help.
Pull up. Pull up.
Yeah. Syncrate. Syncrate. Bank angle. Bank angle. Oh.
Can't remember how to play that easy, you git.
That's not 224.
Not anything like it. It's working anyway. We'll leave it at that for now.
Please follow this link to reset your password. There you go.
Now.
New password. Use strong password. Okay.
Stiff.
Yeah, someone's setting up their FetLife account.
Yeah, it's all the rules.
4 grown men setting up FetLife accounts while one man tries to solve his VST problems.
Oh yeah. Where to stop?
One just does this.
Robbie is now known as Slave Binder.
Slave Binder. Select your download folder. We do not recommend installing files to this directory. Well, no shit, Sherlock.
At driptrade.com.
See, I've had deadcalm.com for about 40 years.
Yeah.
So it's Steve at deadcalm.com. It's always good to give that email address to healthcare receptionists across the line.
Ooh.
I used to have completefuckwits.com, which I used to frame the NRA site. That didn't end well. One of my pipe dreams was to produce a musical version in the vein of Spinal Tap, but with synthesizers, called Vaginatron. And I have vaginatron.com.
Have you seen they're making a sequel?
They are for Spinal Tap. But why would you make a sequel? I mean, that's a recipe for just being...
It's either going to be brilliant or it's going to be utterly awful, and it's probably going to be utterly awful.
The problem is the joke's been done.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's been done well.
Yeah.
And so how are you going to top the Stonehenge scene or the...
Lick My Love Pump.
Yeah, or the D minor, or the Don't Turn This Up to 11.
To 11,
and, all of that stuff is perfect, but it's encapsulated.
The second sequel, they already did a sequel.
Well, there was also A Mighty Wind.
Yeah.
Which was funny in its own way, but you can see how the jokes have faded over time because the material is getting slimmer and slimmer.
There's the first one, and then there's The Return of Spinal Tap.
Enabled. There it is. Why will you not function?
That's what my wife says.
Any?
Add.
How can it be no? How can it be no instrument?
This show has the highest rating of any of the Kent's pubs now. It has more people watching it.
But they want to see. They want to see the fire.
The moment of frustration, the denouement.
Wait for you to blow up the computer instead of the Behringer.
Yeah, I think that Andy's gone away to actually film it, I think.
It won't go in. It just won't have it.
I've heard that before.
Yeah. It's not the way it's supposed to be. That's absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. Is there a fairlight in here?
Probably.
Probably, yes.
Oh, I got one of those here. Not a real one, but...
The fake one's pretty good.
Robbie?
Yeah,
Robbie's got 4 of them, and 3 of them don't work.
It's very true.
Robbie, you've got to go back to that man who took your voice cards and say enough is enough. Say Steve Smith will come around and play Henry Mancini selections on your front doorstep at 5 a.m. unless you give me back the voice cards for the 2.
No, it's not going to happen. I did drop a subtle hint in an email earlier today to see if anything might be forthcoming, but I doubt it. Peter's coming over in March, by the way.
That's good. Look, you look. Just make sure that the Australian gets to 1 at a time to save for bad table manners.
There's actually every chance that I will be in Australia this time next year.
Well, if I'm still alive, you're welcome to come and have a
When do you start digging?
look at my a piano at a Masonic gig for the Light Horse Masonic people. And I've turned up in my tux, and I've turned up. And when they booked the gig, it was called the RACV Club, which was the Royal Automobile Club of Victoria, which does insurance and roadside service for vehicles. So it's sort of RAA type thing. Anyway, so they've booked that, and it's changed to the City and Overseas Club, the venue. So they've booked it another year, and the Masonic people have gone there. And then it's changed hands. It's become the German club, except for the fact that Bill Fordyce, who was the Australian who was in the Great Escape in World War II, he's not as per the film, but Bill was there, and he was a member of this Masonic fraternity. And he's in the German club now. They're having their annual dinner, and they've piped in the haggis and done whatever they've done and recited Robert Burns and all the secret things. Anyway, this little German Fraulein waitress comes across to the table and says, "Would you like anything else?" And Bill's just turned around and said, "A shovel." I corpsed. I could not control myself. And this guy who had dug his way past more Gestapo than the average Australian had just been offered drinks by this little girl dressed in in lederhosen or whatever the female equivalent is. And turned around point blank and said, "A shovel." I just,
Wow.
It was fantastic. You've got the gig moments that you recall, and that was one of the ones I'll recall for life. So when you're in Australia, Robbie, if you've dug your way here with a spoon, if you
I don't
come
know
to
where
Melbourne,
we'll be yet.
if you come to Melbourne, then you can probably avoid Melbourne now that I've warned you. But if you come to Melbourne, then you're welcome to come out for lunch. I took Richard Hilton out, and he survived. So
that wasn't a dig. That wasn't a dig.
It was all like curses.
I see what you did there. It wasn't a dig.
No, I'm just saying that we had a lovely lunch, Richard and I. We went to a very good restaurant called the Flower Drum, which is a Chinese restaurant in Melbourne that's been a 3 chef's hats restaurant for decades.
Yeah.
And we enjoyed ourselves and talked a few yarns.
Robbie,
Yes.
remind me, was there a fairlight in the Arturia Club?
Yes.
CMIV.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've got that.
That's why I wasn't finding it. Looking for fairlight.
You're looking for F. Yeah.
I was looking for F. Loaded up the Farfighter.
The Farfisa Bravo is a fine keyboard. It is the keyboard on which the Genos 2 is modelled.
Well, that's Arturia, and look. Loads up.
It's because it's
With it.
Fairlight.
That's a long delay.
Yeah.
Going via Australia.
Yeah. So that one.
With a
like-
spoon.
But if I select CSAT version 4, fuck all.
We haven't serviced it yet.
Do you know what? I think the caps have gone in it. You're right.
Yeah, voice cards need to be replaced too.
Oh, good luck with that. Let's have a look then. What else we've got?
Yeah, the one thing Arturia didn't model.
No, one of two things.
And that works.
He didn't even model the voice cards on the CMI.
Yeah.
I happen to like the one synthesizer that is too terrible for anyone to model. Is the P1000, my very first synth. It's so bad.
Pickle.
No one has ever VST'd it. Nobody has ever sampled it. Nobody has ever. I offered to Dave Spears, said G-Force can have mine to sample. He said no. Emphatically, no.
What, a specialist?
Maybe the guys at Cherry Audio will.
Given what they said last week, I doubt it.
Yeah,
I
really.
read Paul's comment. Yeah, Paul, you're right.
Yeah.
But
No, you ask.
Why?
Because you're there.
Well, you come round here and then you're at the mic.
No.
Fiona would like to know.
Yes, her hair is lovely.
Yes, your hair is
if
lovely.
if we can have more Tim Tams.
No, she
Fiona's
wants-
only come in to say, I'd like more Tim Tams. Yes, Fiona, I will get you more Tim Tams. It will happen. I
She didn't
promise.
believe me about the jam ones.
Ah.
Yeah, nah.
You are
Yeah,
going
nah.
to be enthralled, captivated.
Yeah, yeah, mate.
Nah, yeah, nah.
Oh, yeah, no. All right.
Yeah, no.
Anyway.
yeah. She'd like to know if you would like a particular specialist round within the quiz.
Not necessarily specialist. Are there any requests for a round?
Any requests for a round?
I think guessing all 15 of Robbie's medications.
Yeah, he might win that.
I think,
and
yeah, I think I
then
would.
citing interactions.
Yeah, but
drug
I wouldn't be able to
interactions
pronounce
with
them all
animals.
correctly.
I know, but I won't
Porn
go
stars of the 70s,
No, I don't know any of those
No.
anymore.
80s.
The one with the big dick.
What
with the big
is
dick?
that? Oh, what was her name?
Gertrude.
No.
What?
The
Mary
lady in the
Millington.
pawn shop.
Mary Millington.
Mary Millington.
Do you remember Mary Millington?
That's going
Do
back
I
some.
remember? I still owe her money.
Tiffany Towers.
Tiffany Towers, yeah. Who was? Do you remember Fiona Richmond? She used to like be the soft porn.
Yeah.
My mum used to crochet some of her outfits, and she had to make sure she
Didn't
got
take
certain
long.
holes. No, she had to make sure there were certain holes in certain places.
There was
Yeah.
a 15-minute time limit.
Yeah.
No, not really.
No, not really.
No,
No, thank you, Fiona. No, look, I can make an idiot of myself without your questions.
Right, it'll be mathematics, algebra,
Mathematics,
what the fuck?
algebra.
geometry, trigonometry.
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, that isn't a quiz. That's a fucking lesson.
That is not entertaining. All
School.
right? That
It's
is
an
not,
A-level exam.
Your job is
Yeah.
entertainment, not mathematics.
Yeah, well, film, entertainment, picture round, missing words round.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Yeah,
Famous porn stars.
yeah, from famous porn stars.
Famous porn stars.
Yeah, old
You already stuck
porn
on
stars. The real names of real porn stars.
Okay,
The real names of real porn stars.
okay, you want it?
Yeah.
Just the entire round will incriminate so
Here,
many
we
people.
got a site you can check out.
No.
No, okay then.
No, I'm gonna get some people coming to the door and look.
The fraud squad. Yeah.
Yeah, the men in balaclavas.
Yes. Come to seize your drive.
The Farfisa.
It works.
That sounds like a Bravo. That's the brass 8 patch.
Where is
With this repeatedly functioning apart from the CS80.
I think I'm going to do the worst ever keyboards I've purchased podcast. Like it's the antithesis of what Alex Ball does or any of the other people who are proficient at these things.
Yeah.
I think I should just record all the shittiest synths I've collected over the years. The ones that are just real earaches.
Yeah. Oh, look, poor old Andy's stuck in it out in the cold.
Oh, I would take part in that.
Hey, does this sound
You know
okay?
what?
Can you guys hear me?
You
Yep.
sound fabulous.
Okay.
Fine,
I had to,
fine, my love,
I had to
fine.
rewire. Speaking of studio, I had to rewire this shit because my Black Magic wasn't working last time, and now it's okay. So.
Oh.
I had that problem with my Black Magic. I went on FetLife.com and it's all fixed.
Speaking of that, were you guys talking about John Holmes?
No.
Not yet, but go on.
There's a bit of a Freudian slip.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't miss the guy if you watch any porn in the '80s. Before he died of AIDS. he
Oh,
was
we
all-
know who he is. We just didn't. He wasn't on our minds.
Well, that was one of the questions. Porn stars of the whatever. So.
Yeah.
No, it was. It was a
Man.
suggestion for a funny segment because some of the names are funnier than the porn names.
Right, yeah.
Even Tarantino referenced him in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Some John Holmes motherfucker walks up.
Right, let's
Yes.
remove.
I think John Holmes was my Avon lady.
Yes.
I'm flaring here. I've got to change my direction.
Gone. Now, if I go to Asturia, look for what am I looking
Cinematic
for?
keys. There we go.
Software Center.
For the viewers at home, we're loading up VSTs we don't really like.
Oh no! This is say version 4. This is actually quite sweet. I just need to find it now. Where the fuck is it?
My Deckard's dream is nailed to the wall.
Like tears in rain.
Yeah, it's sort of like a
Alright, here we go.
an origami puppet.
Yeah. What?
You know what you've got me doing now? I'm relocating all my sample libraries back into Contact.
See, I don't have that problem. I'm an idiot Antipodean. I just simply wander through the fields of hardware, picking the worst.
Setup was unable to automatically close all applications. It is recommended that you close all applications. Very
So
well.
I think I'll go down the path of the PE1000 as the worst hardware synth, closely followed by the drum machine, the Akai Tomcat. Worst sampler.
No, the Rhythm Wolf is way worse than the Tomcat.
Well, you'd be surprised because half the pots on my Tomcat don't actually do anything.
That's the same with the Rhythm Wolf.
Isn't it funny how they have 3 working controls out of the 25 on the front panel?
Yeah, it's like a Fisher Price thing. They turn the knobs, they don't do anything.
Yeah, but with the Rhythm Wolf, they're not supposed to do anything.
Well, the Timbre Wolf.
Yeah.
The Roland Varios would come in there as one of the least useful synths I've owned.
Okay, by the way, I'm trying to pick a avatar for FetLife. You guys decide which one should I pick.
No, get the question mark you get on the default and then twist it 135 degrees so it looks like a penis peeing downwards.
Mr. Bill.
That's it.
Or Ryan Slave Girl. Which one? Are...
Yeah, no, I think that's... it's a question of the name you choose. I think you need a FetLife generator, a FetLife avatar name generator.
For fuck's sake.
That's not a bad name for FetLife.
There it is. Yay.
Interesting.
You got me thinking. Worst synth.
I think we should do a worst synth exposition. It's not like bad gear, it's like the worst fucking gear. Stuff you can't sell. Like most of mine.
With the Roland JX1
I've got one of those somewhere.
Yeah.
Jake's one's pretty bad.
Hey, Wokey.
Oh, he's gone.
Where'd he go?
An SK10. Yamaha.
Where's Matty?
That's really bad.
He just
String
disappeared.
Oh.
It was something I said.
About the JW50.
No, I can't go that low.
Yeah.
Just an email from Anthony Marinelli.
You Italians have to stick together.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
He doesn't send me emails anymore, sadly. I don't think he ever did. But it's important that he never does. Yeah,
what
bad
other one?
sense. What else have I got? Oh, the Pad 5 probably counts. I've got a couple of bad samplers.
The U20.
Oh, there was a string machine that was on your show, Robbie, that was pretty bad.
A string machine that was on our show.
Yeah, it fell apart basically when I collected. It was assembled by child labour in Italy somewhere with the Aria string synth.
All right.
That is probably amongst my finest disasters.
Yeah.
So Genesis. Yeah.
The Emu Vintage Keys, not the Vintage Keys Pro, just the Vintage Keys.
CGO. Oh, that's what. Sorry. I'll shut up.
Why? What's that?
No, I was just trying to find this sample library and I couldn't find it. It's called Cinematic Guitars Organic Atmospheres. And instead of being in a folder called Cinematic Guitars Organic Atmospheres, it's in a folder called CGOA. That's why I wasn't finding it.
I think I'm going to get my guitars out now.
There we go. That's located.
That makes a lot more sense now. Right,
Hello, Conrad.
Oh, there's an update for Contact 7.
Don't. I've only just got the bloody thing working.
So there's an update. Never been
Well, I've
using
got
it.
a eSynth. I've got a Vintage Keys and a Vintage Keys Pro. You can have one of those. An Extreme Lead.
Got an Ultra Proteus.
A Proteus 2000. A Proteus 1. Yeah, they're all bad.
Yeah, I've got the Ultra.
Sounds good. You
Yeah.
know, they made some nice things for back in the day.
Ultra was
but
good. It was basically a Morpheus with a 2000 put together.
Right.
I've got a B3 ROM in my Proteus 2000. I don't know what that displays.
painful?
But it works. It does, yeah.
Left a mark.
I've left a mark.
Cinematic Keys.
It was
Wrecked him and nearly killed him.
funnier than a bum full of Smarties.
World AI Imperial. Right, there we go. Here's a name for a sample library. Taste the Fury.
That's a FetLife channel.
Taste
Oh,
the
dear.
Fury.
Sounds like an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, it's like standing on your colostomy bag.
Any Ensoniq stuff that would fit under that category?
I don't have any Ensoniq stuff. I've managed
Just
to avoid
SQ1,
it.
SQ2 are pretty shitty.
Yeah, I had an
No
SQ2.
filter, pretty vanilla.
The only thing I liked about it was the key bed.
Or no resonant filter, I should say.
Yeah. KS32, which I think a weighted action QS2.
No, Paul, I haven't got a Morpheus or an Ultra. Oh, you got an Ultra. Okay, that's nice.
I have an Ultra. Yeah.
It's good to see you, Conrad. You should hang out more.
Oh, where the bloody hell's that gone then?
Yeah, what was that website again?
Fatlife.com.
Yeah, that's the one. That's where you hang out more.
Not Boba Fett Life, regular, just one T.
About the D110.
I don't have anything quite that appalling.
I mean, it was a multi-timbre monster if you're a gigging musician. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nobody had gigs in Australia for the last 30 years.
It was a pain to program, though. Somebody said the Sonic piano module.
I think what we need is an auction, and I will set fire to the highest bidder and donate the money to equally Michelle Mokusa and
Dina.
also to Dina Perlman. Put it to their respective charities, and I will set fire to all my operator-based synthesizers while we watch Robbie close up. just bid for the highest bid, and I get to say go, and we'll set fire to it all. I've just violated all the terms of agreement on about 4,000 people here on the channel.
Oh man, I used to have an FB01.
FB01s, they can go up. Yep, toss those in. In fact, I will not only burn my TX816, I'll have it in the original bin that the legendary photo of the TX816 in the bin is.
Yeah. There it is.
That.
Heavy bastard.
Kent is challenging.
Yes, he is very challenging.
What do you mean by
Kent,
that?
that's a new one.
Yeah, I've never played that
one
before. I don't know. I just make them up as they go along.
Anyway, if anyone wants to buy some cheap stuff on Facebook, I've given up now, so you can have whatever you like for however much you like. I think Andy has purchased about 17 cents for $17.50 US.
Yeah, you have my list. So.
Most of the good ones. I've got your list.
Got a ton of stuff I don't use.
I got stuff in boxes. I have a Mellotron Mini 4000D in a box, a Korg 2600 FS in a box, a Mini Moog 2020 re-release in a box, still unopened. So yeah, you could have the pleasure of opening that up and then realising you're not in a 240 volt country.
Mm.
But,
well, we are.
Well, you can.
It's fine.
All right.
It's fine. I have converters for stuff. I have some weird stuff from, like the Middle Eastern Arabic keyboard that I bought has a 220 on it. So.
That's all right. It's close enough. No, we can do that. Anyway, we could actually auction off all my stuff for $1 each and see how we go.
Retirement isn't going at the moment. What are you saying now, Rob?
Do you remember I had all that hassle trying to get that free Ozone 11 equalizer? I kept claiming it and it kept saying it's in your account, and then I realised that it would only install on an M series system.
We've got an M series system now.
Well, the desktop, yeah.
Mm. There you go.
There it is. Yeah. Installed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's working now.
Yes.
Yeah, not entirely sure about the other bit though.
What? Right, there we go. That's installed. Hurrah!
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 Now this should be interesting.
Oh yes. Why doesn't this just do this automatic? Why can't you just press one button and say, just fucking locate my libraries while I go and fettle something?
Or FetLife something.
Yeah, or FetLife something. Dear, oh dear.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Very,
Yeah.
well done.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Good, because that means I can run Jamtabber now
Okay.
directly into the stream without any without any feedback.
Is that somebody on Jamtabber now?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Add another interface?
No, he just built a mosque outside his front door.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh dear.
Falafels all around.
So, okay. So it can be done.
Oh, where the bloody hell did I put that? Oh, there it is.
You know what can't be done is this guy. That cannot be done. Look at that piece of shit.
Can't see it.
Is that what I think it is?
Rhythm Wolf.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So the howl circuitry right there. With the howl.
Can it do? Hustle.
Let's see.
Oh, where did that go?
I can do that.
I must admit, I should be careful with the jam tabber, actually, because the evil bastard in me finding a room like that and go, right, it's time to do some shredding electric distortion guitar.
Yeah, but they can mute you, so it doesn't. You're not a nuisance for long.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah.
No bothering then.
There's a loophole.
I see.
Take all your fun away.
No, that was a little bit too sort of like, you know, laid back, smoky bar atmosphere kind of thing.
No, not smoky enough.
Yeah, true enough. Oh, good. Well, that is a thing as well. Good. Right, so that's working as well now. Cool. So.
I didn't realise I had so many fucking contact libraries.
Yeah, they mount up. I'm on about 270 now, something like that.
Oh, I'm nowhere near that bad.
Yeah, but I'm but a mere insignificant morsel compared to Ty.
Well, quite.
Aren't
we all?
he showed me his contact, and it was just scrolling for about half an hour, and they're all gone to like tiny little thin bars. You could barely read what they are. It's just like,
Yeah, it's the input to output ratio that's important.
Yeah, well, he does that as well. Damn him.
You see, Australian gin has a pregnancy warning on it, and I'll just hold that up for the camera so you can see the label there. It says you can get pregnant if you drink this and go out with someone.
Mind you, I mean, come on. I mean, I know people where they need that printed on milk.
Batch distilled in the Yarra Valley. There's a good place to go. Robbie, if you're going to come to Melbourne, don't look me up, but look up the Yarra Valley and go there for lunch. A lot of beautiful wineries there and a lot of beautiful vistas. It's like Paris without the Parisians.
Well, that's no fun.
You'd be surprised.
Scotland without the midges.
And a big hello to Jim McCulloch, who's right up the very top of Scotland.
Oh, okay. I see. Well, I wouldn't use... yeah, I would use that, actually. As a rule. But it is stolen by... you.
Time to swap seats.
At the same time. Oh, there we go. Every day's a sunny day.
It's just hard to see in all the sun.
Heart bleeds.
You guys with 01. My daughter is in the UK, so I empathise with you. We know it's been super cold there.
Yeah, it was trying to snow last night in a very sort of like half-hearted sort of like melt as soon as it hits the ground kind of way.
It won't be long.
But I mean, we're doing all right actually, because I mean, we're 6th of December and Fiona still hasn't turned the central heating on yet.
That's fair. No, the first time I ever saw snow, I emerged from the subway at Piccadilly Circus and it started snowing, and that was the first time in my life I ever saw snow.
Yeah.
That was interesting. We just lost 417 viewers over that comment.
Yeah, I was born in '62. It was a lot of snow. I think in '62 the whole country ground to a halt.
Had a few years like that. '84 January was close. I found some photos of me outside the Royal College of Organists and other stuff like that the other day, which was my tour of UK back then.
Well, it doesn't really snow down here anymore, in all honesty.
No,
there's a whole Weather Channel section of FetLife, so some people really dig that stuff.
Oh, I think he hit his off button.
Awesome. Yep.
The battery ran out, probably.
You think living in Australia would make it solar powered?
52. Where did that go?
What are you putting together now, Rob?
I'm just making sure the Bohemian. What's it? Went in the right place. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, makes you think.
Made you some. There we go.
That sounds painful.
Yeah. Yesterday at 23:58. Yeah, that's the one.
You sure?
Yeah. So that's good. I can delete the installer. Bloody hell.
Thank God he's finally laid down. He's gone to sleep.
Oh, bless him.
Correct. His bed's over there. Look, got a lovely little bed. Curls up on the floor. Oh, here we go.
He's found his mains.
And he's back.
Taste the fury. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Updates.
Sniff the glove.
Yeah, smell my finger.
Lick my love bump. So how can you top jokes like that? You do a sequel, how are you going to improve on that? The original was so rich and replete with references.
The amps go to 12 now.
They've become part of the vernacular. I remember Marshall having one going to 20.
Yeah.
Don't want that.
So, Kent, I want a challenge for Sunday. Give me an obtuse connection of composition and composer that I can put together for you for your birthday. So it might be the Dave Brubeck version of Rondo alla Turca, or he did that, but something along the bizarre lines. What two things can I connect? A soundtrack you love, or a composer with a piece that maybe wasn't by them.
So do a piece in the style of somebody else.
I'm getting him to set the challenge, and I will actually put that together. So think of what if you wanted to really mess Ty up for a weekend.
Yeah,
that's the sort of thing you've got to think of. You probably thought, well, I could do if I had the Beatles' "Money Can't Buy Me Love" with in the style of Shostakovich, or Scriabin's version of West Side Story, or something like that.
Yeah, we can't give you an easy one. Can't do Cage's version of Firebird Suite, can we?
Well, you could just say what you want, but I'd try and do it. I'll have to go and refer the material and then work out the style and then apply it to the target.
Mm.
I would say Bartok's version of Steam by Peter Gabriel.
Okay, that's good.
Mm.
Bartok version of Steam by Peter Gabriel. Yeah, I could do that. I could just about do that.
Mrs. Mills' version of Winter by Vivaldi. There you go.
I think you're saying by Tori Amos. I thought that would be even more interesting. Okay, Winter by Vivaldi.
Yeah, in the style of let's have a think.
Motorhead.
Don't tempt me.
Speaking of Spinal Tap, that's a reference. Don't tempt me, sir. King Leisure Bed.
Don't tempt me.
Think. Trying to think actually.
Anyway, give it some thought.
Yeah,
And paste it into the Facebook chat, and I'll engineer that in time for next Sunday, and that can be a source of great disrespect.
Oh yeah, in the style of Picasso. Love it.
That's right. You heard about that? They stole one of the Picasso works, Weeping Woman, in Australia back in 1979 or so, and it turned up in a railway locker. But they'd stolen the work, the physical Picasso work, of the Weeping Woman, and police did a photo fit, and they were looking for a culprit with 5 eyes, 3 noses, and 2 mouths.
Do you know what? I can't think of anything. I must admit.
No, you've kind of named some stuff earlier, so that's all right. We'll get there. I'll go back and look at 450 in the feed and work out the requirement, and I'll do a montage or a pastiche or a collage or a denouement of the appropriate works. Okay. And if anyone in the chats can think of anything more bizarre, then hit my Facebook up with it, and you'll win a free synthesizer.
How about Yesu, Joy of Man's Desiring in the style of Yoko Ono?
I was going to say Mariah Carey, but...
Mariah, when you play Mariah Carey around here, all the dogs sort of cock their ear. And it's all those frequencies above 12 kilohertz up to 300 kilohertz that most humans can't appreciate. But the dogs get it.
Remember Laurie Anderson did the concert for dogs, all high frequencies?
That's something I'm going to do. There's a long-established problem in mathematics called P versus MP, and it's on the site claymath.org. And it basically has to do with the complexity of different problems and why some problems, like Sudoku or cryptic crossword, take longer to solve than they do to construct or check. And I am going to do a solution to P versus MP and the 3 SAT CNF maths problems using Laurie Anderson's laser harp. That's the challenge. So I'm going to actually do that and put it on YouTube. Just if your day wasn't bizarre enough, it is now.
Sounds like fun.
We're down to 5 viewers. That's fantastic. Very good. Yeah.
These are the real diehards, though, you know.
No, we can't dredge any lower.
Right. Get it? Just walk the fuck away.
There was some conversation, Wagyu, about the Selena. And the Selenas were so scarce, and I had 2 delivered here in Australia, so I sold one. I sold it to a young guy called Benjamin Kissy, who was in Denmark. And I didn't believe that was a real name, nor his YouTube account or anything was real. But it turns out he's actually a Eurovision guy. And he purchased my Selena. He was so desperate for a new remake. And the remakes are very good. I've got one. But I had a second one, which I sold. but fantastic devices. So if anyone is sadly tempted by a Behringer Selena, you'll be pleasantly surprised by its tone, quality, and the bucket brigade. And you can address those externally too, so you can run your guitar through a Selena bucket brigade if you want.
Yeah.
And I have a real Selena. I could do an AB, but maybe not for Kent's birthday.
Mm. Yeah, the differences are quite subtle.
Oh, negligible. If you've got ears as bad as mine, negligible.
Yeah.
Someone's already done that video, so I don't feel tempted to redo it. But yeah, no, interesting to compare the original Eminent Selena with the new one.
Mm.
They are largely interchangeable, like 95+%.
Yeah.
Equinox 2. Interesting. Okay, interesting suggestion.
Oh. Oh, thank you, Conrad.
Now, for the viewers at home, the UBXA is just a deep mind in drag. That 15 more viewers dropped off. That's really good. I'm doing well.
Was it pig with lipstick?
Yeah. Rolling in glitter.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, 16 voice synth for that money.
Look, I think we're overly critical that there are good 16 voice or 12 voice or 6 voice synths out there, or even 4 voice synths for not much money.
Mm.
If you think of what it used to cost us to get into the environment in the early 80s, it cost a heck of a lot more. And given the relative difference in wages, I mean, wages have gone at £1.67 since then.
Mm.
It's still cheaper. You know, I look at what I paid for mine and there's no comparison now. You can get soft synths or whatever else very, very reasonably. And the UBXA will satisfy a lot of punters.
Yeah.
It may not satisfy me, but there's Selena. When I didn't have a Selena working, I had a $4,000 Selena I paid for from Holland that came over and was completely dead within a day. Had to ship that off to get sorted. I wanted to actually run some Selena type tracks into recording. So the only Selena I had that I could use was the Behringer one, and it was fine. As a simulation, I could have used a lot of other string synths, but no, that was much closer to what I wanted.
Mm.
The DeepMind is great.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's any problem with cheaper synths. I think that I run a synth group on Facebook, which is sort of secret and hidden away, called Budget Synth Solutions. And there's probably got 1,000 people in it, and that's enough for a controllable Facebook group.
Mm.
But it does have every cheap option. So you chime in and you say, I wanted to buy a CS80, but I couldn't afford one, so I bought a Deckard's Dream with the expander, and that was cheaper than buying a CS80. And someone says, yeah, that's fine. Go and get an Arturia one for £100 or whatever it is. And then someone said, no, there's a freeware one. So people keep outbidding themselves and going lower and lower and lower in price.
Yeah.
And the problem I've got now is I can't sell any of my hardware synths because everyone just wants the software versions. So if anyone wants to buy a synth for £1.67, I have plenty. But the whole thing is that people can make music now for far cheaper. You know, years ago, if you wanted a Telefunken compressor, you would spend.
No need to swear.
No, well, just Telefunken's Telefunken. But if you wanted to have that style of compressor, it cost you a lot. or Universal Audio equivalent in hardware.
Mm-hmm.
And now the software compressors are just change compared with it.
Yeah. Yeah, but the originals still change hands.
Yeah.
Paid money.
Occasionally, though, they don't go for the same amounts because people are prepared to have the compromise. People are prepared to have the slightly cheaper substitute with almost the same audio effect. And I'm just looking at the prices of Telefunken compressors. And they're still expensive, but you wonder what condition they're in.
Yeah, well, I still can't believe the price of that 8-voice.
Like the plugins, the plug-in on an LA2A versus the hardware cost, or the plug-in on an 1176 equivalent versus the hardware cost. It's amazing, you know.
Yeah.
Those being very famous and good ones. The price of, they've got a lot of clones now in hardware of the Neve preamps. Well, they are beautiful, real, and they're compromised a little, but people don't care with the hardware clones. And some of the good hardware clones, like the Brent Averill or the Warm Audio.
Yeah.
Fantastic hardware for the price.
Well, it still amazed me that something like that 4-voice, that 8-voice, goes up for sale within a week. It's bought.
There are people at the top end. I could never afford that sort of stuff. I couldn't afford an OBXA. Couldn't afford an OB8, couldn't afford an OBSX even. Loved the sounds on them, but just couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
I now have an OB8, OBX8, and it's very, very close to the original. But for the people who have OBX, also UBX, they're going to have a bit of fun with it anyway, you know. Regardless of how close it is, they still get 8 voices, they still get some searing sync and some interesting pads and...
Yeah.
You plug it through a Roland chorus of some sort, and you know you're set.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, 145,000 for an 8-voice.
Someone wants it. Someone wants that bit of heritage.
Yeah.
Someone will one day offer me more than $5 for my PE 1000.
And one day it's going to be the Timberwolf.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So later on, it'll be the Gino.
It'll never be the Timberwolf.
The Wild.
That's true. It's hard to compare.
The Wildcat. Yeah. Someone will want the Wildcat for no particular reason. As I once wanted it. Someone will want the PE 2000. More interesting synth, the PE 2000. It has the ability to detune 2 engines, so you actually get some chorusing and some phasing and some flanging and some other sort of effects that are closer to what you'd see in a bucket brigade synth. But it was early days of synthesis. They didn't have the same circuitry available to them. Korg were improvising. A KO company were kind of like, oh, well, maybe if we have 2 engines and to tune them, it will be passable. And interesting sound, good sound, you know. The Dimension C pedals, the Waza TC2W, fantastic. Clean, studio quality, tiny little Boss form factor, but just put it on a big synth and whoa, you know.
But aren't they too clean compared to the original? People coveted?
Oh, that's all academic, I think we hated Hiss in the 80s, and people have forgotten that. They still
Come on,
equate
the
Hiss.
Juno 60 Fizz, and people love that shit.
Yeah, but that's what the Romance does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I think the fact you can get a Roland Boutique Juno JU6 or a JU06A, you know, they are good machines, minus a little polyphony, but far cleaner in the mix and far easier to edit and far more appealing to the novice or the rookie, you know.
I'm trying to remember that name of that bloody synth I modded. Do you remember the one I did a video of it using a polymath? Do you remember it?
No.
God Almighty, what was it? It was a string quarry thing. It's
There were lots of different ones. There was a Wilson unit. There was an Elka unit. There was a
Krumar.
I think it was called was it a vocalist or something?
Okay, yeah.
And the filter on it was I noticed that when you move the filter up and down, it sounded exactly the same as a Stone Phaser. So
it had an upper and lower filter sort of in tandem or a
Yes.
cue that was so
they
big it used to move across the whole.
Yeah, so they
frequency.
passed. Yeah, they did that. So I modded it so it had a controllable LFO on it.
Would have sounded semi-good.
It sounded really good.
See, that's something I don't understand.
I can't remember who made it.
We had polysynths, but nobody really explored the concept of the Korg Traveller with the high pass and low pass filters sort of shifting like that. And you could create a formant, which meant you get a choral sound or a flute sound. And I should do a video on that. Alex Ball didn't go that far, but I think get the P1000 and do all the sounds it didn't have as presets. And I think that those things are interesting because we start thinking about graphic equalizers differently as a synth effect. We start thinking differently about parametric equalizers. A lot of different stuff that we don't really see on synths, but were there in the early days.
So I wonder if it's in here. This is the question. Oh God. Do you know what? I take far too many videos of the dogs.
Just post it on YouTube on your channel, Kent. You'll get a few shekels for it.
The video of the early anaglyph oscillator working, but not the other one. That's very weird.
But I think also in the early days, it was what synthesizers didn't do well that prompted us to get different synthesizers to cover the gaps. So we bought decent string synthesizers to cover what Korg couldn't do string-wise in its early days with the P1000 or even the P2000, which was dubious.
Looks like it was a Logan.
Oh, Logan String Melody.
Now this was the Logan Vocalist. Apparently quite rare. Apparently.
They made 3 of them.
If that. Right, let's have a look. That doesn't want to work. Why?
With up to 6-note polyphony.
Steady. It may catch fire. Oh, God's sake, what's the... Just run up.
There's a historic reference on Reverb to it. The unique Logan Vocalist 1979, very rare and vintage analog choir synthesizer for 6,000 Australian dollars.
Wow.
That will
That's a couple of quid, mate.
But the point is, you could get a JP8 for 6,000 Australian dollars. You get an Oberheim ABX A for about the same price. You get a Profit 5 for 5,000. I mean, so that was right at that. And now people are treating it like a commodity. But I think people are wiser now, and they don't buy the hardware, and they know they can get all of the Roland sounds on the Roland Cloud instead of buying a XV3080 for $400. You know, it's cheaper to go to cloud. So people have a disposable idea of software synths versus hardware. And the reason I'm talking in slurs is because I'm drinking gin, not because there's a delay on my headphones.
Oh, I thought that would be that one. Oldest. Let's try that. Don't look like I ever posted it up. Probably just as well. Is there a way of... Oh, God, I don't know. Should be a way of doing this, isn't there? Maybe, maybe not. So look.
Did I just hear a toilet flushing?
You did indeed.
I thought I'd had an accident for a minute.
Grab it from might be able to grab it from there, or not, as the case may be. No, it's not there. God damn. Doesn't seem to be as straightforward.
If anyone wants to buy the Voyager, it's on Facebook for 7,000 Australian dollars. And actually, there's a mini Merc, 7,000 Australian dollars, which I'm selling on Facebook. Contact me if you want to buy it.
What's that work out in old money?
In real money, it's £2.67.
Oh, okay. So it's quite reasonable.
Wait a sec, let me try. AUD GBP conversion. So the 2020 reissue Moog in its box unopened, I've got it at 7,000 Australian dollars, which is 3,650 pounds sterling, which is not expensive.
That's not expensive.
That's just using a standard conversion, and there'd be freight, but I mean, you still do better than you would, and I might even be twisted.
Yeah, no, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, someone, Paul Atoll, was saying about people who've lived in software. You lived in software, but you got to own the hardware. The Billie Eilish and Phineas have hardware. You know, they like that. Yeah, Wagyu's right. So yeah, I'm not asking too much for it, and I'll come down on that. So you can probably pull me down to 3K GBP for a new Mini Moog reissue.
No, that's good.
Paul, yeah, no, I'll pay for the freight, and I'll do it DHL. So
that is a good price, my friends.
So between that, I've got a Korg 2600 new in the box, a Mellotron 4000D Mini new in the box, a Korg mini synth, you know, the 700 FS. Yeah, that's going cheap. So I'm just happy to shed all this stuff now, guys. So if you hit me up on Facebook if you want to negotiate a deal, and I'm sending Andy Synthetics about 147 cents all free. He figured that was a fair price, and I'm inclined to agree. Conrad, I'm on facebook.com/I didn't want this profile name. Just hit me up or link through friends of friends or whatever.
Oh, there we go. Is that it?
Oh yeah, there you are.
Possibly. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. I know that, look, the power supplies, most of the things I've got are on Walmart, so you can change it over. I'm happily provide a 240 volt power supply. When I've sent stuff to the UK before, I've actually gone out and bought the converters so that people can open it up and plug it in and do it out of the box. I think Mr. Puricelli will verify that I do actually provide it with a decent out-of-box experience.
Oh, definitely.
Kent didn't get an out-of-box experience. He had to buy a guitar converter for a reverb unit. But
That was all right.
But still.
Paul,
I haven't got a Rhythm Wolf. I've got a Wildcat, which is even worse.
Oh, here we go. Right.
So on my, I can actually publish the link in the chat, and someone could paste it. I've got a link called 100 Synths. Let me just find it. Let me just go and find it. It's on my Facebook page somewhere.
Oh, no, not that. It's... no, it's not that. That.
Just pull up Notepad.
Does that work? Save. Oh, God's sake. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Not hearing anything. Oh. That's just running off the LFO off of the polymath. Old Spears, he went mental over that. Yes. Oh my God.
Dare I ask how much you're asking for the Korg 700?
I'll send it to you, Robbie, and you can make a donation. How does that sound? Because remember, you'll cop the VAT and the import duty, so it doesn't become free.
Yeah.
And so, but you can work out what's acceptable. But I'm not going to be unreasonable. I'm just in a hurry to get rid of some of this stuff and pay for some treatment for erectile dysfunction.
What a load of bollocks.
Yeah.
More commonly known as gin.
They said it would. Yeah, well, that's actually working better than the Serpentadol at the moment. I've got the Serpentadol here. I've got the gin, and the gin is actually winning.
Yeah.
But,
the power of juniper.
That's it. You know, it's juniper berries are a good thing.
Yeah.
Alcohol can be a good thing.
Yeah.
In moderation at 11:42
I mean, my grandfather basically was an alcoholic. That wasn't so good, but yeah.
Look, I've given up worrying about the protocol.
By the way, it's
Yeah.
too bad Matt stepped away because look what I just set up. I haven't used this for a while.
Hmm.
You guys hear this okay?
Oh yeah.
That sounds
loud?
pretty good.
No, it's got presence.
Got some good sounds on here. Plus the PG300 makes it really fun to use. It's Tron Blast.
Sounds like my stomach at 4 a.m.
Yeah, that Syndrome used to make a really good kind of bass sequence.
Turn this so you can see the whole editor. It's going to come out, looks like. Nice percussion stuff. When you turn the chorus off on things. Record scratch. There's UFO.
God, I remember all these songs. Remember all these sounds, man.
Some great stuff on here. Here's the famous little bass sound. You can turn the chorus off. Still a decent sound, but the chorus ups it. The only unfortunate thing is PG300 is stepped.
Yeah.
So you get that action out of it. Guitar.
It's what they call a feature. Maybe a little hot, Andy.
Too high? All right.
Yeah.
a little hot.
Once you go on to the other sounds.
12 dB.
The filter shit, right?
They drop at 12 dB.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Let me go back to the normal. Too high?
Back a little, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit.
It'll give you some headroom then.
Conrad, I've added you.
That's so cute. Koto
Just trying to find the list, Conrad.
There you go.
God, this takes me back.
Chorusing.
Yeah, still too hot, Andy.
Too hot, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, I'm off to bed.
All right, darling.
I will see you anon.
Indeed.
Teddy bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Ta-da.
Yeah.
Ciao, ciao.
Too hot still?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's the synth or whether it's the stream volume.
Let me just turn the main volume down. I'm using
You're
the
running
outputs
line
of
level
the
into mic.
Yeah.
It needs to be 30 dB lower, at least.
No, it's through a mixer. So. Still bad?
I've given up playing on livecast because I'm just too hot through the channel.
Mm.
I also probably didn't turn
Yeah.
that stupid audio settings. should be. Still too loud?
It's gone to one channel now.
Really? Because I had it on off stereo.
Oh, because you got there's a lot of machine noise with it.
Sorry, that's just my special friend.
Oh, there you go.
How about now?
Do it again. Yeah, that's it. You're in the center anyway.
It's actually mono, yeah. The other one was
Yeah.
stereo, so. Weird. Very weird. I was trying to find the Hoover everyone was asking about. Lots of organs on here.
All the effects were up on Bank 7 and 8, weren't they?
Probably, yeah.
Back in a moment. Just give me a moment.
Oh, back.
Well, I had loaded this one manually from the internet because it didn't come with that patch.
Ah.
The what the patch? Because my friend was into Mentasm and all that kind of shit.
Oh.
He goes, I gotta hear the Hoover sound. All right, hold on. Let me load the fucking Hoover sound. And at the end, he was like, well, it was all right. I'm like, you wanted to hear the thing. Let's see, try this one maybe. Too loud?
That's not too bad.
I used that on a few tracks before. Nice VCF envelope on that one.
Oh, that sounds sweet.
I always love this patch. I forgot what it's called. The backlight on this thing kind of stinks. So it's Sinrise.
Yeah.
Trumpet. That's a good patch. There's a repeat one. They also have chord memory in here, which I never really used.
Yeah.
You use that, Kent?
No, I didn't. I used to mess nearly all exclusively with patches and just do a little editing here and there.
Chorus? No chorus. What the hell did I put that? I have to do. Let's do it visually. I'm tired of just turn my stupid light on again. Because the backlight is not so great. Let's find visually here. Boom, boom, not that one. Not that one.
You would stand there and let me scratch your thumb all day, wouldn't you? Eh?
That's kind of a famous patch there. 60. Let's go to.
What?
That's for Robbie. Bells 1. Bell chime. Bell chime 2. Sin bellow. Lots of belly sounds here. Marimba. Which is really flat sounding. There you sin koto. Has some ding at the end, a little vibrato.
Yeah.
You can do your Japanese girl thing, Kent.
Also, yeah.
I used to be able to play Sakura, but I forgot how to do it. It's... There you go, it's good enough.
There you go. God, Nelly and her ear massages.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. There you go. You do this for about 30 seconds, she goes into a trance. Don't you? Eh?
You know what? My fancy little clever rig I built to put this on top of the synth with some pieces of wood and Velcro is covering up button number 8. It shifted. It shifted. There's number 8.
Oh, there you go.
7, 8. There we go. Oh, it was already on there. Tron Blast, Noise Shots. Maybe I redid it after I put the what the sound on here. Position, bow. Timpanis.
Where's Dog Bark?
I don't think this is the. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I have a whole other section in memory here. Okay, those are the presets. These are the ones I loaded myself. With some variations.
Sorry, I'll say that again. I'm muted. Paul, I'm dealing with some health issues and I'm selling my rig. I have skin cancers that have metastasized, so they're into my spine at this stage, and C5, 6 and 7 are impacted. It is very, very painful. It is not recommended for children.
Yeah.
And I will have to deplete my store of synthesizers, so I only die with 150 and not 300.
Christ.
So that's where we're at, and that's why I look so fabulous, and I'm drinking gin at 10 o'clock in the morning, because I no longer care.
Yeah.
That all the rules don't apply once you get to this stage.
Oh, if I wasn't on such a limited income, I'd probably take you up on the SY55.
His nose.
This one's called Synth.
Is that an Alpha Juno?
Yeah.
Oh,
With PG
no.
300.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, God.
I like the Alpha Juno.
I used to be embarrassed about things like that.
I used to
No,
cut
the
this
sounds
thing
are
right.
okay.
When I was a kid, go to the local music shop that wasn't Guitar Center. They had a CZ1, they had this, they had a S50, they had a few other things. I'm like, this stuff is so cool, I'll never be able to afford it. And there we go, I got it. So.
What a CZ1, I wish I had sold it.
You want this, dear? You want
I
this?
have a CZ1, a CZ5000,
You do.
CZ101, blah, 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 blah.
I had a 101, I couldn't get past the mini keys.
You need a nice reverb pedal for that, Andy. I'll send you a nice reverb pedal, like a Specular Tempest or a
Oh, nice, yeah.
CXM
Tempest.
1978 or something, and you can have some
Thanks,
fun. It'll sound much better.
Yeah, I know. This is just stock right now. I'm not running through any effects. I do have a whole thing set up with it. Nothing's plugged in. It's just, I had to basically repatch this in. I haven't used it for probably a year or so, maybe more. So,
Oh, God's sake, woman. There. Okay.
oh, here you go.
Can I have my hand back now?
TR707.
No.
Why is that TR707? There it is. There's the Hoover. What the? This is the normal version of the patch. It had to tweak it for Mentaz and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This is the modulation it came with. They want it to be a little harder, so I could probably see if I can dial this in with the. Where is the? Where's your Mentasm? I'll turn off some of the
Is that it
pitch
now?
modulation.
Are you done? Are you done? Is that enough now? Hey?
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
I love it.
Pull up, pull up, pull up.
Back left.
Yeah, enough, is it? Where's your sister? Where's Siri? Hey? Where's Siri?
This one's called Migraine. It's a sync migraine right there. Really long loose.
Yeah. Very similar.
I like this one.
Right, it's gonna
Let's go backwards. These are really long releases. That's just called fit. Fit. Whimsical with that vibrato there. Anyway, yeah, that's mostly it. Boing voice. That's fun. It's got line play. So yeah, a lot of capabilities on this thing.
None of which make you sound any better.
Well, I mean, look, it's a proper synth. You can do crazy sound effects. You can do wacky, silly
No,
stuff. You
they
can
are. I'm being sarcastic. They are good synths. The Alpha Juno had a certain place, and when they were released in the mid '80s, they were great. You know, they were more adventurous than the Korg Poly 61, which they competed with. You know.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've heard this is almost like PPG-like, right?
That's good. You know. The cross modulation and the effect is really good.
Probably get some good pad sounds out of that.
Oh, it's a pad monster. Yeah, it's great.
They sound great.
And there's plenty of shitty sounds too, of course. That's very thin.
But I think it's a contrast between the really lush pads and the 12-bit gritty angular stuff, which really makes it shine. You know, it's got that range.
Yeah, definitely. See, that's the one problem. I see why Matt wanted to replace his backlight, because this backlight's probably been out for a while. I need a light for this and a light for this, because I keep the room kind of dark. That's almost like the synclavier patch. You can beat it.
Close.
Not bad. So yeah, I used to play with these in the stores and I'm like, man, this stuff is so cool. My Casios are shit. More PPG kind of stuff. Lots of evolving pads with long releases. This is called Use Last Key.
Jerry, come say hi. Hello. Hello, buttercup.
Voice. This one's called The Cops. Considering the no effects on this thing, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Should have used this for Noisevember. Yeah.
We've never played that patch before. There's a classic 70s kind of sound.
Yeah.
It's got those sing-songy harmonics.
It makes me want to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's click. What else we got? Oh, this one's called T-Dream 9. I wonder what this sounds like. No arpeggio on this thing. T-Dream patch. This one's called Bang a Gong. The beach. That's the beach. Ah, sound effects, of course. I think this one had gulls in it, too. I remember one keyboard from this time had the waves and also had the little gulls in the background.
Yeah.
It's not that one. Juno. So it's the original, so no aftertouch. I don't even think there's velocity.
No, it might do.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
velocity. That's fine. For effects and pads and stuff, it's perfectly clear.
Yeah.
So next time Matt comes on, I'll have this ready. You can hear some working off the Juno sounds. Actually, I'm curious. Does this go clip when I turn it off? I'm curious. Some of these older synths are really noisy. Did you hear anything?
No.
No.
Okay.
My
good.
77 does that.
Yeah, some are loud as hell. It's like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's put the dust cover back on and make it all nice and happy. I love my little dust covers.
I think my 77 is the only one that does that.
Let's start patching this mixer that we've been playing. Can't redo my whole cabling thing. My cables are all out of whack.
I'm going to wish all you people a good evening or afternoon as it stands, and we'll catch up with you next time.
All right, darling.
Take care.
Look after yourself, mate.
Cheers.
Look after yourself,
Bye.
mate.
Good to see you, man. Take it easy.
Cheers.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Really heavy, too.
Oh. Chrissy!
Hi.
All right, mate.
I am now. I've been editing Amazon book covers. It's annoying, but we have to be done. It's one of those jobs on your list. You go, like, I don't really want to do it, but you got to do it.
Yeah.
I've got so many books out, and and the back cover is a good opportunity to like sell the other books. Let me just get rid of my other thing. Hang on. There we go. That's better. So I had an echo going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, good place to sell other books. So I put all the other covers of all the other books on the back of the books. It took ages.
Yeah.
It's funny how many people don't think about that. It's like built-in promotion, and you know.
Yeah, I know. It's like, back covers like usually got a bit of blurb that you would read in a bookshop, but these are on Amazon, so you don't read the blurb because it's not in a bookshop. So ideal really. It seems to work because I did have a couple of books on the back, but now I've got like 15 books, so I need to like move it from being 3 pictures on the back to like 15. Just been doing that in Cold. Most thing. Copy and paste.
Oh yeah, I get that.
It's Christmas. I'm hoping to get some sales. You never know. We'll see.
Yeah, go for it, mate.
Yeah, it's one of those jobs you've got to do. Oh yeah. How are you getting on with your FGD P50 thing? Have you used it at all? Your Yamaha thing?
Yeah, I'm still struggling to get it to do the audio out of the USB.
Oh, you know what? I've not even looked at doing that. I use mine as an audio recorder a lot. Because you can plug a memory key in the back, and and you've got a pass through. You can go into the front of it as well as its own drum sounds.
Yeah.
Whatever I'm demoing, I'm thinking This is easier than using my H2N thing to record. You just press the red button and it just records it. It's just done.
Yeah.
So, really
Well,
cool.
I mean, I could use the headphone out, I suppose, but I'll need to. Funny enough, I'll have to buy a cable to do it.
Oh, it's micro USB, isn't it?
Yeah,
No, it comes with a cable inside the box.
yeah, it did. But
did.
if I know where it is.
That'd be great if you use that USB 3 cable.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used a
But,
little white marker because just so that I go to the end of the USB cable on the micro side of it, put 3 little marks so it's the right way up. So whenever I try and put it in, I'm not going around and pinching it into the back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's I'm trying to save myself a load of hassle. But yeah, it would have been better to be USB-C free because it doesn't matter around it is, does it?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's a bit of a pain in the ass from that point of view.
I've not looked at the audio over USB. That's on my list of things to do then.
Yeah, well, the manual is pretty vague about it, to be honest.
I'm writing a manual at the minute.
Well,
because there's 2 online manuals. There's 2 Yamaha online manuals. There's one that's a PDF that is shit. It's like got nothing in it. It's like a quick start guide.
Yeah.
And there's a HTML version, which is all like, if you want to look at more, open this up when it scrolls down and then open that up and think, oh god, and it's written a bit back to front. It's a bit rubbish. It's not as bad as some rolling manuals, but it could be better.
Yeah.
I thought, fuck it, I'm gonna write. I'll
You
write
should throw a
mine.
little English in just for fun, so it's like a rolling manual.
Yeah.
I could do, couldn't I? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. For any Japanese readers, I'll mispronounce my R's.
Yeah.
Get your Shiro like moaning
Just
at me.
poor grammar and all kinds of funny stuff.
Or grammar, or a bunch of typos, misspelled stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind spelling mistakes as long as it tells you what to fucking do. As long as you can work it out that you're supposed to do something.
Yeah. Well, so far I can't get audio to come out of it.
Really?
Yeah, you won't have it.
Okay.
And then when you turn it on, it goes, no audio device. It's like,
Really?
yeah.
I shall go and grab this in an hour or so and have a look. See
Yeah,
what's going on.
So I'm wondering if I'm doing something.
Do you have the drivers installed?
Compliant.
Yeah, everything's in. It just doesn't want to know. Very weird.
So you plugged it into your Mac and it doesn't see it as an audio device?
No, this is going into the PC at the moment.
Oh,
I'm trying
PC, okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to centralise with that. But I mean, there's not really not much to choose between them. But it's just like it's going no. Right, so we'll try the other socket as well, because I think the one manual I was looking at might have been, that one that looks like it should actually be called a quick start guide and not a manual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes, oh yes, you can plug it into this and you can get your audio to travel up that, and you go,
Mr.
okay,
Vague, isn't it?
and it goes, nope.
Nope, doesn't. Okay, I'll have a look at that.
Yeah. So
Well, the other thing, I'll plug it into my MPC because your MPC should list it as a device as well,
yeah,
as an audio device. It's got in and out on it.
yeah,
Hey Ken, did you forget the sacrifice of Behringer sense of the gods?
yeah.
To make it work.
I should.
Why not? At this
probably-
point, why not, right?
I should probably do that anyway.
It's like Scuzzy voodoo.
Because to be honest with you, I'm not really looking forward to taking those Behringer VCOs out and having to calibrate them, for crying out loud.
Are they
So it's good
way,
for like
way
2
out?
octaves or what?
Hmm?
Is it 2 octaves? Or what?
You go up 4
Sounds like an
octaves,
octave,
and that fourth C is flat to the point. It's not flat as in I think that's a little out. It's flat as in wincy
Yeah.
flat.
Atonal.
Yeah, it's sort of like
Scaling.
no, that's no good. So
Yeah,
the
scaling's off.
first 2 octaves aren't too bad, and then it just goes. And for modern VCOs, it goes, it should be able to do 4 octaves.
We
Fuck
could
me up.
accompany Yoko Ono to it. That's
I mean, I got an original Moog 3C to scale across bleeding 6 octaves, so this should be able to do it, for God's sake.
Wow.
Some modules in your rack are kind of like that, though. They're real touchy.
Mm.
And you think you got it right, and as you're playing, I had an EMOM I did a little while ago, and I'm like, those are supposed to be in tune. What the hell happened there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like this. I've done a couple of those Model Ds where I've had to tune them.
I heard those are way off.
Yeah,
Oh Christ, the footage! Oh my God, it's not even vaguely in the same bleeding state. You know, we can get it like just slightly out. This is like, oh, this is unusable. It's absolutely unusable.
I can relate.
It's on their feet. It's in yards, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
had
then you
to do
got
mine last week.
yeah, well, and then you get all 3 VCOs, and they're like all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so I got the Peterson out and I calibrated it, and it was like perfect across 6 octaves, no problem. Why don't they just do that in the factory?
That's the money they save. They pass the savings on to you.
Mate, I'd rather pay an extra 25 quid and have the fucking thing in tune out of the box, please.
A lot of people probably don't notice, sadly.
I tell
Is
you
it a
what.
thing that you tune up and once it's done, sort of thing?
Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah. I mean, I said to the guy, I said, look, if it gives you any grief, hit us up. I said, there's a 6-month guarantee on it, so if it does go out, let us know. And that was 2.5, 3 months ago now, and it's like I haven't heard anything. So
Yeah, I had to calibrate my 2600 when I got that.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you expect it to be, like that, where it was off, but this thing was unusable out of the box. It was just you couldn't play anything on it.
Well, it's for new music,
Oh, God.
Yeah. Where tonality doesn't really count.
Well,
what the kids are into these days,
Yeah, just put auto tune on it; it'll fix it.
I'll tell you how out it was. When you had it on 16 foot, and you played a bottom C, and you had to move the second VCO about to the 3 o'clock position, and then the third VCO, you could, no matter which way you went, you couldn't get it to go either low enough or high enough to get a C out of it.
Ow.
That's how far out it was. It was like useless. So even if you want to do a drone, you couldn't. Well, not with 3 VCRs. You could do it with 2, but not with 3.
Just use noise.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that'll make up for it. Don't worry about it. That's cool. So,
You know these 3 VCOs that connect. They're 3 separate modules, aren't they? Do they talk to each other, or are they?
Yeah, there's you got like a sync patch on the front. There you can sync them together.
Right.
To save time with tuning it all up, unlike the originals. But it has to be whatever you're going to use as your master VCO has to fucking be in tune first. Right. Before that's going to work. Otherwise, it just
do you need
dekeys.
really set one up properly, and then the other ones should follow it, sort of thing. Is that
Well, yeah, but the thing is that if you're going to use them like individually, for instance, so instead of having
because you could split it out, couldn't you? Yeah.
You could split it out. So, but that would probably be done more by triggering gates. That's where the audio is wired from each VCO. So if you're going to do like a polyphonic thing,
Yeah.
it wouldn't matter too much if the first one is like, as long as that's calibrated correctly and the other 2 are following, fine, and then you'll be able to play 3-note chords. It's not a problem. But if you want one of them to be running off the 960 sequencer, so they've all got to come out and they've all got to be tuned separately.
And that's a thing on the back of the unit rather than on the front. You have to actually go into it. Sort of
No, the modules are going to have to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to come out of the case and then do all this bullshit with it, with a Peterson tuner knocking around in the background. So
And when you put it together, you got to make sure the screws and the nuts and stuff all line up.
But I mean, they're technically the piggyback oscillators. Those 3, the main oscillators in the centre, that'll have to be done as well. And I don't think there's trimmers on it for setting the waveforms, like there is on the old original ones, where you got to get the triangle to line up.
Yeah.
And all that, so you've got to get the scope out. I mean, that should be able to do that all pretty much out of the box with the electronics on the board, I hope. And so that'll need to be set up as well. And I'm also a little skeptical about the 960 as well.
In what regard?
Well, the 960 technically should be scaled as well.
Oh.
So that it kicks out the right voltage at the right point on each trimmer. It doesn't matter. It's not massively important, but sometimes you used to like feed a voltage into a step, So if you give it 4.5 volt, you want it to do the pitch that.
It's not quantized, is it? That sequencer or something? What I remember.
No, well, I mean, well, it is because of the steps. The steps is your quantize.
Right.
So and you can do things where you can null a step to get your, if you wanted, instead of going bang, 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 you can bang, ba, bang, bang, ba, bang,
Oh,
bang,
right,
bang, bang,
yeah.
type of thing.
Yeah.
But you need two 960s to do ratcheting and all this sort of cobblers. So that's all fine. But I mean, we'll see, because I've got a what's it called? I've got a brains in there as well.
Is that guy who runs this show? Does that module that does ratcheting with that sequencer, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just
it's a makeshifter. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice.
So
I've used it a bunch of times.
I don't know how. See, once I got it all sorted, I wanted to try and get it all up and kicking, properly working this week, and then mess with it, and then hopefully I don't completely fall in love with Eurorack and end up selling a car and phoning up Anderson to go, what you got? I want everything. Send me everything.
You got the first taste, Ken. It's all over.
See, I used to love messing around with modular. I used to love it when a Moog come in, a nice old 3C, or even Hans' 2500. I could play with that thing for fucking hours, no problem. Except you're using big 1/4-inch jacks. It's like working on a car on the modular, and it was just good fun, It's just something to do.
Got you back into this. It's like, I want a bit of that, but it's mine, sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think when Behringer did this 55, and they're going, well, 55s are a bit thin on the ground. They're not coming in anymore, and I kind of miss that. Yes, it's smaller, but
Yeah, same idea. Right?
Yeah, it's the same idea. So it's about as good as you can get. So I'll get the bug again. I know I will. Here she is.
What?
What's up, bub?
I've lost Nelly.
Nelly?
Yeah.
Have you tried the bedroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nellie's one of these weird dogs. She goes, oh, look at the time, and she just goes to bed on her own.
Yeah. I'm done now.
Yeah, she has a bedtime, doesn't she?
She does.
Weird dog, she really is.
Bed, off I go.
She's not in here. She's probably in the garden.
Yeah, she's
Probably trying to get under the workshop because the foxes are living under there.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if more dogs did that since they were bred to be among humans. I mean, we bred them for their behaviors and their traits, so you would think they would go to bed when humans go to bed.
Well, yeah, that's what the others do. There you go. So, yeah, the others go to bed when we go to bed, but Nellie goes, oh, do you know what? Oh, it's 1:45, I'm going to bed. And she just goes
Beauty
upstairs
sleep,
and
innit?
goes to bed. Yeah.
I need my beauty sleep.
Yeah. She's a little rascal, that one. So, but yeah, I think I could get bitten by the modular bug.
All right, I'm going to head out. My battery's getting low.
All right, babe.
Okay, Justin, catch you.
You got it.
Yeah. Take care, mate.
man. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. Well, with all this R&D stuff I'm doing, I think probably one of the better markets to go into to develop stuff is Eurorack anyway.
It's an affordable,
Exactly.
token way of getting, and if you make something that doesn't sell, you don't lose your house over it with a bit of luck.
Yeah.
You just lose a bit of money,
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't like the early modules. You stop making the rest of them.
So,
Well, this is it. I mean,
Really?
look, with that controller, it was sort of like a wee down the hill on a tea tray. It's like if you jump off, it's going to really hurt, and if you then you just got to stay on and hope we don't hit a tree, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like one of those box cart rallies on it. You got no steering, no brakes,
Yeah.
and you're going 50 miles an hour.
So just enjoy the ride until you hit something. So,
Yeah.
Which obviously we did in the end. So
I mean, pretty
It's a shame we
brave
didn't catch
move
on. It's a
to have
great
go,
unit.
isn't it?
So.
well, it wasn't that. It was massively bad timing.
It was a giant leap of, if we're going to do something, let's do something huge. It's
Yeah,
like-
yeah, and it was technically speaking, it was impractical. It wasn't something that was going to sell buckets, and
but it was a cool idea.
Yeah, but I think I ended up doing it because it was just I wanted to build something.
It's a project.
Well, and you wanted
Yeah,
it for
just-
yourself too, right? You know, it's
Well,
fun to
yeah,
use.
weirdly enough, and it's just one
You
of those
learn
things.
loads by doing it.
I learnt shitloads. I now know how to run an R&D company without ending up,
Yeah.
sleeping in a shed somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Good, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, and Eurorack is a very good route to take. Let's get David.
I think you'll do well in Euro, right?
Yeah, I mean, see the other, like even Fiona suggested to me about, she goes, instead of
Okay.
doing, instead of doing the massive £85,000, or probably £185,000 now, anaglyph, break it all down into individual modules, make it
Modular
Eurorack. Yeah.
You've got 2 customers watching at the moment. I'm not
So-
counting me, but I'm counting the other 2.
Yeah, because there was lots of little things that along the way when I was doing the repairing, where I'm going, oh, that's a clever idea. You don't see that very often. It's like on the I don't think it's in the ARP 2500, but it was an additional module, but I could be wrong. And I think it was called the 1040. Is it the 1047? And it was a it wasn't the standard ARP filter,
Right.
and it was able to do this weird thing. They were as rare as Rocking Horse. They didn't make many of these, but it was one in Hans's. And what it did was different was the sweep for the low, the band, and the high pass filters were separate filters, and they could receive their own CVs. And the resonance also received its own CV. So,
Yeah.
like for instance, you could step the resonance in the filter without sweeping the filter.
Yeah, I mean that seems like an obvious thing. Why isn't that an obvious thing?
Yeah, and
Right.
I mean the electronics in the filter, so it could do it, was pretty complex. But it's not really something that should be complex today. And yet, as far as I know, I haven't
Doing it.
seen anything
No,
doing
they're
it.
Probably copying each other, and they're just going, "It's a filter. We'll add CV to it." Resonance. No one does that. We won't do that. And off you
Yeah.
go. You know? But
But-
what's that? What's the Arturia? Is it the Poly Brute or the other Brute, the Matrix Brute that has
Yeah.
2 filters in the synth? Is that an unusual thing to have 2 separate filters, 2 working filters that you can put them in series or parallel? Is that
Relatively. But there again, when you look at Eurorack, that's not unusual.
No, well,
because
yeah.
you can put as many filters in as you want,
Yeah, that's true.
And but normally, within the usual configuration of a boxed synth, with a keyboard and everything, having 2 separate types of filter isn't it wasn't done that often.
And is there a reason that you would want that or would not bother with it? What's the advantages of it?
Do you know what? I think it really, really comes down to, well, how much more will it make it? It's just
Yeah.
money. It's just money. So like, it's more electronics. It could be another board or another set of controls. It's all money.
Yeah.
It's getting too close to our price point, and all this sort of thing.
It's a bit like that Touche thing that's on that Arturia Polybrute or whatever it is. Got that little like phone holder thing, hasn't it? That's like a feature that's either a really useful thing or it's just a feature for your feature list to try and sell it. It's a bit of a game, isn't it, when you're trying to market stuff? You're going like, do we actually need this to sell it, or are we just being a bit?
Yeah.
Just be
I
different?
think, I think with the Matrix Brutes and the Poly Brute, you really got the feeling that Arturia was just having some fun.
Yeah.
Let's do something really awesome.
They're like exploring the idea of what.
Yeah.
we could do.
I got to believe their software's where they really.
I like their Matrix idea. I think that's brilliant.
It is super cool.
It's
Yeah.
like reminds me of is it the Synthy, whatever you call it, with the little pins and stuff, It's like that, but with push buttons.
I like everything they do, though. I love the Mini Freak. I love the Micro Freak.
I like everything from the Arturia apart from their choice of knobs.
I know. They're sticky.
You know,
Sticky
Paul's
knobs.
asking-
Yeah.
they're
Other than
sticky
that, they're
issue.
amazing. Yeah.
Paul's asking about the Pyre. I'm trying to remember if I did have a Pyre come through.
Like a gnome or something.
But the Motem, oh mate, Motem, cheese on bread. Because I don't know if they did it all the time, but Motems were kits, weren't they?
Yeah,
And
usually, yeah.
I built a 156 module Motem.
Did you
That
really?
was Paul Schreiber, right?
Yeah, it's Paul.
Yeah.
I bought his last thing before he retired, basically, that
Yeah.
Hyperion thing.
I had some of his 5U.
Yeah, because I built it. It was a 3-cab. It was enormous, and it was. I had to build every single resistor, every chip, socket, transistor, wire, jack socket, you name it. And I built this. Yeah, it was about. I think it was 156 modules. And when it was all finished, I remember standing in front of it going, so what? Oh, let's just use all the VCOs and make a big bass note and see what it does, you know. And it's the glass was rattling in the doors. It was a fucking huge thing, but yeah, because it had a CS80 filter. I think there was a few filter flavors in it.
I'm sure it had the modem filter. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah. I mean, basically, I think every module.
Paul's filter. He was a clone of something.
Yeah.
He called it the greatest filter ever. And
Yeah, and they were really the filters were incredibly complex.
They were
builds,
really
you know,
nice too. though. Really
God,
nice.
they were. But you know what, with the nice big chunky pots, decent 1/4-inch switchcraft jacks, and the nice big aluminium panels, that really thick aluminium panels these modules had, and just the way they were finished, it was just beautiful.
I had just a little box of them, and that was kind of my first modular. And then I heard Eurorack. This is 10, 15 years ago, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me, man! This is like." I just kind of laughed. I was like, "Wow, this doesn't really have that that stuff." But they've come a long way. They've come a long way.
Well, I always thought it was funny when I took the back off the first Dart 2500 that ever came in, and I go, "Oh my God, the wiring and everything that's going to be on the back of this." And I took the back off it, and it's almost empty because it's we got those slider matrix panels at the top and bottom. I think it was the top one did audio path, and the bottom one did CV gate path, that kind of thing. And they're only about an inch to maybe 2 inches deep, but the case went back forever, which was of course the width of the modules. So it just had the modules in the centre, and then it's just loads and loads of space in there. And I go, "Oh, this shouldn't be too difficult." And I pulled out a VCO, and it was like, oh my God, it was compounded, like in the very early up 2600s. There was this black module with the little copper legs sticking out of it, and it said something like a VCA or something or other. I go, "What the hell's in here?" And it turned out this thing wasn't working, and I was going to have to take it all apart to find out what it was, because in the schematics it was literally a little dotted square saying with the name of the module on it. What it did, who knows? You see tracks coming in, you see tracks going out. And I thought, oh, right, there's probably going to be like hundreds of transistors, resistors, and stuff inside this bloody unit. So I had to split it all open, and then I put it into the I can't remember the name of the chemical now, but it breaks down the epoxy. And it took like fucking 5-6 days to start breaking this stuff down, chipping it away, and got down to it. and it was literally, there was this little LM301 op amp on a bit of breadboard, was what was inside it. Yeah. I mean,
Little secret parcel, isn't it?
yeah, just to keep the secret.
Oh, you know.
Yeah. Like, oh God, if I'd known that, if I'd rearranged the legs and put it into a chip check, it would have gone, oh, it's an LM301, without having to take it all apart. So, but, there was lots of these, compounded modules. Because this was an early 2500. The later ones, they just didn't bother doing it anymore. And they're just like, yeah, just put the chip on the board. But the sound of it was very. You had to work to get the sound out of a 2500. You didn't really have to work very hard to get it out of a 55, because it was all about the harmonic distortion that it had. So you set up a couple of bits and pieces and you press it and it's like, I am here. Hear me roar. And but the 2500
Even the Rogue
needed
was like
work.
that. The Rogue was so easy to use. It had the big ballsy sound. So.
Yeah. Well, this was Bob's secret, is to use harmonic distortion in the signal. Just have it kicking as hard as possible without actually distorting, even though it's distortion, but make it musical. And that that's why the Mini sounded the way it did. So, but I never expected the price of them to go the way they did, though. It was bizarre. So, because I restored Benji's. When Benj bought his, it was just a box of bits. It was an absolute dog's breakfast. And another guy had bought one as well, and they were both on sale at Don Larkin's. Larkin's List.
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah. Well, his brother is Tony, so Tony Larkin, TL Audio, and so they both bought these 2500s, and they were up for $3,500. So, and I got both of them working. God, I don't know how the hell I did that, but I did, and Benj was really happy with his. And so was the other guy. And it was literally, I think, only about 5-6 years later, one goes for sale on the Vermeer auction for £125,000. It's like, what happened?
The internet happened and
yeah,
bidding happened.
Oh, they're rare. Ooh, they're rare.
Going like, oh, that's an investment. I like
yeah.
that.
But the thing was, when it went for $3,500, they were just as rare.
Yeah.
So, if anything, they were more rare there because there was another two working now. So, I don't know. And now, what does a 2500 cost now? Well, when you consider that Oberheim 8 voice downstairs has been sold now for $145,000.
Yeah.
And it's like,
you've got good house insurance.
We got house insurance, 4 dogs, and 4K security cameras front and back.
Yeah.
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 I mean, to be honest with you, a field mouse can't fart within 400 yards of this place without dogs kicking off anyway.
Yeah.
You'd know. You'd know. And besides, how the hell are they going to get an 8 voice out of here quietly?
Yeah.
It's not easy.
No. Yeah, you're into Eurorack and Anaglyph and all this. What's the motivation behind it? Is it you want to make this Anaglyph thing into various Eurorack modules, or is it like a business decision? What's the driver for it? Or is that a big question?
It is a big question. It actually covers many aspects. There's so many different reasons why I want to do it, but admittedly, very few reasons not to. But I don't know. Maybe legacy. There's a bit of that in there.
Yeah.
Just leave something behind.
Yeah, that's what we do. Music.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, when exactly. When I was young, I wanted to, make records. I wanted to be, the next Vangelis or whatever kind of thing, and go, I want to do this, and I'm going to play music, and and of course, life gets in the way and all the rest of it, as we all know, and it doesn't happen. You go, I haven't really done anything then. There's nothing left behind. There's no mark.
Yeah.
No little brown skid mark that you've left to go, I was here, kind of thing. So, little things like that, a couple of modules, bits and pieces like that,
Yeah. A bit like when I started doing my books because I needed a book, and I thought, I'll just fucking make myself a fucking book. But when you think about it, I've not sold that many, but I sold probably about 1,000 or so.
Yeah.
But they're all over the world now. There's loads of people with the books who actually go, great book, thanks very much. It's like, I've helped someone out, and they've got a bit of my gear, my little book done.
Yeah.
Or someone's bought your tune or something. You actually made an impact somewhere else other than just someone walking by you. You know what I mean? It's like you've helped.
It always makes it's slightly sweeter when it's something you can go. Doesn't actually isn't actually detrimental to you in the process. Because all right, they say, success, it comes with a degree of pain, but it's nice if you can have not a lot of pain.
If you mitigate the pain, that's the option.
Yeah, and get a bit of success out of it. So, I mean, with the controller, although there was, when it was when I finished designing it and I built the first prototype, and I saw it working, and going, wow, and there was a lot of buzz for it. Then there wasn't a lot of buzz when I actually saw how much it was going to cost, but it happens.
Yeah.
But it came with too much pain, so I don't look at it as being a success. It's something I did, and I'm quite proud of it, but not sort of like, I wouldn't put it on a CV.
Yeah,
because
it was a fucking amazing. It was a huge learning experience.
Oh Christ, on so many different levels. About tools and stuff. I had to learn, G code and
wow, you have to learn marketing.
Yeah, I mean, well, the marketing side of it was, that was a whole new game.
Yeah,
and what was involved with that, and setting up a website. Never set up a website before. There was never
it's
any
like
need.
Music. You do a really good track. You think it's really good, and a few of your friends think it's really good.
Yeah,
and then nobody else hears about it because you don't know how to get the fucking word out. Marketing is massive. You can build the best something ever, but if nobody hears about it, how are they going to buy it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like doing these pubs. I've been here before now, sitting here, and people have been talking about this, that, and the other, and you're learning so much. And like, you can do. I didn't know you could do that, and wow, that's an idea. And
it's like we've got a musical hive mind here.
Well, yeah. Between all of us, some evenings there's about 45 of us here.
Yeah.
In chat and going on, and you could literally pick anything and say, well, how would you do this? And there'll be at least 3 or 4 people would be able to come back and go, well, you do it this way, and this is the best way to go about it, and talk to this guy, he'll know, and because back then it wasn't really a thing back then,
Yeah.
And it's sort of like trudging along, sort of like this. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
you don't know. So
everything was a mystery. I remember, I was joking. I remember when techno hit, and I had for life, I had no idea how they were doing it.
Yeah,
because all I knew was like a guitar, like live drums. I had no idea what these instruments even were.
Yeah,
years later, I didn't know anybody that knew them.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, they must be doing some kind of trickery with the stuff that I know, and so I was trying to crack the code, but I didn't know. Nobody I knew was into that. Everyone I knew was like a guitar player, and
Oh yeah,
So-
I mean that's something that wouldn't
Just
happen
so-
today now. You know that isolation that you have.
Yeah.
I remember back in 1979, I had my Transcendent 2000, right, and I showed it to all my friends. Look, and they go, what the fuck's that? They go, "Look." Well, it's like it's an organ, is it? And no, it's not an organ. It does this, and it's sort of like, brrr. And it's
Yeah,
all like,
that's the way-
yeah, great, mate. I don't know what you're so excited about it for.
But that's the way the art
don't get it,
opposite was
yeah.
when I
Yeah.
first. So my
Yeah.
brother had it, and then we started the band, me and my friend, and my friend was like, "We got to pull that thing out," and I was a little nervous because of my brother's. We pull it out. We start making helicopter sounds and all this. I didn't know. We didn't know what we were doing, but we knew one thing, that we didn't know anything that sounded like that. It's like this is cool, kind of, isn't it? But we couldn't really connect some of the stuff we even heard on the radio.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's an ARP Odyssey. We didn't know what the thing was. It was like it had dials, and we just turned it on, and we knew where the audio went and everything. And you start messing with enough, eventually you get, unless you screwed up the filter or something, or the envelopes, you can pretty much get lucky. That's
Yeah.
like the classic. This thing's broken, and you're like, oh, you just got to turn the envelope up.
Yeah, it's like when I got the Transcendent, because I didn't know about electronics back then anyway, and this BT engineer built it for me, but he wasn't a musician, so he didn't know how to tune it.
Yeah.
He got it to near, but
He got it
not
working.
great. But he got it working, yeah. And there's no when you bought these things, there was no how to use it.
I know.
Not even an A4, saying, do this, do that. So I'm just turning and seeing what would happen. And there was loads of times where I've done I've turned the filter up too high or whatever, or got a massive amount of attack on it. And I think 4 times an hour, I think I'd broken it.
Yeah.
Because it's not making any sound. And you go, oh, wait a minute, here it comes. Well, which knob was doing it? And you're just going through all the knobs to find out what was making it do this particular function on the keyboard. And then you very, very slowly picked up what it meant and what it was doing.
Weird,
or you
isn't
get
it?
a really great sound, then you'd lose it, and then you can't get it back again because you don't know what the elements were involved, because you didn't recognise what the elements were.
Reminds me when I bought a Roland TB303 back in the day, before it was ever a thing.
Yeah.
And I hated that fucking thing because the manual was impenetrable pile of shit. I thought, this isn't, forget that. I mean, I had the TR-06 drum machine, and that was like, yeah, I can work that, that's easy, that's all right. Got this thing that looked exactly the same, silver plastic thing, supposed to do bass. It was a pain in the fucking arse. In the end, flogged it for like 50 quid. It's like, I just don't need it, it's a fucking headache.
Well, between you and me, I still have to go back to the manual to know how to program a 303.
Yeah,
when I'm testing them.
Unintuitive, it's weird.
Yeah, and you go, oh, wait a minute, you have to program the spaces in as well? This is weird.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, we all know that now, but back then, like you were saying a minute ago,
Yeah.
it wasn't the guy next to you going like, no, you do that, like, there's nobody. So
Yeah.
you've got the Roland manual that's written from Japanese into English, and
Yeah.
half of it's backwards, and it's like, oh, what?
And then and we used to so you think, well, you got to go to the library. The library's got all the answers.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You're like,
Yeah.
the library's no good.
No.
Yeah. And there's no YouTube.
Actually, I found books on synthesis in the library. There's some good ones out
there
there.
was like, you really.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, the only literature I ever found on synthesizers before I'd got the Transcendent was in the Encyclopedia Britannica, and it had a photograph of a System 100.
All right.
A Synthi 100,
Yeah.
And a bloke sort of like posed over it, going, "I know what I'm doing." Ha 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 ha! Fuck you, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah. That's all we
And
need
so
to know about
they go,
systems.
right, and we'll build from here.
Yeah. It was hard work back then, wasn't it? If you didn't know somebody who knew, and you were on your own, it was a manual, and that's it.
But I
The
know
manual was shit. You're
and you hear these stories where people got started because they knew somebody, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were either apprenticed or something, and then the light bulb went off, and then it's like they were off to the races.
Yeah,
And,
in the 80s, there used to be programmers, which were they're not applications; they were people who could program stuff.
Yeah.
Had the job of programming stuff because they knew what the fuck it was and know how to do stuff.
Yeah.
You got musicians saying like, "I want to use a drum machine. I don't know how to use it. Oh, I've got a guy who knows that. He's a programmer. He'll program it for you."
Yeah.
I actually learned a lot from watching Rock School out of the UK. It was a good show.
Yeah, Rock School.
Yeah, but that came much later though. So-
Not for me. I mean, I wasn't into stuff in the late 80s. So.
Yeah, but I mean because I mean when you had old what's his face with the memory mug,
The glasses guy.
Had the girl who was the guitarist.
The girl who's the guitarist,
There's
wasn't
the
she?
nerdy guy with the glasses who's the keyboard guy.
Oh right, that's right. Yeah.
Like Bill Brifford or someone like that. When
Yeah.
They do the drums and stuff. They had like a Simmons kit.
Yeah.
All that stuff. We're all trying to be like all.
But it's funny though because I mean, you talk about this and what it was like having these machines back in the day and everything like that, and you go, we have now become those old people that used to see in the park. Going,
With the old gits.
Oh yeah.
What we're talking about,
But you tell the kids today, and they wouldn't believe you.
In fact, PBS, the public television, had some great guests by like Herbie Hancock and Suzanne Ciani. Went on shows like 3-2-1 Contact.
Yeah.
For kids, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I know. It was mad.
I can remember going into music shops and there was like something like a Roland D110 module. And I was really interested in the demos sounded amazing, but the thing I wanted to do was like, give me the manual, let me read the manual, because if I buy this thing and I'll get it owned, I'll be reading that fucking manual, and if the manual's written shit, I'm just going to blow my money and not do anything with it. And the manual was here, I didn't buy it. It's like, fuck that. I went off and bought a Yamaha thing because the manual was better.
I think the thing that used to strike me as funny though was sometimes you get a unit come out, and because of pricing and whatever, it would have certain features missing, and you accepted it because it was in the price range that you could just about reach, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So there was this Casio sequencer. It was a MIDI sequencer.
Oh, yes, said one. Yeah.
I think it might be. It was
It had a-
4-track.
Yeah, it had
It was
a weird floor in it, didn't it? What was the floor?
And you couldn't. You couldn't.
Pictures of it, never in person.
I think you couldn't remote start it. You had to hit the key.
Right.
So if you had the rhythm running, instead of it triggering it, you actually had to hit the play button in time with whatever the rhythm
Oh,
was.
you couldn't go. You couldn't put it in play and then hit.
It was a
something
MIDI.
else.
Yeah, that's it. It was a MIDI sequencer that didn't have MIDI clock.
Brilliant.
This is why you buy the CZ5000, which had a built-in sequencer.
Yeah. So but you were kind of used to it because I mean, like the Spider, EDP Spider sequencer, which was a CV, single track CV sequencer, and I think it was 16 step. And if you wanted it to loop, you put sellotape over the round the unit to hold the start button down, and then it would loop the 16 steps. Otherwise, it would just play them and stop. Never occurred to them to put a repeat on it.
No. But my first sequencer that we had was the Roland. Shit, what's it called? Something like CV1 or something. It was a 100-note CV sequencer, but it had 2 channels. And we sequenced the. What were we using for that? Roland SH09 to do the sequencing on that.
Yeah, because there was a couple of them, wasn't there? It was those black units about nay big.
Yeah.
And it had all the lovely, sexy sort of like Roland controls on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They
That was
were a
like
fortune though, weren't they? They were a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, I didn't buy it. It was in the band. Well, I joined as a drummer. Then they got a drum machine, so I just stayed to program.
Well, see, that was another thing. See, Roland gear was
affordable.
Literally the Bentley of a lot of the keyboards that were available.
Still affordable though. They could have, you know, still within reach. Well, not all of them, but the
No.
ones that were.
Yeah, I mean, if you could go into a music shop in, 1981, 1982, and there'll be something like, an SH09, for instance, or an RS09.
Yes, we had that as well. Yeah, the string thing.
And it'd be about $499.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, with the HP and everything like that, yeah, I should be able to get this, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then a little further down on the shelf was a five module System 100.
Yeah, with Do Not Touch on it.
Yeah. with keyboard, and you're going, and it was 3.5K.
Yeah.
It was
And
like,
that looked like a house.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
House for that.
we went to ABC Music in Addleston. We used to go there every Saturday and just wander around the shop until we got kicked out. And there was a second-hand Jupiter 4, and I just fell totally in love with this thing. And it was second-hand. It was still quite tidy and all the rest of it, but it was $999. And there was just no way. And I know why it was $999, because they had £1,000 instant credit on Lombard Tricity.
Right.
And you just sign your name, right?
Yeah.
And you needed a guarantor. And the bloke who worked in the shop would sign his name on it. He didn't give a shit. You go, there you go, it's a sale, And I was so tempted to buy this thing. But I was on £17 a week. I thought, I can't afford this.
I remember the watch being in the shop, and I thought, what a pile of shit that looks like. And I know it's $199, but it looked awful.
Yeah.
It looked like overgrown.
Although it had a really good sound. Once you put it into an amp, it had a really good sound.
Yeah, it looked
coming
horrible.
out the speaker wasn't doing it any fucking favours at all.
Hey,
But
speaking of weirdo Roland, you ever see one of these? SBX 1000?
no, that's
It's a SMPTE box with MIDI sync, dual MIDI interfaces. It's got the classic QWERTY keys on it, like a 909.
all right.
And pretty cool little piece.
Yeah, that would have been
Heavy
if
as
that,
hell.
if that was on a shelf, we would have walked past it because there was no way in hell we could afford it, no matter what it was.
I probably got it for like $100 or something.
Yeah, but when we went to the other shops, like old what's his name, Rod Argent's, for instance, up in town, and there'd be stuff up there, and you just go, oh my god, how are you ever going to be able to afford this stuff?
Yeah.
There'd be a $3,500 Polymoog, there'd be a £7,000 PS 3300, that kind of thing, and then Christ knows how much for the Moog C3 halfway up the wall, and a System 700, and you're looking at this stuff, and it's like, oh man,
Yeah.
what it wouldn't do.
It's a good dealer to afford it.
Yeah.
A good one at that.
Yeah.
Well, I know me and my brother. Well, I know it was pretty common for us to split costs, and we would buy things like together because we couldn't afford. And we'd share it.
Pull your money together to get it.
Yeah, and then I think we were talking about there was a lot more trading, like with buddies, and it was just everything was precious that you had. And
the other thing back in the day, you got something and you used the absolute shit out of it because that's the only thing you could afford.
Yeah, exactly.
They were
yeah.
surrounded by a million things and going
You
like,
had to get your money's worth.
Yeah, yeah.
Plus,
yeah.
you were still paying for the bastard.
Yep. So you need to make it
9 times out of 10, you were still forking out the money each week for it. So you really did get your money's worth out of them.
Well, I still have the only acoustic guitar I ever bought, and I saved up all my money to get it. And
Yeah.
I've carried it all over the freaking United States, from house to house to apartment, and because it did symbolize that first nice thing I bought.
Yeah.
And there's definitely a lot to be said for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just overwhelmed, but like Bastard Steve was saying, I mean, the stuff on the reality is, and we all know it. Like a lot of the soft synth stuff is so good. The G-Force, that OBX, the M-Tron. That I was just sitting there thinking, this is kind of all I need for a lot of get a nice controller, and this would be, But then there's just too many other things out there tempting.
Yeah.
But if I'd had that with a controller, holy cow! I mean, of course, I would have had to have the computer, but
Yeah.
that's way more powerful than anything I ever had.
Yeah, this is all I really need. I should just keep this and sell everything else.
Yeah.
QI1. Yeah.
I had the real cheap little Yamaha
20? QI20?
Oh no, one of the bossa nova type, beat things, and I used to just sit in my room and write songs on that little tiny mini keyboard, all, and then I just put on the tape recorder, hit the tape recorder, and I did that for, maybe late teens. I was still,
Yeah.
now everybody's got like these slick recordings.
Yeah, but
I do. Yeah.
No, I always did this thing where I had this. I always set the bar too high. Like I wanted reverb, but I wanted the reverb that Vangelis was using, even though I didn't know what the reverb was.
Rev 1 or something.
It was
or Lexicon or whatever.
A Lexicon 244, and then he upgraded to a 480 XL.
Lexicon's like about $7,000 or something back then. Back when $7,000 would buy you like a Rolls Royce.
When you could buy a house for $7,000, yeah.
Yeah.
And
wickedly expensive.
So, and I remember that it was the most I'd ever spent on any. Normally, if I was spending nearly £1,000, it had to be a keyboard.
Yeah.
But this was like £1,000, and it was a Korg RV1000 digital reverb.
Okay.
So I thought my ship had come in. Oh dear, no. It did not.
Did not deliver.
It did reverb, and I was going to be prepared to put up with that because I had no reverb.
Yeah.
And because I was such a, Vangelis fanboy, that I had to have this 10-second tail reverb no matter what. Got to have it.
I started with Spring Reverb, little brown box.
Yeah, well I did. I bought a second-hand British Spring.
Oh, yeah, they were 199, weren't they?
Yeah. So I had the drain pipe British Spring, and it was like, although it was quite adequate, it wasn't what I wanted at all.
No,
and people were saying to me, "Oh no, what you need is a plate reverb." And it was, you need this, you needed this, you needed that. And
fucking huge part of your house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You just need a bathtub.
Yeah. And
but not with ceramic.
So I had this reverb, and it was okay. It was okay, and I must admit, for the first 3 months that I had this reverb, everything went through it, even the drum machines. It was just mush, but I didn't care because it was reverb. This
time we got the SPX.
Now I have room. Yeah.
Yeah, well, SPX90, and I've had a rock band come in, and they'd never had like digital reverb before. They were totally mad over it.
Yeah.
So I let them do a mix and I just put reverb on everything. It looked like it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
They come back like 2 days later. Reverb. Yeah. You didn't listen.
Yeah.
You get into that mode and go, a bit more. No, a bit more. I'll tell you, no, a little bit more. And at the end of the night, it's on full. It's completely buried in reverb. Hilarious.
I just noticed that Matrix Synth put up the jam I used with the GP82 for Chris, and he actually put the Etsy site up on Matrix Synth, so he'll get more business now.
Oh.
That's cool.
Oh, that's
yeah.
Cool. Yeah. It's a really cool module, it's useful.
I haven't been back to look and see if that Touch Digital webpage is still running. I haven't looked for it.
I looked in the way back, and it, as usual, it's fragmented. Most of the graphics are missing except for the logo.
Yeah.
And not a lot. You said there were videos on there, right? I couldn't find any videos. Cached.
Oh, it was right down the bottom. It had it was basically I think a thumbnail to the Mel Wesson's, not Mel Wesson's, Mal Meehan's unboxing.
Oh, okay.
That he did of the controller back in the day.
Oh, I see. Okay. You don't have the video still somewhere.
God.
I should.
It must be. No,
I did on that stream, but it's.
Yeah, it must still be on YouTube somewhere. It must still be there.
Well, YouTube didn't start till 2006, so it depends when you did your thing.
Jeez.
2011.
That long ago.
Oh, right, yeah.
2012, right? Isn't that when you did the thing? 2011, 2012?
Yeah, I started 2011, released 2012, yeah. So that's when I had to learn how CNCs worked.
I found another thing is like it doesn't always happen, but I've noticed it happen a couple of times on mine. Is you got a really old video on YouTube, because I joined YouTube in like 2007. They've actually downgraded the videos on some of the really old stuff. So you might have uploaded a 640 by 480, but you go there and your video's 320 by 240. It's like, I didn't upload that. I uploaded better than that. Actually, like lost some of the quality somewhere. Probably some like data server thing that hasn't been, no one's looked at this video for fucking years, or just like
it could be a policy thing where they go, right, well, after so many years it gets cut right back and archived down onto a drive, so it's still available, but it's going to be eventually it's just like a postage stamp on the screen.
Like 5 pixels. It's
You go, what is that?
They just keep taking pixels.
looks like it was downloaded on a ZX Spectrum. So like,
good old days.
Yeah,
it might look cool though. You might hit a really cool kind of vintage period. You're
Yeah,
like, oh, keep
yeah.
it right there. How can I please?
As long as I can make it sort of 16 by 9 pixels.
Yeah.
It's 8-color, 8-bit.
Hanging in there.
Yay.
I'm down to 16 by 9.
What if I let you do that? What if I let you upload a 16 by 9 pixel video? See what happens.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. No.
All that stuff, we put so much trust in them. I mean, it's just so the whole thing. I just it's crazy. The way thing. I mean, there's so much of it's really brilliant. It's like I was telling you how I got on that distribution, and it's like we're gonna put it on all these places, and you go on Google and it's all over, and you're all excited, and then it's just like, now what?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Nobody's listening.
Doesn't mean you get a sale, does it?
Yes.
Just means it's there somewhere that nobody knows about, other than you.
You're just like, yeah, thank you, we did it. But what's funny with the district kid, it's like, would you like us to master it? Here's how it would sound. It's like $10. I'm like, it's already mastered. Like, you're gonna master the master?
What are you gonna do with it then?
It wasn't like they detected that it needed something, and hey, we noticed this. It was just like, we just threw our master on your song. What do you take a listen. I'm like, I doubt you did anything.
Yeah.
It's really, but I'm like, what a brilliant way to make $10.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it works, then
They did because it's great how nice some people can be. Because when we released the controller, like I said, Mel did this unboxing, which was getting a lot of views.
I think I remember it being on Sonic State.
Yeah, old Nick did a review of it along with the software.
Yeah,
and you did a very comprehensive little video on that. And out of the blue, Eric Persing did a video of using the controller he bought from us. With he get it set up with a Mogafogo at each end and everything like that, using the software. And I think, Spectrasonics was definitely a thing. It was definitely happening.
Well, even if it wasn't, he was a thing anyway back then. So
yeah. And out of that, we started talking about making this, because we can talk about it now. We were going to make an Omnisphere controller for him.
Oh wow!
And we were looking at all the aspects of it, and it was going to be this keyboard with polyphonic aftertouch. Bearing in mind this is 2012,
a long time ago.
ASM's got a way to go yet. This is 2012, so it's a polyphonic aftertouch keyboard. It was done in cherry red anodized aluminium, and it had these rails on the top where you could have these trays you can move around. And what it had was you had various controllers, because there were so many parameters involved.
It was a bit modular in its actual design, was it?
Exactly. So what you did is you had like control, like that PG 800 you got, Andy, kind of thing. So you had these controllers, and you'd set them they're magnetic, and they sat on these movable shelves that run on these runners on the top of the keyboard, and you could set up your controllers and intermingle them depending on what you were using on the screen.
Yeah.
When using Omnisphere, and this was for Omnisphere 2. And essentially,
cool.
we ran into a few. What's the word?
Snags.
No, it was a. We had both me and Eric ended up having differences of opinion on what we were actually making.
On what the goal was.
Yeah. So I was talking about having a dedicated computer within the keyboard. And
so you're going to run Omnisphere in the keyboard?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Eric wasn't so keen on that.
Yeah.
Because he said it created problems with licensing and etc. 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 Which I got it. I got it. However, what he wanted to do was take a Mac Mini and mount a Mac Mini in it.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So you'd think technically the same thing, but it's actually not. It's because the Mac Mini, then the software on the Mac Mini is its own dongle, if you like.
Yeah.
Whereas where it's loose on a board, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
And he was worried about it could be.
It's done up to the user with the Mac Mini to install the license rather than you putting the license.
Exactly. So the keyboard connected to the internet, and it done all the usual things with the iLocks and all the rest of it.
I mean,
so
some company started with B might do something with it.
Yeah. So, and although that wasn't a direct issue, but what was an issue in the end was, I mean, quite, this was his decision, obviously, but he said, well, what I do is, I will give you all the support. I said, well, you coming in 50-50 with this in terms of costs to build this thing? And it was like, no.
All your risk. Good luck.
All your risk, but I give you the full 100% support and everything that you need regarding the software and everything else. And
does that mean you make all the profit then?
Well, technically, yeah. I mean, the profit sharing would be sort of like cut up that way.
Risk, it's your profit.
But the thing is, he didn't need more money at that point anyway, really. Right. Unfortunately, because we had made this mistake of ordering another 50 cases, because the orders were coming in, and we needed to build another 50 of these machines, and another, I think it was 11,000 pots. Yeah. And Christ knows how many knobs and new decals and all this sort of stuff. All the different bits and pieces that were needed to build another 50 machines. And it just, the money ran out. Yeah. It just ended. I'd run the first
turnover. You need to get the people to pay the money so you can pay for the part.
Yeah, so it needed to be done ahead of time to be able to happen. But even then, it was going to be a problem because the credit card I was using, because I was doing it on a credit card, was maxed. Really? It's now maxed at 29.9%.
Yeah, I'm
fucked.
That's the word. Yeah,
solidly fucked. And there's no more money anywhere. We did a run around to see if we could find some investors, but once you present it, well, basically what it is at the moment, between me and Richard as this partnership, we are £50,000 in debt, and we have no product. So, would you like to invest?
Yeah.
There we go. And it was it. So it was like dead in the water then. So we had to, shut the company down. And because of that, we couldn't even start to build this Omnisphere. And this thing was like off the charts. It was just, it was beautiful.
Don't you think there were still They're still not there with the controllers and the software. I mean,
knew
I can't
this
believe
was awful. I knew
I
this
can't
was-
believe we've solved it. From what I'm seeing,
No, not by a long chalk. I mean,
it's kind of shocking
Yeah,
that we're
I mean-
so far behind.
yeah. Well, to be
Maybe the
honest with
software
you,
had to come first. I don't know.
the ideal controller, right, would be one that where the front panel morphs literally into whatever instrument is you're calling up in your VST. And there's 3 ways of doing this. One is liquid metal, and we're still waiting for somebody to come up with that.
Yeah, the T3000 model.
Exactly.
Let's move on to the next.
The other way,
Don't make it
is
angry whenever you do.
the other way is for it to be actually a giant iPad monitor is your front panel.
Yeah, but then
And
you
it- and
got
just-
no.
Yeah.
It's a touch interface, isn't it? It's like
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
So,
what's the difference? It's a big.
which is a kind of flashy version of the Native Instrument complete control keyboards.
Yeah.
It's a flashy version of that.
Yeah, it's a big screen with.
Yeah.
Well, Novation tried to do it with the remote SLs and stuff like that with scribble strips, just like the Solaris does with its synth.
Yeah.
It changes with the content. It's context sensitive.
Well, the other way of doing it was to do literally where you had sliders and knobs and buttons and stuff like that were all like Lego that you could
Yeah, I was gonna
magnetically. But if
Right.
you got to build you can't. You know, you call up
As well,
OBE.
Yeah, that's been
You call up OBE, right, and you go, right, okay. Now, even if you just set it up so it was what you needed to make a SEM, and then you had buttons where you could go SEM 1, SEM 2, SEM 3, so it was just the one, but doing an 8 voice. Yeah, okay. But then you go, right, okay, that's it, that track's done, move on to the next one. You've got to reconfigure your it's like...
people don't.
My favorite was the Novation X Station with the kind of lots of controls, fairly generic layout, and then those overlays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you kind of solved it there. Even though it's not going to be the same layout, it doesn't matter. It's all there. The controls are all there.
I mean, I guess you got MIDI 2.0, which that should solve a lot of it, right? Because, I mean, I was looking at the Korg, and I see how they can communicate. But, I mean, even that is pretty piss poor what they did.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, Andy can confirm something for me here. You ran that touch digital controller on a Mac, yeah?
I didn't yet, but I will.
Okay. Well, when you run it on the Mac and you call up, say, Imposca 2, and you go from one preset to another, just have a look and see if the lights on the front panel update.
I will, yeah.
And see if that's part of something that they've not so much put straight, but turned back on, should we say? Because we had this thing where they call it bidirectional communication across MIDI that you get on PC, you can't have on Mac. It won't do it.
Security issue.
Yeah, well, those protocols are like, no, you're not having that. You're not having that. So there's these facilities that you had for MIDI that Mac wouldn't work. The OS says, no, you can't do that. Where you could do it all day long on the PC. What was the other thing? There was some other thing. I mean, they got round it. They called it something else and did it a different way, I suppose. But you used to be able to do this thing where you could send just a simple driver. You could send your MIDI data to your hi-fi and hi-fi your MIDI out into the house and play a keyboard downstairs and be playing a VST upstairs. Like 12, 13 years ago you could do this. Of course, now Macs have got AirDrop and all the rest of it, and it runs better and all the rest of it. But this was a simple free driver you downloaded. You could do all this if you so wanted.
I think the whole idea of controllers is a very difficult subject, even today. There's never been a successful main controller that's like, this is the way. No one's done
Everyone has a different idea what they want, right? Because they want to avoid learning keys. They want pads and knobs and stuff.
Well, yeah, but you see that because one of the probably the best ways of doing it isn't the best way of doing it, because what you would do is you have like an array of knobs or buttons or whatever,
Yeah.
and you have an overlay.
Yeah.
And you have different overlays for different.
The X Station did. It was great. I
Various
thought it was
things.
great.
Yeah. But the thing about it was, 9 times out of 10, when you're using something, when you go from OBE to Omnisphere, then you go to Spitfire, then you go to this, that, and the other. The button that you were using to do one thing is now doing something else, and you go,
Yeah, and
I
that's what's
cannot
all-
learn
You still got
every
one
single
phone
front panel.
putting you in a
It's all
different
messed
direction.
up.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah.
Or you
Yeah.
get like what Korg just did, which is, and a lot of them do. They just strip it down to 8, and now they have like screens where you can kind of, all right, here's the first 8, and then you can go to this, and so then
Yeah.
you have to compromise. But then you're like, well, what are my 8? I mean, you
But then
know,
at the
and then
same
like
time,
you
even
said,
if you have
patch to patch, it could be different. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Even if you
You
have
know?
lots of real synths without weird controllers and overlays, who can memorize 20 different synths exactly where everything is? You can't. So even if you
Oh, no,
had
you
all
can't.
the dedicated hardware,
Yeah,
you
but
couldn't
but with all that dedicated hardware, there's visual references for you to
Yeah.
work with.
Sure.
But and yes, you can do that with the overlays as well. But if you use one instrument,
want muscle
a
memory,
lot,
basically.
Yeah, and it's you kind of it gets confusing after a while.
It
So,
really does.
I mean, the cheap way of being able to do it would be where you could have something like a touchscreen iPad or whatever, and you can literally, because they did that thing where you could put the knob on the screen and
Yeah.
and you could physically turn the
Yeah.
knob and it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
That was
yeah,
kinda-
yeah.
or you could do it with
yeah.
your finger. I suppose
Yeah,
you could do it with your
that's
finger
the
because it'd be
iPad
easier.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you're still using a screen.
But it's a tool. But you use the tool on the iPad.
Yeah.
You would use that to make it feel
Bit of a
a little
gimmick.
tricky.
Yeah.
A little tricky.
So you could do that where you have some sort of like, touch screen built into your keyboard controller, and it just prints. It also shows the displays whatever instrument you call up and updates constantly, and you can adjust the knobs and stuff from your controller instead of using the mouse on the screen. But
And then you have VR like they did for the Deep Mind.
yeah, but see, I can do that now on the Raven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, on the Slate Raven, I could do that, but it's not perfect.
What?
It's not perfect resolution
Is there a
like it is
lag?
on an iPad.
Do you
No,
get a lag,
no,
though? Is it-
no,
okay.
no, you don't get a lag. But it's not as the resolution isn't as great as it would be
Right.
on, say, an iPad.
They
Right?
had the
Well,
same
the other-
problem with the Surface Pro. People trying to use Surface Pro for music, and it wasn't so great. But then Surface Pro, like the giant version they had at NAMM a couple years ago, they improved that vastly. So not only was it bigger, but it was quicker and more resolution. But you had to pay a ton of money for that. Like
Yeah.
the
But
Raven.
the other thing is that we have so many instruments. So people have made some cool controllers. Even like like the what was that one company that makes those cool like expander? And you can
Is that
add the
fader
knob.
box?
Yeah, like for the Rolands and stuff, or the
Yeah, yeah.
Junos, and
Oh,
and
yeah.
even
Someone
the
made
thing.
one for the Yamaha Reface DX, didn't they?
Yeah, and you get the D-Tronics.
Yeah.
See, the other
There's-
thing you could have, where you have like a series of, knobs, buttons, and sliders, and all the rest of it, and when you call up your, your VST's GUI, and it comes up on the screen,
Yeah.
and there's little displays, tiny little displays underneath
A bit like
every control.
on your MPC, the little
Oh.
QLEDs.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
But for every control, and it updates as you call up the thing in, it goes, "Poosh," there you are, and now you can look and see. So it's like using a synth, and
But
you can
if
look and
you-
see. But how
Yeah.
much would a controller like that cost? If
Yeah,
you have
it-
to have tiny little updatable displays under every single controller under it.
Well, that's why
But
Solaris
mad.
costs a lot of money, right? And so does a Hydrosynth.
Yeah. Well,
Remember the
I mean, so-
remember the Behringer BCR 2000?
Yeah.
That had LED rings around the actual knobs, doesn't it? So it would show you where your knob was positioned
Yeah.
at, without you actually having to move the knob. You had it was an encoder thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, then there's that whole thing about continuous and then jumping.
Yeah, and how does it grab? How does it catch up?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, no.
The whole thing's a fucking nightmare. If you're trying
Yeah.
to do it as a business product, you're thinking, how
Well,
am I
I
going to
think-
make this appeal to everybody?
why would you do it, really?
Well, that's
Yeah.
what keeps hardware. That's
you
why
really
every
can't
time you want to
have
get away
everybody
from
happy.
it, You still go daggone it hardware as it plays, you know.
And I still don't think like VR is good enough yet to be
No.
able to replace that. But even
You
then,
look like-
even with VR, you still need something kind of physical to be turning anyway. So
Pretty
it doesn't get
maddening,
any better, you know.
It's also
But, I mean,
annoying to be
how much
isolated
would
with
a-
some thing like that.
you know, with the technology we have today, but how much would a 27-inch iPad Pro cost?
I hate to ask.
Couple of grand, got to be
Y-
in it.
Yeah.
Gotta
So,
be grand.
and then you've got to have all the dedicated software to make that work seamlessly.
And then how big's your audience with that disposable income to
And
buy
when
it?
they upgrade the OS and your apps die or they go
Yeah.
out of the store, then you lose them.
Yeah, and then suddenly you got this thing you can't use anymore. It's like,
Stick to Eurorack, mate. Make some Euro.
yeah,
Yeah, that won't be
Yeah.
a problem.
So
It's
I mean,
crazy,
I don't know if I still got it, but I don't know. I can have a look, I suppose. But I used to have photos of this bloody controller. Oh, I wouldn't know where to look now. I wouldn't know where to look now. Oh no! Wait a minute. Because he did. It was all NDA for ages and ages, but it's so long ago now. It doesn't really matter, does it? So let's see what we can find here. It's got to be around here somewhere. I mean, there was actually quite a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's only one left now. That'll be all day. I take far too many photographs of my dogs. Far too many. Oh, I got a photograph here. The inside of a Maplin 4600. Hello, beautiful.
Oh,
Hello, darling. Beautiful.
Cleo's changed a little bit. I'm not quite recognising.
Yeah.
She's got a haircut.
it's Cleo's disguise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how she gets
It's a
upstairs.
party outfit,
I
isn't
put
it?
on the little husky suit on her.
There's a little armature in there so she can.
I love that darkish reddish colour in a husky. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's beautiful.
Is that a husky or an elk hound?
It's a husky,
Husky. Okay.
as far as I know.
Elk hounds had that kind of brownish thing often. So.
I don't understand why some huskies have the brown. What
Yeah.
makes them like? Are they from the same area? Are they all?
They're
just-
ginger huskies.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, essentially,
That's what everyone
yeah.
says. But I'm like, but why?
Uh-huh.
They just are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And somehow they managed to look even cuter because of it.
Yeah, she is.
It's like my cat. It's gone all fluffy now. It's like it's winter. She's gone.
Yeah.
Like she's just come out of a tumble dryer. You know what I mean? She's just gone, boom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
old Chuckles, he's getting a bit poofy around the
Get
gills.
older too. Sometimes they get kind of.
So at this point, did he stop shedding, or is he still always shedding?
Stop shedding. We're talking about huskies here.
So even in the cold weather, it doesn't matter, right?
Don't matter, mate.
That's crazy, right? You'd think they would hold on to some of the goddamn hair. Right?
Nope, 24/7, mate.
No, all new.
There's always room for new hair.
We had when I was a kid. I don't remember that much about them, so I
Yeah.
liked them.
Yeah, they're beautiful animals. I love
We
them.
had a German Shepherd Husky mix. It was super smart, beautiful, tough as nails. My mom went through barbed wire once. We lived in Colorado, and we went over to the bison area next door to eat some cow patties, right? Some bison yummies.
Yeah.
And so he tore up its abdomen. My mom had some nurse training for a while, and the dog just laid on its back while she stitched it up. Didn't try to bite her. Didn't yell. It's the coolest dog ever.
Wow. Yeah, I think I might be able to transfer that over. Don't quote me though. Still trying to work out. some of the
You can
functions.
add your thing as another. You have multiple licenses for StreamYard, so you can add your iOS thing. You could just log in with StreamYard on there.
Yeah, I could do that, but I tend to.
I think you have 4 seats when you do the Pro.
See if I can find the. I'm not quite sure what I've done with it. That's the thing.
You're looking for the Omnisphere controller thing.
Yeah, I know it's here. I'll be able to put that up straight away. Because I think the picture that I have on the other iPad is not very clear. So I think it's a lower quality photos for some reason.
Was it stored on YouTube?
No. It's not anywhere kind of thing.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Secret source.
Yeah, but I mean, it's. I think we're past that now. It's been a while.
One thing that's good, I use it a lot, is I have Google Drive on my iOS devices, and I go straight from my photo library to that. I don't use the Apple Cloud stuff.
Mm.
And it's very good to have lots of storage for free, and it's secure. So
yeah.
God's sake, so much. I tell you what, I did find. I found the infamous photograph of the barbecue that nearly poisoned Richard Hilton.
Oh,
okay.
We'll take
hamburger
that.
We've
the
kept the
hamburger tartare.
posterity.
Is it?
Yeah.
As a second choice, it's a pretty good second choice. Not to eat it, but just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Do you have before and after?
Here we go. Here we go. Right, now. This is a whatnot view of it. It's under here. I believe. There. Right, here we go.
Oh, nice.
That's what
Dang.
Boom. Flippity
Right.
flop.
Whoa.
Can we move to
Wow, I actually like
Dave?
that.
That'll be Lightwave then.
It looks as good as anything. Holy cow.
Oh, it's the workshop.
Ah.
With no roof on it, because I had to put a new roof on. Yeah, so that was pretty much it.
Nice.
Yeah. But, oh, I don't know where there's... Christ, there's so many fucking photographs on it, it's ridiculous. What the hell was I thinking? Trying to find something... Oh, here, oh dear. Something here. Said this. Bit of a giggle. There you go. That's when Ulrich Schnauz came round.
Wow.
And he bought the controller there and then. He goes, oh, he says, I love this, I'm having one. He goes, I want this one. I went, okay, that is the demo one. He said, no, I want it. I went, okay. There you go.
Sorted. Huge, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a right old lump.
Is that more or less the same size as an actual Oscar?
Oh, no, it's bigger than an Oscar.
I was going to say, I remember the Oscar being in one of the music shops in
Yeah.
Mount Maybury, and it was like very chunky, but I don't think it was that big.
No, it wasn't that big, but you see, because this was for Imposter 2, there was more controls on it than there was on the original Oscar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's a
there's-
heavy bugger.
Yeah, and there's
Very sturdy.
Pippa looking on.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Oh, dear.
Wow.
Back in the days when we used to have a little telly. Oh.
Yeah.
How did you find that one, Andy?
A little note in the back of my mind when Kent talked about it about a year ago in the pub.
Uh-huh.
And he mentioned the company that had some in Australia.
Ah.
He only had sold so many to them.
Uh-huh.
And I said, what's the off chance these guys actually have anything? So I just asked, and he goes, oh yeah, we got a couple of those. And I said, what? And they're like new old stock, right?
Yeah.
And so I
Yeah.
said, well, I don't have the money right now, and I still think I'd like to get one. I forgot about it for about 6 months. And then I hit him up again. I said, hey, I totally forgot. You got any of those left? He goes, well, I only have one left now, and I kind of want to keep it. And I said, no, you don't.
So he literally has been selling them?
There you go.
Somehow,
the old guys.
Wow. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Now those four. See the little Jack Russell at the back there.
Yeah.
That's little Charlie, right? But those four are all brother and sister. Look how violently different they are from each other. all the same litter. But Daisy, which is the far one there, next to the almond settee, looked like a collie. She had long hair, and the rest of them didn't have long hair. It's like, whoa.
That is weird.
She's going to have to have words with her mum.
So yeah, I found it because of persistence and a decent memory, I guess. So, because I did look online, like you said, the one went for $4,000 a couple years ago that was used.
Yeah. And
I couldn't even find a rip-off one anywhere that was like way too overpriced. So, they're like you said, they only 49 of them in existence, right? Because you have the original.
That's super cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I was pretty happy, and I like the software. I just forgot how much I liked it because I reinstalled it and started playing with it, and that was when I made that Noisevember thing. Like,
yeah, it's weird because it's actually more fun to play with that software using the controller.
Yeah.
Was the first thing I go, oh, it does do what it's supposed to do.
The only thing you can't do is that
Fun to
little
use.
added strip at the bottom, the touchpad that does the harmonics. You have to do that with the mouse. But other than that, you got everything pretty much on.
Well, we literally run out of usable CCs by that point.
Yeah.
Because we were adding on NPRNs on top of that in the end to try and cover as many, functions as humanly possible. We wanted to add more, but it just became
because that whole bottom right section of knobs is not even. The original law. It's like it's all the buried features and stuff, which is cool.
Yeah. But because Dave said, he goes, oh, it'd be nice if you could have direct access to those features without having to do the diving. So
the effects and all.
He
that
goes,
stuff.
so could you dive for that, and then I'll be happy. I go, okay.
No, it's excellent.
So here you go. This is what I want to try and make then, but in Eurorack now.
This is your anaglyph, yeah?
Yeah, I love this picture.
So impress me.
Dun, dun, dun.
It needs to be
Kind of looks like
bigger.
a Synclavier 2 a little bit.
And that's without its two wings.
I'll tell you what it looks like. Do you remember Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah.
Deep Thought, the computer.
Deep Thought. Do you know what?
Is that right?
That is our the project nickname.
Was it?
Yeah, it was Deep
Oh
Thought.
my God. That's
yeah.
mental.
Because we used to love doing the old
42.
Where he goes, tricky.
Tricky.
So how long will it take then? 5. What? Not until next Tuesday. 100 million years.
Brilliant.
Oh, we're screwed.
Yeah, we're screwed.
Now what we're going to do?
It totally reminds me of Deep Thought. That's hilarious.
And funnily enough, I had a power adapter. There was a 200 watt converter. Did 240 to 110, and it's for running the 110 volt 80s when it used to come in.
Yeah.
And it looks like Deep Thought, and we all call it Deep Thought. And then we looked at that and went, yeah, do you know what? It's Deep Thought.
Yeah, love it. I love
Yeah.
it. So what's the if you're going to pitch it to somebody, what's the unique selling point of the anaglyph? Why would you want one?
Oh,
The old elevator 2-minute ride, Jobby. What is it?
It's a Kent Bong original.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of these little nuances in it that you just can't get on other scents, I suppose, for want of a better word. Although, thinking about it now, that you pose the question, as the years roll by, less and less and less of it becomes unique. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. See, like for instance, when the original concept happened, which would be about 2012, there was no keyboards coming out that were Poly AT.
Right. Okay.
Now, Poly AT is the equivalent of having a MIDI socket on the back.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, literally, people are asking the question, does it have Poly AT? And if they go, no, then it's not very good. Where, 10 years
How
ago,
old is it?
nobody ever asked that,
They say, forget Poly AT, where's MPE?
Yeah. That's all part of the course now. Go, does it support MIDI 2? Is it MPE? Does it have polyphonic aftertouch? All this sort of thing is now standard fare. And I spent 30 years bitching, going, why can't we have another polyphonic aftertouch keyboard like we had with the Kurzweil MIDI board with the CS80, even the T8? Although I wouldn't recommend the T8.
TS10.
Yeah, exactly. The Ensoniques as well. They didn't even really promote that as a feature of the keyboard.
It didn't. I didn't know about it till later.
Yeah, I had a an EPS.
Yeah.
Before the 16 plus. This was the EPS.
Yeah, the original.
Right?
I had one over there.
Yeah, and I remember it cost, if I remember right, let's get this right, it was close to $4,000 for the memory expansion for it. For a little cartridge, $4,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
the
maybe-
keyboard didn't cost that.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know?
The Mirage had one too. It was kind of expensive.
Yeah. And I mean, I used this thing to death. And I never noticed that it had Poly AT. None of the samples seemed to do anything with the Poly AT, even if you did accidentally push one key harder than another.
Back in
So
the day, though,
I must have hit the right preset because I found it the other day. Does this really do it? And it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back
I
in
think
the day when
I-
they were trying to sell it, though, they weren't. The people who were trying to buy it weren't looking for a poly aftertouch. They were looking for
Yeah.
a sampler. They don't
Yeah,
give a
because
shit what
I
is it,
think
keys work.
if you would like to just reset the machine, if memory serves, Poly AT is by default turned off.
Probably, yeah.
In the settings.
Yeah.
Probably.
And so this thing came and went, and it was afterwards, a couple of years afterwards, after I'd sold it on. And so we go, oh yeah, well, the EPS has polyphonic aftertouch. And I went, no, it don't. And he's going, it does. It was literally like fisticuffs in the end. Go, it fucking doesn't. He goes, it does, and I'll prove it to you. And he brought his round and proved it to me. And I went,
oh,
I don't know how hard to punch myself in the face.
Well, it's like Transwaves too. Ask the average person who used ASR 10, EPS 16 Plus, and a few others on that time that had. It's a Transwave synth as well.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy a Fismo, but people don't know that.
Yeah.
Because their marketing was very weird.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what's in vogue, what sells at that point, isn't it? At that point, it was samplers sell. So
Yeah.
that's the thing.
But when they came out,
because
the
when
Wave
they-
Station
when they
was also
built
getting
it, when they
popular.
designed it, they probably had lots of different specs to go and hit. And someone
Yeah.
said, "Can we put a poly aftertouch?" And you go, "Oh yeah, we do that." When it comes to marketing it and selling it to the mass of the people, they don't give a shit about that. They wanted a fucking sampler that's affordable.
Yeah.
Does it sample? Yeah. Is it affordable? Yeah. I'll buy
Yeah.
it then.
But the Korg
Like,
Wave
yeah,
Station
but-
was on sale around the same time as some of them, and that people loved that whole wave sequencing thing.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what Transwaves do. It's like a fancy wavetable.
Yeah.
So
There was even I can't remember, for the life of me, I can't remember the name of the company, but there was a company that made a floppy disk for the Mirage that gave you digital VCO waveforms. And you could create these kind of PPG type sounds on your Mirage.
Yeah.
I cannot remember. K something.
You could draw waveforms on the FZ1 to make your own waves. Actually, you had preset
Oh, yeah.
waves as well. Yeah,
you could
did
kind
have
of do it on the Emacs too as well with the SE synthesis, the Spectrum additive synthesis. You could draw little partials with your
Yeah.
slider.
Yeah, there was. I'm trying to remember. There was a keyboard where you could, like you say, you could draw the waveforms on it, and it didn't seem to matter what waveform you drew. The sounds nearly always was the same. in
Yeah,
some
similar,
way.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all very
'Cause
similar.
They weren't deep. Yeah, they weren't.
Yeah, but I can remember going mad getting the. It was the Roland S330 sampler, and it had a lovely sound. It was a lovely sampler.
Was that one with the monitor? Or was that the
It was the one with the monitor. Now I
Yeah.
had the monitor, be it black and white, and
Yeah.
I found it in a skip practically kind of thing.
And the Roland mouse that only worked with
I wanted the Roland mouse. I wanted to be able to use a mouse because then a mouse was like
mouse is a big deal back then.
Thing,
It's like-
yeah, exactly. And it was a bloody fucking ball mouse, and it was 175 quid.
Yeah.
And what they've done is they deliberately taken
got
that
the pins,
PS2 socket and crossed a couple of wires open so it would
Yeah.
only work with that sample and wouldn't work with anything else.
Yeah.
175 quid for a ball mouse.
Bargain.
I have a 760.
I think
that
society
also
owes
takes
me
the
something.
monitor. Yeah.
I was aggrieved, you know, when you look back later on, you look back and you go, oh no, I didn't do that, did
Well,
I?
the cool is the S50 because you also had the graphics tablet.
Yeah.
So, what's his face was just selling all of his stuff last year or the year before. Junkie XL.
Oh yeah, he flogged all
So
his
I bought.
tech money.
He sold
Yeah.
everything pretty much. I bought his TX802 for a good price, but he was selling an S50 with the tablet and everything. I'm like, oh,
Give
this
a
is
sec.
so much fun. And I'm like, do I really want this? And then I watched a video on it, and to be honest, the idea is better than the execution.
Yeah, it'd be a pain in the
So-
arse. It'd be
and
like
it's
getting
really
the
old
Yamaha
and-
65M.
Yeah.
You'll have a music computer, but do you want to fucking use it? Probably
No,
not.
I wouldn't do it.
You just want to turn it on and have a play. not
If you were a fan of it when it came out, or for historic purposes, or whatever, as a collector,
yeah, if you just want to like
that all
polish
makes
it
sense.
and kick the dust off it, then yeah. But other
Yeah,
than
but
that, no.
the practical use of a lot of those things, it was definitely rose-colored glasses. So
There's a lot of that, isn't there? There's a lot of those sort of items. You want it, then you get it. Go, oh god, have I got it? Shit. Oh.
And I've tricked myself a few times and stuff like that. I go, oh, I remember that was so cool, and then you get it and you go, oh, it wasn't that cool. It's like toys, right?
Yeah.
It was so cool in the ad, or so cool in the,
Yeah.
I saw a kid playing with it when I was young, and then you get it and you go, oh, I don't
It's like
know
the Evil
this
Knievel
shitty.
toy. You get it,
yeah,
you
that's
think it's going to be amazing, and you run it down the yard a couple of times, and the guy
He always
falls off
wipes
and goes,
out.
Get it. Yeah.
There's not enough momentum. He doesn't, the angle momentum. He just wipes out. So,
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
So, apart from the polygon aftertouch, then, what's the big thing about Anaglyph? Is it just
lots
You-
of modes
you-
of synthesis, right? Is that what you're doing?
That's what?
Look,
Or lots of waveform types or something? There was some kind of weird mix of digital, analog, and
yeah, there was a whole hodgepodge of digital and analog.
yeah.
Because I wanted to do the when it does digital, it was doing everything that digital can present.
You're scratchy again.
Yeah, I just
Hammer time.
there you go.
It's Fred Flintstone in the studio.
I don't know. It's something. This
It's a
cable
lead
is-
somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the headphone cable is rubbing on something. It's disturbing something.
Oh,
But
right.
but I want the analog. This is the key. I want the analog to be very analog. If you know what I mean. I want it to be. You know when you can have.
Not DCO, but proper.
Yeah, you know when you can have like analog synthesis. It comes with the little
Yeah.
quotation marks analog.
Oh, he
synth-
did the
hey.
thing.
ah.
Celebrate.
So I can make the Behringer blow up again. Here we go.
There you go.
Blow up Behringer. Come on.
No, it's not
Blow up.
happening. Thumbs up.
That's when you do it right in front of yourself,
Yeah.
your body. Usually.
Hey.
That's it. Blind the oh, look at that Behringer go up, man. Maybe it's more in tune now. So you go, yeah, analog circuitry, quotation marks. Whereas I want the analog circuitry to be like really, really analog, and get that sort of like harmonic distortion going. I make it very sort of like, oh, careful.
Well, you want the parts
Mo-
responsible for audio to have that, but not all of it, right? Like you wouldn't have an analog
Yeah.
sequencer, right?
No, because there's no need.
Yeah,
There's nothing to be to benefit from having an analog sequencer.
Or even analog envelopes, right? You can get by with digital envelopes pretty well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, digital can follow an envelope curve as well as an analog one would do it. in some cases, probably better. But it'd be nice to have a little bit of what we call like on the design, it's called a Raucous circuit. And basically what it is, it's just a voltage randomizer. And so you can choose, well, not so much choose, but each module would be able to, within very, very tight parameters, just kind of move around a little. Almost imperceptibly. Yeah, in exactly the same way as an analog circuit does. So there's this kind of like, just sort of like shimmer of randomness within the voltage. So every time you hit the key, although it sounds exactly the same, it's actually not.
Right.
Yeah.
And the hindbrain goes, wow, this sounds really analog.
Yeah, it's like your
Kind of
vintage
scenario.
knob where you turn up the slop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it has to be done in such a way that it's, good, well-behaved vintage analog, and not, oh dear, this synth is broken and needs a service. Kind of.
Yeah.
Because some
within certain parameters of movement.
Yeah. Because I mentioning no names, I have heard some stuff where it's got that's far too much.
Yeah.
Movement.
Yeah.
It makes it sound, to my ears, it makes it sound like it's
broken.
broken,
Yeah.
or it needs new caps in the power supply rather than more analog. It sounds actually like broken. So
It's like all the tape and vinyl sims are like, it sounds like crap now. You made it sound worse than the emulation you want to do, right?
yeah, exactly. But I want to do. I do want to do this kind of, not a clone, but a doffed cap to this ARP 1047 filter, and be able to have voltage controlled multiple sweeps and voltage controlled resonance and stuff like that, because it's really interesting to use. It's quite bizarre that you can have what sounds like 3 different synthesizers, but it's one filter. But it's 3 different synthesizers simultaneously.
So you might look at building a filter module then along those lines. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. So if we do like an anaglyph VCO and do the digital one, which wouldn't be dissimilar from something like the Brains or the was it the Abacus? Was it?
Yeah.
Module. That kind of thing, right? So there's this waveness, but there's a wavetable sound that I don't like. It's really hard to describe. Because you can have a wavetable oscillator that sounds rich and interesting, and not as digital, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you put it, more synclavier than PPG, I don't know, but that kind of thing. And then have the analog oscillator, and there'd probably be a couple of flavors to the oscillators as well, and then various filters and stuff like that will be incorporating and do things in interesting ways, and have lots of pick-off points within the circuitry of the filter rather than just an in-out.
Yeah.
You can punch in at different points in the filter's path.
Right.
Stuff like that. So stuff like that. Whereas envelope generators, there's enough types of envelope generators out there to sync battleships. I mean, the Behringer ones are fine.
What about multi-stage envelopes? Does that have an interest or not?
I don't know. I mean, I'm open to.
It depends what the market wants in a way, doesn't it? Well,
yeah, I mean, you see, if I've got like loads of people saying to me, "Oh, will you build a, some sort of weird and wonderful keyboard controller module, for instance, where I can do this, that, and the other, and do all this mad stuff all at once?" You go, okay, all right, we'll see what we can come up with,
Or maybe have a ADSR, which you have like delay as well as the standard ADSR, like some
Yeah.
synths do.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean that was one of the interesting things on the Odysseys, where you could have the AR and the ADSR.
Yeah.
But it was that thing where what I would have liked to have been able to do is like send the AR to one VCO one and the ADSR to the other VCO and be able to split that up. But of course, with modular, you can do this.
It's MS-22, right? Doesn't it also do ADSR and AR? Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, he did it in a kind of weird way. As far as the front panel was concerned, it was kind of a weird way that he went about it, didn't it? But I mean, you know, the MS-20 filter was like, that was mental.
Angry filter, wasn't it?
It was a mental cow. It really did scream.
Yeah.
But it was, you know, it's sort of like, you know, I remember Richard saying, he goes, well, it's not a very musical filter. I go, but no, it's not supposed to be musical.
No,
that filter it's the equivalent of just leaping out of your chair, grabbing somebody by the scruff of the neck and go, listen to me.
Yeah.
Right, it's that kind of filter. Where it goes,
But it's also great for effects too.
well, yeah. But when you get that kind of filter that's sort of like, it's right on the edge of like blowing up practically, what sounds it.
Yeah.
This is why you could have people like, you know, like the Prodigy and stuff like that come out with this crazy kind of sound that you think wouldn't work, and it actually sounds brilliant, you know?
Yeah.
Or like Adrian Utley used it really well for his stuff.
Yeah.
I've got an MFB Nanoxverg, and its filter is just permanently pissed off. It's a pissed off, angry filter.
Yeah.
It's hard to make it sound. It's really hard to make it sound nice. Always sounds like it's having a meltdown.
Yeah.
But I like it because it's got character. It's different.
Well, this is it. I mean, and you know, because I look at them like we do with the dogs. I mean, like you see, like Nelly, for instance, is a nutcase. She eats. She'll steal my cleaning cloths and take them out into the garden and chew them up into 1,000 pieces all over the lawn.
That's
right?
dogs. Yeah.
And she always wants to play with the ball. She's eaten half the fence because she wants to shout at the little chihuahua that lives next door.
Did she try to dig under the fence too?
Yeah, she's had a go, but unsuccessfully. So she decided to eat through it instead.
Fair
Right?
enough. Yeah. Plan B, eat the
And she'll
fence.
jump over the fence and go and say hello to people. And, like next door here, the lady who lives next door, she's nervous of dogs, and Nelly just leapt the fence. She was out there mowing the lawn, leapt the fence and went, hi, like that. And she went, ah, and ran into the kitchen. She's going, oh, a game. I'm coming too. Ah.
Oh, no.
So she's a nutter. She's an absolute nutter. But she's also beautiful, gorgeous little thing. And she's very, very loving and all the rest of it, regardless of the mischief that she gets up
What
to.
breed is she again? What's the?
We're not quite sure. She's some sort
Mix.
of she's sort of a mixture between a red setter and a collie and a you know,
And a
she's
banana.
they'd say like water spaniel. She's probably more water spaniel than anything else, and she's just a nutcase.
Yeah, we had an Irish setter when I was a kid. It was kind of a crazy dog.
Yeah. But she's the life and soul of the party, though. And you know that's what these the synthesizers should be.
Yeah.
You always have to sort of like literally keep the reins on them.
You don't.
You know that you could go.
No
You could go too far if you let it. You could go too far with it.
Yeah.
Sonically, and it's always good to have that range there. So it all gets a
The
bit.
delays
sort
like that too, where you can feed back and get those crazy speaker
exactly.
blowing up sounds.
Yeah. It's weird. I mean, see, this is why I kind of like the idea of doing this stuff as Eurorack, because I do the VCOs and the filters, and you're pretty much covered.
I've
And
got a
besides-
really dumb question.
Go on.
You know, you got different types of filters.
Yeah.
Do you have different types of resonances?
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah. Because remember, the filter generates the resonance.
Yeah.
Through the feedback. So if the filter sounds different, the resonance sounds different.
So the filter is the resonance in a way. And,
Yes,
and
it's the
resonance
feedback. Yeah.
is the thing that you control part of the filter with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what normally happens in most synthesizers, they let they either let it go to full resonance, or they let it just start to resonate, just a little bit. Prime example, Oberheim OB8, it gets squelchy, but it doesn't do like the OBX did, which was like lose your speakers.
I've got another dumb question. I'm full of dumb questions, right?
Great, go for it.
Moog calls it a peak rather than resonance, right? So
Yeah.
looking on it's a peak in the filter. Does any filters have multiple peaks? So you have multiple resonances, and why would you want it? I'm just asking. I told you it's dumb.
Well, I mean, I suppose if, like, for instance, if you're going from, at least the way I perceive it, if you're going from band pass to high pass to low pass, that will produce different tones, even though it's the same resonance.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're chopping out different parts of it.
Yeah. And I don't think there's enough. I don't think people have looked into having multiple bands running simultaneously in filters enough. I think
I'm
there's.
just wondering why that
stuff-
Arturia had 2 filters, if they were trying to do that with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, when there's so many different bloody filters.
Well, that's why you have those fixed filter banks, right? So you can do some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
now you
okay.
see, no, on the Moog where you had the fixed filter bank, right? It technically made it a graphic equalizer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I can't remember. It might have been Hans that asked me to do it, but on the fixed filter bank, he wanted a CV for each band.
Yeah.
Because he goes, why can't I control these things? You know, have the sequence of doing the
Buchla has
LFOs.
that, right? Isn't it CV per band on the Buchla?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because the
believe so.
clone I have doesn't have that. It's just one.
Yeah.
It's all manual.
Yeah. So of course, when Robert was building this thing, you know, they're sort of like, well, you know, they didn't know.
Yeah.
He didn't have a clue really what you go. Right, we know we're going to do, you know, filters and envelopes and all the rest of it, but the nuances were yet to be discovered. 9 times out of 10, it's never the designer that comes out with the nuances. It's always going to be the user.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's enough
or the misuse.
feedback to designers from users today like there used to be back then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you know, it's, you know, so you put these CVs in so you could control the bands or sweep the bands, and it gets very interesting, considering it before it was just you know, sort of like a static graphic, really. You know, that was it.
Yeah.
To this thing that was, it could do all these different things on different bands, all at different times, and you know.
But if you sit with your stereo graphic EQ and play with them live, it's pretty fun actually. You can get some weird shit out of it.
Well, yeah, you can, but I mean, you can do the same thing. Like, for instance, if you were running off a multi-track sequencer, for instance, and then you could either have it as long or slow or whatever, or scale it any way you wanted, or using. See, another thing I've always fancied was, and this is a classic thing. This come about from the CS80. You have an LFO controlling 16 VCOs, and you do get that CS80 sound. But I've heard a CS80, well, because I built it, is you have 16 LFOs independently running, one assigned to each VCO. And then when you do your a modulated sound, holy crap! You think the 80's big? It's huge, and it's a wash. You know, it's a beautiful wash, and it only has to be a very, very slight modulation. But they're all like, they're not like one's going really fast or anything. They're all roughly about the same speed, but the cycles are all washing over each other.
To it.
Yeah. And then when you apply aftertouch and you're increasing the speed of whatever the LFO is, and then each time you're playing you get slightly different speed and start points and stuff like that, and it just makes for a deeper texture. Now, admittedly, in digital, it's dead easy to do. Yeah, you don't see it. It's really easy, but you know, and you go, that's easy to do. Just put the code in, it'll do it. You know, but so I'd like to be able to do something like that where I have sort of like a multiple but independent running LFO module. But it's just got loads, you know, loads of different LFOs that you can run at different waveforms and different and at different speeds. You know, things like that. So basically building stuff that you're not going to be able to go to Anderton's and pick off the shelf.
Yeah.
That easy. Or you could probably do it, but you have to buy several different types of modules and put it all together and stuff. So you've got half a Go case to do what the one module would do, if you see what I mean.
What about and I've noticed quite a few little modules these days. Not Eurorack modules. I mean little boxes. You usually have like one or maybe two LFOs, but they have loads of animated tracks, which is basically it's a user LFO. You record what you're modulating as a record source, don't you?
Yeah.
Like the little Roland compacts. Then you get 8 animated tracks, and you got like your thing you're looking at is like a SH-101 clone. Or you've got animated tracks, so technically you've got like 9 LFOs in it because you can animate anything.
Yeah,
and it's really cool because you end up animating the delay time or the reverb level or whatever you want to do. Just like, what about that as a module, as a animation module that is convert to CV? You can wire it up.
Yeah, I mean that could be done. I mean, there's this thing about I can't remember who it was I was talking to about this, but it might have been Lester Barnes. Might have been, but it was you know, he's got this wall of Eurorack, about 30 feet of it, and it's about 8 feet high.
Yeah.
And I go, well, what about workflow on this? And he goes, well, yeah. He said, but it's a lot of fun building the sound up. I said, well, what happens? Yeah. He goes, but I said, well, if you want workflow, then it's like, yeah, well, just concentrate on one area, sort of thing, and it all happens a bit quicker. Or I'll use a synth or a plug-in. It depends on. I'll just go with the flow. I'm thinking when you talk to people about Euro, no, it's the wrong word. When you talk to people about modular, you get some people who want a workflow from it, and some people who really couldn't give an arse.
Right.
And and will spend 8 hours crafting a sound on a modular and go, yeah, I like that, and I'll use that to do blah or whatever. And then there's other people who go, no, I need this sound and I need it quick. And I think this is why.
Don't know you're racked in.
Well, yeah. I mean, there was this. What was that bloody thing? It was like the what was it called? The Alpha DAC. On the what was the name of that modular company up in? I think it was Blackpool. Back in the 80s.
I don't know.
They were advertising in all the mags all the time. What the hell were they called? But anyway, and basically what it was the guy was trying to build this unit, and what it did was it would save patches on an analog modular.
Oh, okay.
They have stuff that does that now. But.
Yeah, so it was sort of like a big DAC. It was just a big DAC, basically, or an Oberheim 4-voice programmer kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
And you do the thingy, and it took a screenshot of what the voltages were on the back of all the pots and saved it to RAM, and then it would put it back when you selected a patch. And people say, oh yeah, I wish I could save patches on a modular. I'm thinking, it's like
That's
no.
against the point of it.
Wiring. How do you save the wiring?
Yeah, why?
Well, yeah, there's that.
You record it and you're done with it. That's it.
You go, if it was a feature, you go, yeah, okay, I get it. It'd be a nice feature to have. You go, yeah, well, I can now call back that patch that I did last week because I fucked if I can remember what everything was set to. And I get that, but it's like, I don't know.
The wrong tool for the job.
Yeah.
So I used to like watching Junkie XL before he sold everything. He would do the studio tour stuff, and he had that massive wall of 5U and Eurorack and stuff.
Yeah.
And he would go, "Oh, I'm going to do this." So he'd like casually walk and patch stuff from here to there, and literally walk the length of the whole thing. And it was kind of fun to watch him because he knew all the models he had. He knew what they did, and he was just, let's build something here and try this, and it was fun because he did it fairly quickly. He got some pretty cool results out of it, and he made it look fun compared to just like this like choice paralysis. You're like, oh my god, all these things. What do I do? And
Yeah.
I think
he's having fun with it.
I think when you look at it as somewhere between an effects rack and an ensemble piece, it gets really fascinating. So if you can imagine, you sort of have something that's accompanying you, but also can just destroy what you're doing, put it on its head. I think, to me, that's when it really gets interesting. When I see people who are trying to make, synth out of it, I don't,
I like all of it though. It's nice to have a whole ensemble and just some
But
synth, some
just for,
sound,
like-
some.
Yeah, but I guess I'm saying for when you really, what does it do for you? What instrument is it? Because I think that's where people start to bail on it because they can't figure out. It's either all or nothing for them.
Well, they're also lazy. They don't want to put the time in. So.
Or they go all in and they think that's where they're going to make all their music on this one thing. And kind of like, man, I think you're missing the point of this. It's just another tool.
Well, I mean, a classic example of this, right? You take somebody like Tomita, right?
Yeah.
And he was not necessarily by him, but he was promoted as this guy who was doing classical music using modular, right? And you listen to the albums, and they were, beautifully crafted. Sometimes he did the, that classic thing that, you do a track and of a classical piece, but you'll give it a sort of like, it's almost like a modern pop kind of
wacky,
angle.
whimsical stuff.
Yeah, and you just go, do you know what? I really wish you hadn't done that to it.
Yeah, right.
Because you go, if you're going to buy an album that's promoting electronically recreating classical music, keep it like that.
It's like switched on country, switched on Christmas.
Yeah.
All
So I
that
mean,
shit.
classic one. Yeah, I mean, it's Snowflakes Are Dancing album and the Firebird Suite and stuff like that. There's really, really beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
And you're going, he must be there forever, crafting these sounds, and because he'll tune the resonance on the filter in such a way to get the right kind of frequencies and stuff like that. And then you find out that very little of it was actually modular, and a lot of it was specially made up tapes for his Mellotron.
Yeah.
So he was recording stuff and then re-recording it, putting it into the Mellotron, and getting his Moog
Wendy
doing
Carlos
big
really
chords.
was doing the shit. All that.
Yeah. So, and of course, that's why, doing stuff like Bach and stuff like that, where it is just sections of monophonic played instruments together. And that's why it works for doing things like, Clockwork Orange and stuff like that, because that kind of music is just multiples of monophonics.
Yeah.
Whereas doing Firebird Suite and stuff where big chords are required and all the rest of it, and you go, he's taking string synths, recording the string synths onto tape, putting it into the Mellotron to get the bigger sound, but a warmer, different kind of vibe to it because it's now on tape, as opposed to playing it straight out of the machine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that's the thing. When you go, oh wow, what you can do with modular, wow! And then when you actually get in front of one, you go,
he's a little bit,
build it up very slowly,
Yeah. I guess that's what you want to do with it. For me, once I realized that I could clock everything, and then take those clocks and just subdivide them and do everything, and then started moving them around to anything, right?
Yeah.
That's why I said it became this really fascinating ensemble that was kind of in sync, but I couldn't really. I can't believe that there's people out there that actually can see what they get out, the final result they get out of module. I'm not saying they don't do it. I can't imagine using it that way, and because.
Yeah.
But to me, it's that ability of it to stay in rhythm with you. It's but you can have anything in rhythm, like you say. It could be a filter, it could be LFOs, it could be effects that are being modulated by it. Sometimes you don't even know what you're doing, but it's
Yeah.
and then when you start to imagine that you can start with any sound source. You can say, well, I want an analog oscillator, I want a square wave, I want a triangle wave. No, I want a wave table. I wonder what it would sound like if I took a wave table, do this filter. No, I'm going to try and it's. But I can't imagine really trying to control it. That's like, as cool as what I think Wendy Carlos did. To me, once she did it, it was like, okay, we've done that. Okay, that was the most brilliant science project ever done. Like,
but if you go back to her history, she was a nerd forever. So I mean, that was part of the fun, is doing all that.
Yeah, no, it I would never. It is super cool, right? And it's
and the nerdy part of me loves that part about it. I mean, I can go there and try and do some quick tune out of it, but I like the exploration and happy accidents.
But there's so many.
Yeah, but you had this antithesis associated with it, where it hadn't been done before.
Yeah.
So it was new ground to cover.
Oh yeah.
30 years on, somebody does it, you go, yeah, mate, been done. Kind of scenario, But I mean, what was it? It was I'm trying to remember the album now. I think it was Audion or Games, Larry Fast.
Oh yeah.
Synergy. Yeah. And they did a thing where they made a 45-minute long tape loop. And had it out the door of the studio and what have you on cotton reels with pencils stuck in bits of plasticine, and just ran this sequence on this thing, and then just wrote loads of tracks over the top of it, and go, yeah, album track, cool, get it out of there, And you go, yeah,
hey,
cool.
Speaking of trying new things, look at the thing I'm sharing here. Go ahead and post that up. You guys have a good laugh at this.
Oh, right.
This is funny. this is very funny.
Days after lunch, sit in the red light.
Is it cut off?
Yeah.
Let me fix that if it's cut off. There you go.
Not cheap, is it? And
having seen several of those in the last week or so, I laugh every time I see them. They're just so ridiculous.
They look hilarious. They look different.
They're just stupid.
Well, yeah.
And they said, it could survive a zombie apocalypse because the charging stations are self-sufficient. I'm like, nothing electronic is self-sufficient. It needs maintenance. It needs, if
they got
stop fixing things.
The charging stations got their own little nuclear power station buried under them or something.
Obviously,
because I don't think zombies can run.
Exactly.
Power plants, can
that
they?
You could, first of all, it can float too. People don't know this, but it has sealed aspects of it, so you can actually float down the river in one if you needed to.
Right, you can drown it.
How do you steer that?
Exactly.
I mean, the bottom line is, if you're that paranoid, you're already fucked.
Well, if you're into Elon Musk, period, you're already fucked. I mean, he's an idiot.
But seriously, if you were going into a showroom to buy a truck because you fear a zombie apocalypse, perhaps you really are being paid too much money.
That's the cool, kitschy selling point of it. But it's just like, it looks so cool and edgy, and it's high tech.
It's certainly edgy because it's got nothing but fucking
hard
edges.
Yeah. Basically,
just wear some black
eyeliner
if you want to be edgy.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Dad, I've made a car out of Meccano. Well done, son.
But it's so great because the original
Where did my
prototypes
dogs
that he was
go?
pushing, all the joins were sloppy. They fixed the new ones so they look better, but the initial thing to make you want to buy it They're rushed together and sloppy as hell. And not
If you want
precise.
transport after the zombie apocalypse, your best transport would be something like a bicycle
And a baseball bat.
and a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Nails
Well,
it,
not only
yeah.
that, but the wheels aren't impervious to anything. They're wheels.
Well, yeah.
You know, rubber is not
Skateboard, then.
like
There you go.
magic rubber. It's just
Well, the thing is, all the danger is not on the outside of the truck. It's on the inside in the form of a battery that's going to explode at any bloody moment.
yeah. They might have the same problem as the other Teslas. So
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
I mean, you got to ask yourself, why are you buying this? I mean, if it's just
It looks
fun,
cool.
I guess.
It's the new Hummer, isn't it? It's a new version of the Hummer. It's just another
Yes,
look at
that's it,
me
isn't it?
job, isn't it? So it's a
It
look at
really
me.
is. It's
Yeah.
just Hummer all over again.
it's basically the saddest dick extension in the world.
Well, yeah. Well, I can't. I'll have to shut up because I know someone's got a car that's a bit like that.
Yeah, I kind of do as well.
Yeah. I don't know who they
Oh,
are.
those are cool.
Anyway,
Muscle
moving on.
cars are cool. Come on.
Yeah, no, the thing is, you load up Gran Turismo and you take out, because they've got that, admittedly it's a 71, but it's exactly the same car, 72, in my colour,
Yeah.
in grabber blue, and you take it out on the track, it's fucking slow, it barely goes around corners. And you go, God, is this what it'd be like if I took this Mustang out? It's like, it's not good. It's not good.
No, they're not meant to
You
handle
get-
them
you
for
get
straight
into it.
races.
I
They
mean,
go
flat
straight really
out.
fast.
Yeah, but it's not really fast. It's 117 miles an hour. It's as much as it can muster.
It feels fast, though.
Well,
It
at the
feels-
time,
it sounds
at the time,
fast.
it was a big
Yeah,
deal.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds. I mean, we used to in a lot of those cars growing up, and it felt like we, it just.
Yeah.
It was,
But then you take the Shelby GT500 Mustang out, and holy cow, that thing shifts. You go, if only Shelby had taken my car and updated
But that
it.
Top Gear episode where it's Mustang versus Mustang, and it just like all sloppy on the corners and stuff, and the horse actually kind of beats it.
But let me just put it this: if we have a zombie apocalypse, and I see one of those Teslas, that's going to be the first one I mess
The
with.
first thing you want to attack, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You just throw a metal ball at it, and the
You're
window
just
breaks. So you know.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
going to.
No, imagine you say to the guy, he goes, yeah, because just, if there's going to be a zombie apocalypse, I got my Tesla truck. You go, yeah, but what if
Yeah, we're
the
gonna take
zombie
your
has a
Tesla
Tesla truck as well?
Yeah.
He might turn into a zombie while he was driving it. Then what?
Someone's going to turn into a zombie.
See, you
with
wanna
the
be in
auto
a-
drive turned on, and he's going to collide with that thing.
Yeah.
You just want to be in a. You just want to be in a regular old Honda, just kind of just nobody,
Civic,
just
you're
driving by.
Yeah, you got all these zombies walking down the street and everything. The guy's driving along in a Nissan Leaf. No, we're not attacking that. Oh.
CRV.
We're zombies. We're not fucking mental.
Yeah, that's not a challenge. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I mean Nissan Leaf. I mean that would fold up and if it got wet, wouldn't it? Like a napkin.
Well, that's
Little
why they're
thing.
cheap.
Yeah. Fantastic little late
Makes me want to
car.
flatten their tires.
Although I got to say, my friend who used to have one lived in Palo Alto, and he would drive up in the foothills where they had these astronomy events in the park,
Yeah.
and come back down where he lived. The regenerative braking and some other things about the car, he could come back with almost a net, very little use.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is very clever.
Same thing with my buddy. If you go up to the mountains and you come down, you can have pretty much a full tank. Yeah, because of the regenerative braking. It's pretty
That's
cool.
pretty cool. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, the little
Yeah,
death
I
trap
think-
cars are not safe. They're very light, small cars.
Because there was that clever little car. Well, it wasn't little. It was actually a sports car. And basically, the faster you drive it, the more it ends up generating more energy and putting it back in the battery than it's actually using. So it's lit.
Yeah.
So if you drive it hard, it actually recharges the car.
It's clever stuff. Yeah,
That is clever stuff. That's almost perpetual motion, isn't it? Give or take.
but the most important thing to me is if I can't listen to my CDs when I'm on the highway because of too much noise in the car, I get pretty pissed off. So
Yeah.
I need the most quiet car possible.
Yeah, I didn't bother fitting a CD in the Mustang.
It's not what they're trying to
It
do.
just-
I
no.
mean,
You start
I
it,
had,
the earmuffs
I had
come
American
down.
muscle cars growing up, kind of, sort of, and you get used to it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you got to
it-
crank everything up, man.
But even now, if I go out there and I start it, I'm going, oh, because you know, when most people go outside, they go and get into their car, start, drive off down the shops. Okay, cool. I can do that too. The thing is, when I do it, I go, oh, what time is it? And I've got to check that it's not too early. Because when you start that thing up, if anybody's asleep, they're not asleep anymore.
Street wakes up.
Oh, yeah.
So, and you literally go, it's mad. I could get into the Chrysler. The Chrysler just sounds like a normal car. It's, and off you go. Don't worry about it. Don't give a second thought. But when you go to the Mustang, you go, oh, it's 8:30. I'll wait a little while before I go down the road.
Yeah.
You know, just
I used to
make
live
sure
near a
that
guy who had
everybody's
a-
awake.
I lived near a guy who had a supercharger in his car, and that thing was noisy as hell.
I've got an idea about your modules, about naming them.
Go on.
So you're talking about a certain dog being a bit nutty.
Mm.
And if you make a module, why don't you name it after one of your dogs that's a bit nutty?
Well, they've all got nicknames, so yeah. So you can have the Smelly Nelly,
Smelly Nelly filter.
yeah. Sissy Bum, Parley Puckles, and the Noah's got so many nicknames. That's the thing. What's the most one that would fit on the front panel? Nosy.
Yeah.
There you go.
He actually responds better to Nosy than he does to Noah.
Well, you could do kind of what
I do
Pittsburgh
think-
Modular does, where you have the animals on the panels, little
Yeah.
artwork of the animals on the panels.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I could do the Dave Smith thing and
But-
do the graphics on the boards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So
yeah.
Shiva, you put the dogs on there.
Yeah.
But I will say, you can never go wrong with harmonic distortion, right? If you get something that has, a certain, has that vibe to it, especially with everyone going software, there's always a place for harmonic distortion.
Yeah.
Like good
Oh, yeah.
harmonic distortion. I mean, I think that's one thing I
Well,
believe more
there
than
might
anything.
be key areas within the circuit where a nice cheap surface mount IC isn't going to be the proper way to go, and replace it with a through hole original type of IC because they just did it better.
Yeah, because that.
Do you know what I mean? With the with the 3340 Curtis chip, for instance, the surface mount one, I don't know what the hell is going on there, but the surface mount version of it is now more expensive than the through hole. And it's probably because people had stopped buying, manufacturers stopped buying the through hole and were using the surface mount one. So the price of the surface one went up.
Yeah, competition. Yeah.
Yeah. So it would probably end up being a case of a through hole one would be fitted to the board, even if the rest of the board was SMT, and have that going to be through hole, and then for a particular match pair transistors, be the old original types rather than the modern tiny little ones, because they just don't work the same, or they take something from the sound. So I mean, I'll be building loads of different prototypes until we get it, so.
I like that Vactral distortion. The clipping cap module is really cool for some nice edgy Vactral distortion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just there's always a place for it, and
yeah,
you just, there's always a market, and I think that's where Soma really did it right. They got it, they're like,
well,
even though it's
thing,
a little quirky, and their oscillators are not the best, but it's got grit, and people. I personally want something a little more refined than that, but
yeah, I know what you mean. Well, see, another thing is that I can't, because I'm still very, very new to this Eurorack market, and I'm not entirely sure about everything that's out there yet. But from what I at least have seen so far, I haven't seen a Eurorack VCO by any manufacturer that uses a dual concentric tuning pot. So you got your footage pot, and then you got your your fine tune. But you should have, your octaves, yes, sure. But then you should have a dual concentric, so you can quickly get to where you want to be, and then really finally tune in the pitch you want. And nobody's doing them. I haven't seen anybody doing them. And you think, well, no, you just be careful with the one you've got. It's just not the same.
Not good.
If you've got that really fine tuner, you can really start, dialing in. Sometimes it makes a big difference to the sound.
On some synths, you have like a shifted function, don't you? Where it's obviously it's digitally controlled, but when you shift it, you go into smaller increments or bigger.
Yeah.
The way around you want it to do.
Yeah.
So,
so I mean, I think it was one of the great features of the memory mode is having that fine tune and then super fine tune. I mean, it's a bugger when they get snapped off, but having that extra facility, sometimes you just get things so just right,
And because Eurorack is all about real estate, a dual concentric pot actually makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Saving space.
Yeah, and also, I know a lot of, I don't know. No, but see that I would possibly do this. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll build these prototypes and see. But resonance on a filter, I'd like to be able to fine tune resonance as well, but separately from the keyboard scale of tuning a filter, so that you. If you go, so if you go to pure resonance and no VCO signal at all, you can play the resonance right across the keyboard, no problem.
Yeah.
And you think, well, what's the point of that? You just call up a sine wave on the VCO. Well, the difference is that can be done in such a way where when you let go of the key and the envelope drops, the pitch will drop. So you can do this thing, so it's almost like teardrops type of thing when you're playing it. So as you let go of the keys and they start sagging away, that kind of thing. When you do that on a memory mode, it's a glorious sound, absolutely glorious. And then of course you can back that up with the VCOs, and of course the VCOs are not dipping in pitch, so the structure of the chords and everything you're playing is still intact. And then be able to just have its own separate, the resonance has its own separate volume, so you can mix it in of how much or how little you want. It's little shit things like that.
Yeah.
So it makes the filter an instrument as well, if you so choose to use it that way, as opposed
so many
to
different things when you play the resonance, it's kind of hit or miss, right?
Yeah, and sometimes it's also affected by the frequency of the note you're playing from the VCO, and it kind of pulls it and makes it do this over the top, But when the circuit's being generated by it, but it's also separate, shall we say, you've got this. I don't know. It's sort of like a resonant ring mod almost, but it's also you literally use it like another VCO if you so choose, just to musical, and it's there to play.
But do you often get those to scale over many octaves, or do they fall off?
They can do, but if you have a fine tuner on it, you can get that to go across 8 octaves without any problem.
I guess like Behringer, nobody bothers to tune their filters that way. So
I doubt it's even tuned to the keyboard, to be honest.
Yeah.
So if they're not tuning the footage,
yeah,
then why the hell would they be bothering to tune the filter? It's all like, well, that's over there. I'm not walking over there to tune that. I'm not getting out of my chair. What are you on about?
So I have to charge them $5 more if we do that. So.
Yeah, so, all right, so, if you're working to a price point and you've got to cut corners, I get it. I understand that. But that's really not the thing you're supposed to be cutting. You should be able to play the fucking thing.
That kind of QA you would expect.
Yeah. Sort of like, all right, some of the knobs haven't got little chrome bits on the top. You know, okay, we'll cut it there then. I'll live with that. You know, just make 1 or 2 modules not have chrome bits on. You know, but calibrate the fucking thing, please, at least. You know, if you're building a VCO module, it's just the next step. You know, it's like, there you go, cool, done. Put it in the box. You know, I don't get it. So.
Yeah. How hard is having an oscilloscope at the last step before it gets packaged to do a quick check? You know.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally just have a little guitar tuner. Practically, will do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not rocket science to tune them up. Well, the thing is, because it's these kind of VCOs are free running, you only have to do the scale. The actual original the tune is done by the voltage coming in, and then all you have to do is just make sure the scale's right, and that could be to a voltage, you know, with a 4-digit
The other
Dubry.
Yeah, the other thing is to maybe create something in that, what is it, the 60 HP Moog little format, that little,
Yeah.
where someone could just throw it in a tier, or, you know what I mean? And those are cool because it gives you a little more real estate to work, but you're working, you definitely want to stay within some sort of standard, you know.
Yeah.
You know, those are cool because you can stack them and create these cool little mini, systems.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do
So
you have
the
a
Behringer's not 1 volt per octave? It's basically like 0.8 volt for octaves.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
what was it? EML, wouldn't they? 1.2 volt per octave.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. Thanks for that, EML.
I mean, what's weird is the Eurorack users, like you were saying, they're all over the place, kind of what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
And you definitely get a lot of people into it who are just trying it out. And I don't know if they really are they're not into the subtlety of all that stuff, the tone and everything. They're just looking for something that's quirky and that makes music for them, But then there's another whole level that are really, I'd like to think I fall on that, where I'm looking for, something that can really add something quality or depth to a recording, whether it's an effects unit or another voice, and I don't want something too cheap, because I can hear it. The richness is just not in the oscillators, and the filters are just not that good. It's just, you can feel it and you can hear it, and I don't want to use reverb to save it, and that's pretty much where you end up. Well, I'm just going to put it through the Maris, and oh look, it sounds beautiful now, but then it's just a big wash.
Yes, you may. Chicky Cat,
And
you're
that's
the
what,
one who won't turn
you
it
know,
on. Do you mind? We're having an important discussion here. Thank you. It's cold. She goes, oh, can I put another log on the fire, please, Master? Go and turn the central heating on.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
It is
Bloody
December.
December. Yeah, it's December. I think you can turn it on now.
It's almost Christmas. Come on.
No, she won't. She won't. Yeah, all right, Miss Scrooge.
So do you think you're going to end up making a module, or do you think you need a massive game plan before you even start? Do you need like a roadmap of everything, or do you think you're going
No. I literally want to get started on this as quickly as humanly possible. Because of me.
Yeah.
I'm that sort of guy. I don't know. You'd think I would have grown out of it by now. But I'm sort of like, we'll be able to do this, blah, 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 down the road. You need to do this, and this, and this, just to be sure. And I'm going, no, let's get on with it. Yeah. And if it's going to take too long, something shiny, and go off in a completely different direction. So instead of doing modules, suddenly I've got a Buick Riviera boat tail parked out the front.
Okay.
That needs a lot of work.
I think whatever you decide to do, like a couple prototypes, I don't think you're going to have a hard time. moving them. You know,
Well, yeah.
even if they're big,
Well, like you said, you already had experience building a touch digital controller, so you've already got some
Yeah.
landmarks, right?
Now
So-
that you see that was built from, there was nothing to build to, or from, should I say. It's going like, how long is this going to be? How tall is it? This angle, what's that going to do? Where are these knobs going to go? How big are they? Are they going to be the star shaft? Are they going to be D shaft? Can I get the D shaft knobs?
No
But,
constraints back then, did you?
so it's a blank page. With Euro, it's got to be a certain height.
Yeah, it's got to
It's got
fit.
to work to a certain width.
Yeah.
And there's a maximum depth it can be.
Yeah, and the
It's
voltage.
got to do as many things in a single function as humanly possible, ideally.
Yeah.
So there's this constraint. I know what to work to, and it's like, Jesus, this is going to be a piece of piss compared with doing the controller.
Yeah.
You know, because it didn't even have an idea what shape it was going to be, and I spent at least 2 months drawing sketches and going, yeah, no, that's too big. No, I don't like the look of that. What's it like from this angle? So I'd then model it so I can 3D it and have a look at it from different angles and go, yeah, it looks all right from there. You turn it there, it's like, fuck me, that's ugly. No, I don't like the look of that at all. Right?
But
Scrap it and
What's
start again.
what I think is funny with modular users, I mean, Andy can attest to this. Like, some people are buying some of these modules, like the Make Noise and other ones. They literally don't know what they do.
Yeah. I still know some of them. I'm still learning some of mine. Yeah, I don't.
You didn't
like-
buy them.
No, I mean,
Why did you
it's
buy them then?
kind of bizarre, you know, like you just
Especially the
get one-
telharmonic.
But people are like,
That was
gang, they
weird.
want it. They
Okay.
just want it.
How do you come? How do you come to go and press the buy button then if you don't know what it is? What's the thing that's drawing you in to say I'm buying it if you don't even know what it does?
Because the sound demo was, that's so cool. I want those sounds.
Because it's
Right. Okay.
yeah, it's
Yeah, or somebody on a music technology show said it's really brilliant.
and then you know what you do?
Yeah, I don't fall for that shit.
Then you make the expander.
Yeah. Or my mate's got one. I'm getting one as well now.
Well, here's the thing too. Speaking of expanders, that's the smart thing, and
true.
The Chaos devices like the
Yeah.
Batumi, the 4 LFOs. Then there's the POTI, which adds more jacks. Then there's this. Then there's that. And Pam's new workout has this and there's extra things. So
Yeah.
you're not done with the module once you've made it. You can offer expansions to add more.
Or
goodies.
you do version 2, which
Yeah.
is
And that
improved.
too. Yeah. The
You know-
problem there, though, is often version 2 isn't compatible with the goddamn add-ons you made for the first one.
Do you know
So
what?
then-
I think I'd hate to do version 2s of anything.
Version 2 has more headroom and better harmonic distortion.
Yeah, but do you know what? Do you know what version 2 says to me?
Version
It's
one.
like, you bought the first one, idiot.
Yeah.
Literally, it's the manufacturer going.
Well, or it was the subsequent 37 when you go, oh man, we really screwed this one up. We got it.
Let's do a version 2.
Version 2 is the actual fixed version.
Yeah.
Give it a different name. and-
We've improved it. No, you mean you got it right?
Did
Finally.
they really change that much from the sub 37 to subsequent? Did they?
You know what? You know what they did? It was things like the headphone amp that they messed up that because I had to get mine fixed. And
Okay. I was wondering about that.
I think that I think honestly, I think it was that and a couple other things that they had. I forgot. That was one of the big ones though that they were having a lot of problems with it. And I honestly think they saw some problems and they, and they just went to the new one because
I know I'd never
it
buy
kind of
Moog
was
1.
bizarre.
If I could afford it, I still wouldn't buy it. So
I know. I wanted to like it, but it never dropped in price either. It's way too expensive.
it's like the Andromeda. It's a work in progress.
Well, it's like at the moment we've got to wait for Christmas to get out of the way now, because I've got all these different various R&D tools ready to go into the workshop so I can get started. But
got a clear backlog.
Yeah, there's not a lot of it left now, and to be honest with you, there's a couple of keyboards that I've contacted the customer and go
dead.
Here's the number of another tech.
Is
They
that the
might have
Wasp,
more like
by the way? Is that
No, the Wasp is done. The done.
You got it fixed?
I got the fucker fixed.
I thought you were going to put it in a skip.
And you wouldn't believe it. It's one of these things where when you hit something and it starts working, like an old black and white TV.
Awesome.
Yeah.
hammer
And what
out.
it is, on the Wasp, they've designed it in such a way that the casing of the pots is part of the earthing circuit.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, great.
Fucking
design.
love you for that one. So, overly tighten all these nuts, and suddenly, there's the volume. Hey, this sort of thing. And there was a couple of little bits and pieces to do for the touch-sensitive keyboard, but yeah, it's all 4 screws. Stick it at the front door.
I like how they talk touch sensitive when it's just on off.
Well, yeah.
So-
Yeah, I like that. I put a new sensitivity trimmer on it. At least they made a hole in the case so you can adjust the sensitivity.
Oh.
You do it too far and it just plays.
Yeah.
You just put your hand near the case and you go, nee. And it goes, no, shut up, that's too much.
Theremin at that point.
Yeah. So like I said, Christmas out of the way, I got my huge big CNC for cutting aluminium front panels and making all the holes and blah blah blah. And what I wanted to do is, I don't know if is it flash. It's not so much flash. It is flash actually. It's very sort of like I say, but it's actually quite practical and there's a much cheaper way of doing it. So what you do is I'll have aluminium front panels, and instead of being silk screened, they're engraved, darlings. So all the round the knob and all the stuff and all the writing and everything is actually engraved into the aluminium. So like if you have if it was a cherry red anodized front panel, for instance, the writing is actually engraved into the panel.
So would the engraving be a different colour then? Because it's gone through the
Yeah, it'll be the alley, so it'll show through as silver through whatever colour it's painted on it. Yeah,
gorgeous.
Which removes the whole silk screening process, which is el presse, straight out of the back. So anyway,
Also, you could have a light shining on it; it won't get all washed out. You could still read it.
exactly, and you could wash it down and polish it like all you want, and the writing doesn't fade. And
Just
plus, it's
don't
very
make
clear
fun
and
of it.
precise as well. No dribble, no blurring, and all this sort of thing. So that's fine. All right, it puts a little time on it, but it's not a biggie.
But you're not going to put a bunch of arrows and weird lines all over it, and
To be honest with you, I mean, the engraving side of it, you could literally put anything.
no,
on
I know.
this.
I'm just making fun of making noise. 'cause
Yeah,
they do that.
but there was the other idea was maybe to use the laser and laser etch into the
Yeah,
paint,
you can
so
do
it
that.
burns the paint away.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But anyway,
You have a
there's
wood
this,
front panel and burn it. Do it that way.
well, you can, but there's something a little bit sort of like about that, to be honest. But anyway, there's this machine I want to get. I showed the videos of it in action to Fiona, and she goes, "It's quite for some reason." There's this woman who demonstrates all these new types of machines, and she's this Japanese girl, and she looks about 20 or something like that, and she's so it's this Chinese girl, very very attractive, with the biggest tits you've ever seen on one woman. Right, and this is her focal point for her channel. Her channel has a lot of followers. You go,
Sure, yeah.
These people are not just doing CNC machines.
They come from
here.
FetLife to check her out. So they,
Yeah, literally. She's and she wears like these dungarees type of thing and a little boob tube type of t-shirt and everything like that. And go, yeah, I know what you're promoting here, girl, and I applaud you for it because you're getting people into your
works.
channel. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's got like loads of subscribers and stuff.
She's like Anna Ahura. Go look her up if you haven't seen her before.
Yeah. So there'll be these things where she's got like 1.7 million subscribers, and about 47 people watch the videos, kind of
Yeah.
thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, and she was demonstrating this thing called the Carvera, and it was a Kickstarter but it's actually come to fruition now. And so I was looking at this thing called the Volterra one, which was about $4,000, I think it was. And this was the thing where it would do. It's like an inkjet printer that it would make circuit boards.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and you could do all that. But the boards it could do is just probably just a little bit smaller than a Eurorack board. So, and I go, it's good, but it's
not quite there.
It's not quite there. Anyway, so there's this thing called the Carvera. I went, yeah, all right, it's another one of these, desktop CNCs. Okay, I'll have a look at it. And this thing is fucking incredible. It's got a tool changer, mate, and it finds its own tool. It does its own self-leveling. Everything's like just automatic. It's in beautiful case. It comes with a lathe, computer-controlled lathe as well, with the machine.
Oh, that's the thing you were talking about. What? It does everything. Yeah.
And it's got a laser and all this sort of stuff, and everything comes with the machine in one big lump, right? And it will do. Obviously, it will make prototype circuit boards because it'd be nice to get the circuit board absolutely dead right, and then you send off to the board house to have 50 made.
Yeah.
Not have 50 made, and it comes back, and you go, well, why is this op amp overheating?
Yeah.
And it has happened to somebody. We all know it happened to them with a machine that recently came out. And you literally had to do all these cutting tracks and putting jumper wires on to get round this problem where a via was also going through a power track on the other side of the board.
Ooh.
Yeah, so this power track was then going up and going directly into
the CAD
this
software
output.
is supposed to prevent you from doing that, isn't it?
Well, when you're working really, really quick to get it done in time, sometimes you forget, or you might miss the little red circle that appears when you do the
It's warning you basically, hey, this is.
Yeah, and he missed it. But he's had all these boards made, and they all have this fault, and he's got to correct every single board now. So now, because I'm making the board here until it's like, this is the board, this works, this fits, everything, then I can send the Gerber files off and get the boards made. And because it is just quicker to do.
How much is that machine?
Well, this thing does so much more. I'm going, oh my god, with the lathe, the laser, and everything. This is going to cost a fucking fortune, isn't it? And it was £800 more.
Yeah.
So you could maybe, with the first module, almost pay for it if it all worked out.
Well, yeah. I mean, so
Maybe.
I've already sort of like earmarked some of this GS1 money.
Okay.
So at the same time, when this second GS1 was offered for me to restore fully, like the first one, I'm going, yeah, because I know what to do. So that can be on one side of the workshop, and I can do that at my leisure, because I've already told them.
Right.
I said, how long will it take you? I said, I will email you and tell you when it's done.
Yeah.
And it's like, blah, whatever that takes. So I can get on with stuff. I got this to fall back on if shit hits the fan for whatever reason. And I can use that money to, support everything else. And so I go, right, so I get the money, I get this machine, I get that installed, I got the big CNC, I got the big 3D printer, and I got the little 3D printer. I say little, it's fucking this big.
Yeah.
But then there's I got the big one, which also has a laser on it as well. But it's nowhere near as powerful as this Carvera one, because the Carvera one can actually cut out quite thin aluminium, which is really useful. And I go, all right, cool. That's pretty much everything we need, because all the electronic stuff, copper clad boards and this, that, and the other, and sockets and stuff. That's all there already.
So do you think maybe something like that 1047 filter would be something you would? Because I think a filter is definitely, or is always a good choice.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
a stereo filter's super ideal, but might be too much.
Well, it might be, but it depends on whether you go. Well, would it be worth it? So if the module was made and say it was like where a filter is a decent filter for a Eurorack that's quite does a lot and all the rest of it, and then say it was like 200 quid, right? If this was like 400 quid, but it had everything that you needed, or it just sounded fucking stonking.
If it had some drive to it, or
yeah, because we're not so much talking about make it and then go, well, this is a stunning filter. Let me think. I will just throw dice onto the floor, and whatever number it comes up, that's how much it will be. And throw 50 dice on the floor and then add it all up. But it'd have to be something obviously that's still practical. But
yeah, you have to know the market. I mean, I helped Chris with his GP82 pricing because he wasn't sure what to charge for the module.
Yeah,
and you just got to compare to like stuff, and then how many features you're adding, how much do you think people want to pay on top of a standard fee, and then you just go from there.
Yeah. But I mean, if it was going to be, that kind of, that sort of like TR 808 version of a filter, where you go, you got to have this one, dude. Then fine. But it doesn't mean it has to be like stupid money.
Right.
But it may cost more because there is so much more in it, and it's because it's one guy in a shed, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, they're doing like the Jupiter 6 filter, the Jove.
Yeah,
those are really nice filters, and they're not that expensive.
Yeah.
Or even just a filter that's more rare. Anything that someone goes, I don't have that, or I want to buy that.
Well, I got the Gyrinx. It's the Synton Syrinx filter, which is rare as fuck, right?
Yeah.
And he only made so many of them. I don't think he still makes it anymore. And I got it pretty cheap, and it's a pretty wild thing. But
I mean, there are different modules. Like for instance, like we said earlier about, why would you make an envelope generator? You can buy one of them for 30 quid. But if you were making an envelope generator that was able to have some feature or features that you wouldn't get from an envelope generator.
Yeah, you need a USP to get your people to look at your stuff, don't you?
Yeah. So, and of course, one time a day it would have been very hard. You'd have to send stuff off to people like Nick to do a review and stuff. But now you've got YouTube and all the various, the tech shows, because we've got Brands, we've got Jamie, we've got that shit one on Fridays. We got Sonic State, and really unprofessional one at the end of the week. It's awful. And you got all these kind of technology shows doing all this, and you go, and you're like, what? Everybody on the planet suddenly knows about it. It's great. So there isn't those kind of outlays anymore that a lot of companies used to have to do. Well, very small starting out companies would have
Got
had
load
to
of
have dealt
Facebook
with.
groups as well. You probably find one of the Facebook groups.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've posted my book on a few Facebook groups, and they just et it up.
Yeah.
So, if you make a nice, interesting video of whatever you're trying to promote. Then,
it would definitely have to be, not one of those sort of like, me with the iPad going, hello, kind of thing, but do something really sort of like being properly demonstrated. I mean, like what Robbie does. Say, here, Robbie.
Yeah.
Make that look like the bee's nuts.
you want to clearly show your features too. Some of these videos that just go on and on and on with horrible audio demos.
Yeah.
And then you have to watch like 10 minutes of a video to get the point, and you still don't know what's going on and how good it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so these guys, it's why they need to hire out people. Don't do your own videos if you don't have the skill.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're like, oh, I'll just do it in house. I'll do it all myself. I'll save money. And who knows the module better than me? It's like a lot of people, right?
Well, I mean, like old like Andrew. I mean, he's a bloody filmmaker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So to go, Andrew, mate, here you go. And go, look, this is what, and all that sort of thing. And let him have a crack at it,
Yeah.
So.
But, yeah, I think about, like, the Ken Macbeth types that, people just, they paid sick money for his analog stuff. And just because he had, partially how he did it, but he did this, remember he would do these cool things where he would do these jam sessions and he'd have his modules, he's smoking his cigarette. He had this whole thing going, and he kind of, I don't know what happened with him. He kind of just, but he was charging. He gave the perception, whether it was true or not, that he was giving you the shit, man, the analog shit, and people buying it, and so I do think on some level, if it comes out like it's a Kent Spong or this is a Kent Spong.
Take
that vibe around it because I think it will have quality. That's all.
There's one thing. The one thing that I always tried to get into that is because it was part of the whole KSR thing where if you can make it stronger, make it stronger. If you can make it look more attractive, make it look more attractive.
Yeah.
If you can get it to do little bits of extra here and there, do it.
Yeah.
And don't concentrate on the price point. I mean, if you got to a point where you come up with this filter, say, for instance, and it's like, it does all this stuff. You go, well, it's all really, somebody would go, well, I don't need all that. Or somebody go, I really like that, but I don't like the price of that. So,
well, it's like with Chris's module. He didn't even think of price till he was already done with it and trying to get it out there. That was the last thing on his mind because he wanted to make something he could use to get started with that he liked. And once it's successful,
or Paul Schreiber, like you talked about earlier with Modem, when he went to synthesis technology, he's never been cheap, and his filters, none of his stuff is cheap, priced, but. Even guys like me, he would put something on Facebook, and I'd be like, "Oh man," drooling, like, "Oh."
It was interesting actually because the low pass filter that he did, was, I think it was quite as expensive as his. I think it was as expensive as his multi-mode filter that he did, as well, and he promoted it sort of in a kind of like it's a bit Mooggy in its outlook, and it really wasn't, and it wasn't as much involved in that filter as there was in the other one. And I think what there was, it was price juggling, I think, on his part of going, well, people who buy the multi-mode one, which was quite expensive but it did more stuff, and the larger profit margin that was on that helped to pay for the other one, or the other way round, rather. So the low pass was quite expensive. Actually, there wasn't a lot going on, and it didn't cost any. To make up for that one, so that one could be lower and be more in keeping with the price range across all the modules.
There's a difference on each product, but you give them the same price.
So different modules produce different profit margins.
Yeah,
and you go, whatever it takes, because at the end of the day, if the company folds, everybody's fucked,
Plus on a low pass one, if you can like shoehorn in the word Moog sounding filter, that also helps sell your product.
It was literally like just spraying gold on something. It's Moog like, and be yeah. I mean, I've heard some what were classed as Moog-like filters in keyboards before now and gone, really? In what way? In what way is that Moog-like?
Moog, isn't it? Obviously.
They go,
well, it's just the name ladder filter. It's a ladder filter, so it's got to be just like a Moog.
Yeah, the transistors are in 2 rows. Okay, and what else is making it Moog? Oh, nothing else.
Like
it's just it's got 8 transistors in 2 rows. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. All right. So that makes it a Moog filter, doesn't it? Okay.
It does a few
Paul's cooler
marketing.
because I got him to sell me because there's a giant wait list for Hyperion
Yeah.
multi-effects thing, and it's going to take me forever. So I said, look, I really want to get one of these. I'll beta test it for you. So he let me get an early version of it to beta test. So he's a very reasonable guy like that. He was approachable. He wasn't some guy high on a horse like you're nobody, whatever.
He was accessible. He really was. And
Yeah.
And it's cool too because he also showed, like you're talking about, your behind the scenes of your pick and pull kind of CAD stuff and all these machines. He actually showed videos of his boards being made at a facility.
Yeah.
To peek behind the curtain and see what's going on. That was really nice of him.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'd like to get somebody to do that because I'd like to see them being made as well. Yeah. But because there's also this thing about, if you have more, you get more. Like we did this experiment. I really wish we'd filmed it as well now, but it had. It was 5 Minimogs. A couple of them were original RAs. Some of them were mid-range, about 4,000. No, 3,000. Yeah, about 4,000 series. A couple were, up in the 1,300, and they all sounded quite different from each other. But we set them all up so that you could play them all together. And what I was doing is just bringing them in. And go and do this ultimate bass note kind of thing, and the more Moogs I was adding, the less sound I was getting. You go, no, it should be getting like really big. No, mate, it ain't. It got to a point where literally 2 minis running together was the same impact as running 6 together.
Well, it's like that company made the 50 oscillator synth. Like, this is the ultimate. You got 50 oscillators going at once, and it's like,
Yeah.
So?
Just goes, doesn't it?
Yeah. Because we thought, a lot of it must be like phase cancellation and stuff like that. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so opening up the tune of these VCOs to get more of a bed going, so there wasn't any phase cancellation going out. But yeah, there was still phase cancellation going out, and it just didn't get any bigger. And you go, right, there's a limit to how many VCOs you can have running at once in one pitch because the rest of it is just literally just wanking into a hanky. It's a waste of time.
Super.
So it's just there's no point to it, and it didn't even help if you were running different waveforms either. It didn't really get any bigger. It was just a number, whereas the sound just didn't sound any more, the same amount of impressiveness that you got from 6 VCOs when you had, 24.
Well, it's just like when people used to compare, this thing has so many megahertz compared to this one, but what's the size of the data pipe? What's this? What's that? Or all these other attributes that matter, not just the goddamn speed, or how many this and that you have, or how many cores you have. It's how good is each core? What is really going on per cycle and stuff. And so people get fixated on these numbers and not qualitatively what's really going on.
Yeah. It's like this really weird effect that you get. Like you have, like, especially in a really old RA Mini, really old one. You make up a sound, but you just use the one VCO. VCO 2's just turned off. VCO 3 off. It's not even on, right? And you're just using this one VCO, and the punch this fucker has is off the scale. When you add the second one, you can have your phase, but the punch doesn't get bigger.
Yeah.
But you get more movement within the sound.
Yeah.
But not twice as loud. Not twice as beefy. You seem to get that better when you just use the one. And you think, you go, why is this? Why?
Tighter somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's cleaner. The less is more syndrome kind of thing. It's really
It's
quite
like Scotty
bizarre.
says, it cannot change the laws of physics.
Yeah. So it's like, for instance, go, oh yes, you got 18 VCOs in a memory Moog. You go, yeah, but that's because it's polyphonic.
Yeah.
yes, when you put it into unison, it does sound big, meaty, and huge, but that's because it's so unstable.
So that custom mini you mentioned that had a fourth oscillator, did that make that much difference?
Yes, it does, because that meant that you could have the a classic 3 VCO mini Moog sound and an LFO going at once.
Okay, so that's your
Yeah,
LFO, right.
and you could break it up, and you could have 4-note chord, that kind of thing. Right. So, or however Emerson wanted to use it, basically. But yeah, so it's. I mean, I think that's coming down. Not this week, probably. I think it might be coming down next week, because it'll need calibrating, because they always do.
Oh.
And
you got to play it on the stream.
yeah, we'll give it a. Well, how often do we get like Emerson's 4 VCO mini mode coming? Bloody hell, don't really. Yeah, it's like, wow. It's not something that turns up every day of the week, is it? So, mind you, but as far as I remember, I think Robbie's trying to find somebody to do PSN with me this week, because it's just me. Yeah.
I mean, I'll happily join.
Sorry.
Even I'm a nobody if you want more people. So
You're a nobody. Get out of here.
I'm a nobody. Come on.
Fuck off.
I have a lot of opinions. How's that?
You have a lot
Mate.
of knowledge, that's for sure.
Fucking mate, you're totally erudite. You fucking know stuff.
I know.
Loads of stuff.
He just says it like it's just like, oh yeah, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly. Or we go, oh, do you remember that thing from about 1975 that they did? And
Oh, but
you go,
that
what?
was
One of these? Do
model.
you know what I mean?
Well, that's just I'm stupid with money. Right?
While I was
Hey, welcome to our exclusive
Yeah,
club.
But yeah, no, I'm going to be adminning anyway. If you need people to join, I'll happily join. So.
All right, babe, no problem. So yeah, because Robbie said to me, he goes, well, I think you're doing the show on your own. I
Send
said,
me the list ahead of time so I know what you're talking about, so I
Yeah.
can not look like an idiot. On the...
You gotta find a Pro-Synth shirt too.
Yeah, because he says you're gonna have to. He said you're doing the show on your own. I said, do you really hate your franchise that much?
Well, he's already seen some of the train wrecks in the past. He goes, it's too far gone. Who cares at this point? Let's have fun, right?
I was winding him up yesterday. I was going. I said, I'm just. He goes, what are you doing at the moment? I said, I'm just making a list of how many dick jokes I can get into the 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then.
Look, I'll even shave for it. I look like a scruff right now, so I'll even shave for it.
Yeah. So, like, please, please click the like and subscribe, and I will, for donations, remove clothing.
Is he watching a band that weekend then?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't know what's going on, but you know, because we said we might get, because it was weird, because I thought, how does that come about where Andrew's not available, Ben's not available, and now Robbie's not available as well, all on the same day?
Man, isn't it?
That needed a business meeting earlier in the week, didn't it? So I don't know. I think he's got a couple of people lined up, but we don't know yet. So be prepared. Be prepared, Andy. Be prepared.
No worries.
I said, oh, we could always invite Ty and we just scream at each other for 2 hours.
That would work.
With his red lighting, was like,
Yeah. And I'll play Mr. Congenial and talk about how wonderful the Genos 2 is and how arrangers saved music and just let him go.
Pause.
I caught a piece of that. You guys were playing earlier today. I was walking around and I caught a piece you were playing. The thing was that guy serious about this is what's great about a Genos thing?
What, doing the
whatever that cover was.
Yeah, it's
That was terrible.
It was it Stevie Wonder?
Something like that, yeah. But
Yeah.
was that guy serious about that?
I guess.
Holy moly! I mean,
And
if you
that's
want
the
to sound
thing-
like a shopping mall kind of thing, then
Now, the thing is, I own a couple of arrangers. I played arrangers a lot.
Yeah.
In my time, and my response to that is it's actually very, very accurate. You see, you have the arranger, and you play the, you call up your style, and you let it play its style, and the style is fine. It only starts to go wrong when you start when you start playing it.
Dressing it up a little bit.
Yeah, as soon as you start to do the lead, there's this. It's like
Cheese factor?
Flicking a switch somewhere, just like this, right?
Yeah.
Because he's now doing Stevie Wonder's voice as this rompler
melody.
guitar sound,
Yeah,
and it's
that's the
like,
worst.
and it just immediately goes into Spangly
Muzak.
Jacket in
It's like
the
elevator music.
Exactly, it's that Spangly Jacket in the pub. Come on, Bill, sing along.
And no matter how many times I've heard stuff, even played well, where they replace the singing with a melody, it just doesn't work.
It really doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
But of course, the whole point of the existence of the arranger is so you can do just that.
Just that. That's the problem.
And there lays the rub, my friends.
I think they're better off with one of those disc clavier in the malls where you put the thing on and it auto plays the keyboard in front of you. Just do that.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Now, funny on a pianola, it works, but that's because it's nearly always doing tracks that never had singing on it. So the pianola stayed away from it. But as soon as you do popular music in inverted commas, it's the guy wants to do Spice Girls or something like that, and it's like, yeah. Oh, God help us, rap. Or some Eminem track or something on an arranger, and it's like, oh, no.
It's not our thing, is it?
Although I gotta love that one cover of Boys in the Hood these guys did, which is kind of funny and down tempo, from the 90s. I think it was late 90s. I forgot the name of the group, but they did a cover of Boys in the Hood.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious.
The thing is, if you that response I put up where it's a genre where they it's like a shitty flute or something, and they'll do that thing with it, and then they put a fake somebody playing an instrument badly over the top.
Yeah.
But further down in the list, there is this video of this choir. At some, bloody blah tabernacle choir.
It's like a shredding videos, right? Where they shred, where they replace the guitar part or something like that. You know what you're talking about?
No. What this was this choir. Seriously, because the video that is on YouTube is actually their audition tape.
Oh.
And also, it also says they're available for weddings and stuff like that. And the youngest person in this choir is probably, 69, 70, perhaps? Wow. And they're doing... they're doing... How do I put this? Extremely street black songs. And you got the guy playing the piano, and you got the choir leader, and but they've all got the words in front of them, and he's saying things to the choir, and it's not even in time.
Oh.
And most of these people are looking bewildered at best, and some of them are just going. They're not really saying the words at all. They go, like this, and he goes, "Yo," they go, "Yeah." Like so he goes, "So, dude, what's cooler than cool? What's that you say? I'll say it again. What's cooler than cool? Ice cold. What's that you say? Ice cold." And all this sort of thing, right? And something about riding the bitch rough and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And they're singing these things. I was like... So, like, when Fiona saw it, she goes, "Oh, bless them." And then when she realised they were actually serious, she's gone, "Oh, that's a shame." But there was this guy, this really old guy in the corner, and he's just you could see in his eyes, he's going, I said at the meeting this was a fucking bad idea. It's still a fucking bad idea. It sounds fucking horrible. And I'm standing here, fucking... And there was this rap song about it getting hot in the room and take your robe off and all this sort of thing. So they're taking... they're taking their robes off and stuff like this. And loosening their shirts and stuff like this. And it was like... I go, this is horrible. This is horrible. And you could see in the choir's eyes, they're all going, can we go home now and let's not ever do this again and burn that fucking videotape before we
almost
leave.
like it's a joke, right? Like they didn't-
Yeah. Well, we thought it was to start with. While we were watching it, it's like, no, this is real. You know, this is real. This is happening. Look at that bloke's face. Because he's there literally going, I just want to die where I'm standing. And then, of
these
course,
are all
it comes
white
up at the
people, right?
end. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Very.
the best part. Yeah, that's the
Very,
best part.
very, very, very white. And it was, but when it's coming up with, we're available for funerals and weddings, and it was like,
They just had a funeral. It's called the video.
yeah. And I'm going, can you imagine them singing these rap songs? Wow. It's like, no, please don't. And they're trying to sing it nicely as well. It just didn't work. It's like, God.
Wow.
It's like, oh, it's horrible. But when they were doing like an Eminem one, they were all out of time. And they weren't saying it clearly. They all started to mumble because they really weren't into it. And it was all.
And the thing about Eminem is you got to be on game, right?
Yeah. And it was all very sort of like. But everybody's slightly out from each other because they go, I don't understand this music. Do you understand? I don't understand this music. I don't know how you're supposed to do it. I've never heard of him. Have you heard of him?
Wow.
And after about 12 minutes, you're going, oh. No. Poor buggers.
Because like that thing I just mentioned, that the guys who do Boys in the Hood, it's clearly a white guy's band doing a parody of it, but it's funny and it's done in a clever way, and they're not trying to talk all street and be all that, and they know what the song means and all that kind of stuff. But these other people, like you're saying, they have a clue what they're doing.
No, they probably don't understand half the words they're saying.
No.
You know.
Wow.
So it was like. Yeah, have a look for it. It's if you look for that shitty flute one.
Shitty flute.
That I did where it's doing what is the track? It's
And that was a real one too. The guy's playing poorly because
no. That was put over.
That's on purpose.
Yeah, okay. But I used that with Robbie because I said that's what arrangers sound to me, because the strings were beautiful and then they start playing the lead and it's like oh dear,
they mess it up.
Yeah. Because like I've always said, arrangers sound great as long as you're not playing them. If you just let the styles run, they sound fine, they sound really good. But then you start replacing Stevie Wonder's voice with a Rompler guitar. It's like
even the QY100, which can be an arranger, like it has the chord styles, and you can even import them from various things and do some pretty decent, like heavy duty, like layered stuff, right? But then you go one of the sample patches, and if you don't play it well, it's just going to sound like you're going to mess the whole thing up. So.
I'm going to disappear. It's because it's heading towards 5 a.m.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought I was feeling hungry, so it's getting late.
It's been an awesome talk, though.
Yeah, it's good chat.
Yeah, we had a good old laugh, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think the idea of a what do you call it, a brain get together about your modules is a good idea. Probably.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not gonna be secretive about this thing. So I mean, as we get through various stages, and show what it's doing. If you've got suggestions, go, I really would like it if it could do this or it could do that, and we can always try it out.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of having a machine on site that can do the board.
Yeah.
You go, well, let's try this version and let's try it with this, try it with that.
Yeah.
So get some,
plenty of modular people here who can be your beta testers.
Yeah, exactly. And I've even got a Go case I can put the bloody thing into.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Sorted.
Bolted. All right.
Right. Okay, my lovelies.
All right. Take care.
Catch you another day, yeah.
Well, I might do a pub Thursday.
Okay.
And then completely destroy the ProSense Network franchise on the Friday.
I'm sure
and
it'll
then
be fine.
and then we'll have the pub quiz on Sunday.
Nice. Oh, we got a full week.
Yeah, we got a full week this week.
All right. I'll see everybody.
All right, guys.
Great
Take
chat.
care.
Catch ya.
Everybody.
Bye-bye.
Times.
Bye.
Take care.